Anyone who's watching, welcome. We're playing Zero Heaven. This is a homebrew system based on an amalgamation of weirdness that we used to screw around with in high school and then college and then abandoned for more complete games. And now I'm coming back to for reasons that
because the complete
I don't
games are
really
incomplete.
understand. um,
That's kind of flavors.
so this is kind of a strange setting. It's also got a resource management game system to go with it. Um, the setting is kind of like those sort of slapdash high school games where everything was anything and things were kind of crazy. It's maybe, heavily derivative and influenced by things that we've been enjoying and stuff like that, so you can expect it to be sort of a weird bastard child of White Wolf and anime and Dresden Files and television and movies and anything else. It's kind of out there. The only sort of pervading theme is that it's supposed to be a bit of like a pulp action sort of game, but we'll see. It's not super serious. Um, for character creation, I've mostly run this with pre-mades so far. Um, let's see here. Has everyone gotten a chance to read the Tengoku no Gia page? If not, I can kind of go over it briefly.
I read and know everything.
I read it and memorized it, and then forgot it, and then rememorized it. But yes, I basically read it.
I can't hear you, Brandon.
Oh, I can start reading that page now, but I have not read it yet.
Okay. It's just a sort of overall going on about the premise of the Prelude campaign. Tengoku no Gia will be the first campaign in Zero Heaven. Right now it's basically like dash Prelude because it's just like a set of intro episodes and stuff meant to be kind of like more episodic and fun. Maybe
Webisodes.
more like a Shadowrun or more like a PFS type of thing. But you do get to make characters. The bottom line for episode 1, the characters are basic people, but it's known at the beginning of the game that they are all people who will become super people or superheroes or whatever it is that you choose to be in the game. So before we start playing, it's not absolutely required, but I would like everyone to pick their intended supernatural type, even though it might not necessarily come up. The purpose for that is then I can go through and like look at that for future sessions. One of the reasons I didn't go through and come up with mechanics for the 16 or whatever supernatural types that I want to be in the world is because I have a feeling that once we try to play with about 3 or 4 of them, I'm going to realize all of the things I'm doing wrong. So we're just going to start with what people want to try. Let's see here.
Oh, I need to change my name.
So, yeah, so just a very, very broad stroke overview. These games have typically taken place in like, non-Earth settings, just like, oh, a different planet that's kind of Earth-like, that type of thing. In this build of the game, it is known that there is like, out of game anyway, that there is Earth, more or less as we know it, and then there's this other galaxy with this other planet that might have more of the elements from a lot of the previous games. And the assumption here is that Earth more or less knows what it knows now, which is nothing, and that might be coming to a head. The setting is the sort of present day, but entering a, technological / supernatural renaissance. The characters are in Boston, and due to the increasing yet kind of kept on the DL supernatural activity in the last about 50-ish years, there's a black budget agency that's been set up, and you guys have all been hired too. Long story short, you've been picked or offered the job because the ringer that the military major seems to think that you are special people for one reason or another. So if you want to play a character who's not necessarily suited to being in a government organization, you can. And, they'll just have to deal with that. So it's very, very much up to you what you want to play. To give a brief overview of the supernatural types, let's see here. The Afflicted is based on a game that was run a few years back, and those are basically people who have like some sort of strong power based on the most defining factor of who they are. However, that power comes from a disease which ails them, and that kind of sucks. Ascendants aren't super playable since they don't exist on Earth. Aspects are difficult to describe. I described it a little bit on Facebook, but it's like a being that always exists through a person, and maybe when they die or something else happens, they exist in a different person. It's like a sort of weird reincarnation, but they're always trying to take over and exist in the world.
Is Dieblade of Chanceron an aspect?
Probably not.
Okay. That was the closest comparison that I thought of when you were saying it on Facebook.
Yeah. Dieblade of Chanceron would be more like a Coveni, because Chanceron also exists in a real physical form. So that, just to skip ahead, the Coveni are basically contractors. You could compare them to Dungeons and Dragons warlocks. You could compare them to darker than black characters, that type of thing. Beta are mutants. That's pretty straightforward. Bionomen are were creatures. Pretty straightforward. Devotees are, they're, it's known that their power comes from sort of divine blessings, but other than that, it's unknown. That's very much a unknown sort of thing, and some of them just sort of take that faith as what it is, and some of them, after actually being endowed with superpowers by their faith, actually start questioning what the hell's going on. Empyreans is the basic, I have a magic, they're Ionox sorcerers. They're basically, I have a magic power, it does basically one thing, but I can try to mold it to do whatever I want, type thing. They're basically the, the magical jocks of the world.
Can you think of an example?
Is Ed's Obliviate character?
Oh yes, definitely.
Well, almost all the characters from that game were.
Which
well,
game?
One of the
this the second Zero Heaven game, I think it was, or maybe third.
basically any of the Zero Heaven games that had a character who had like one like magic power, and then it got different as it leveled up. Those would be an Empyrean character.
What is the difference between an Empyrean and a Beta,
Sure.
story-wise and hypothetical mechanics-wise?
Control is the big difference. Empyreans, the only time they have issues with control is if they choose to draw on more power than they can handle. Otherwise, Empyreans are a very controlled person. It's a little vanilla low risk unless you decide to make risks for yourself. Whereas Beta are broken. Like, their powers can cause issues and things can go wrong, that type of stuff.
Okay.
Most Beta powers are going to be more physical than mental magic. Not all of them have to be, of course, but yeah.
Okay.
But a Beta is much more likely to, like if you think of someone who can, control fire. A Beta who has control over fire is much more likely to accidentally burn down a building, whereas an Empyrean is going to have a lot more control, and they're going to be focused on how can I use my control over fire to accomplish other tasks. The Beta is just going to try and live their life and not kill everyone around them.
And that's sort of a story consideration, but the way you describe it makes it sound like Empyreans are better than Betas. What would be the advantage of a Beta, or is it pretty much just what you pick based on the type of story you want to play.
It's a lot about story, but there will be differing mechanics. Empyrean is going to be a quick go-to. I want to play a character who can pump out a lot of power if they have the resources to spend for it, whereas Beta might get a bunch of other like secondary abilities and stuff, and maybe their mechanics of things being uncontrolled, it is more powerful sometimes. I'm not sure. Ideally, there'd be positives and negatives to pretty much all of it. But
yeah, I sort of figured a lot of that isn't fully ironed out yet. I just was kind of wondering, like, okay, you can move along.
Yeah.
Dad, could you carry
Okay.
Let's see,
Yep, there's some kid stuff happening.
It's all good. Fiends are basically generally people, but they have demonic blood in them. A lot of them, like a player character might be the exception. A lot of them are just bad. Phage is not super well developed. It's basically this game's version of a vampire. The only sort of setting conceit is that the lines between eating and mating are heavily blurred. That's sort of the big thing for them, and they generally feed/reproduce with other humans, much like vampires, but there's a lot of freedom. Like you can come up with a lot of other stuff. Again, most of them are just bad, but some of them might not be. Reliquist deals with icons, which is this game's version of ancient tech/artifacts/ no one really understands it. The sort of conceit with the Reliquist is that they have some sort of connection with the icons and they can use them and even modify them, but they will probably never fully understand them. It's not necessarily more higher tech than technology Earth has, but not necessarily less. It's just very different, very alien, and no one really knows where it comes from. Shadow Summoner is another non-Earth, very specific to the setting of the other planet. Shiogo is like, it's like Naruto. It's basically like
Monk, magical ninja,
yeah,
DBZ,
yeah.
Ninja Scroll.
Ninja Scroll would be classic.
Basilisk, probably.
So,
some exclusions from the Basilisk canon, which obviously belong to other
Slug
families.
Ninja.
The one that sucks your blood by having intercourse with you is one example of more than a Shiogo.
I can't get over the Slug Ninja.
The Slug Ninja.
Guy rules.
No, but the Shiogo is very based on training that has taken generations to develop. I skipped
does the
Hero.
name?
What else is in there? What?
Oh, does the name Shiogo mean something?
I don't think so.
Let's find out.
Hopefully it doesn't mean something terrible.
I was just looking it up to see if that was a word that you made up, or if that came from somewhere. And the best I could find is that there's a bridge called that, and it might also be derived from Shogun.
It's going to be about 50-50. The name means something, or it's completely phonetically.
I know, and that's why I wanted to ask, because I already flipped the coin, but I wasn't satisfied with the results.
I skipped over Hero. Hero is also descendant from long lines of guardians. However, they are generally guardians of men and hunters of the supernatural, whereas the Shiogo generally feud amongst themselves more than anything. Heroes are like your classic hunters, but they have generally been infused with power from supernatural beings over centuries and centuries of fighting them and dealing with them and stuff like that. They're targeted generally when they're found out by the supernatural world because no one likes them because they tend to hunt them. You could compare a hero to basically any anime or hentai protagonist. You could compare a hero to like maybe like Grimm if you want to think television.
I was going to say supernatural, but that's okay.
Sure.
It's a little straighter, but only a little.
Let's see. Witches are kind of like demons, except they have she blood. The basic plot conceit there is that the she claim to be the rulers of the other side, which is this game's spirit world, and the demons want to be. So the she are hunted by demons whenever they're found, generally just kind of out of principle.
I have a question on the other side.
Yeah.
Is it just, for me, I thought it was kind of like a changeling type Fey world, or is it just a spirit world?
It is this game's spirit world. You could think of it like White Wolf's Shadow from like Mage, but it's going to be most similar to the Dresden Files spirit world, because that one has sort of resonated with me the most, I guess.
If you see a giant wall of ice, don't go towards it.
And then there's a oh yeah, if you're playing a she character, you're going to have to pick laws that you are bound by, and you basically cannot violate them, like physically impossible to violate them type thing. Let's see here. And then wizards are, well, Shiogo do a lot of training. It's still passed down in their family, and one might argue that their blood is required for them to actually have the potential to become one. Wizard is meant to be the only option for someone who's literally born with no supernatural gifts or anything or potential. And while some people do have a talent for it, most wizards become wizards because they deal with the supernatural world and have nothing. So they turn to that. There's a huge rivalry then between wizards and Empyreans, who just sort of naturally have this awesome thing that they wield.
Empyreans rule, wizards drool.
Yeah.
No, you stay in.
You know, that's mostly taken from like if you follow any like the index stuff and that stuff like that. Yeah. So that's just
the
like
railgun one?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I'm most interested in playing a hero.
Cool. If you guys want to talk about that, you are welcome to. And,
So Jeff, I wanted to ask one other question because you know how I love complications.
Okay.
I noticed in an earlier version of this game there was a thing that let you be from two different supernatural types.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still a thing?
Yeah. Basically, to give a brief thing about how character creation kind of works, I'll give him a minute.
I think I'm gonna be an aspect, probably.
All right. So just to answer that question, you're going to have points at character creation that you can spend on your inborn features, and those are meant to be things that you're born with, and those include your general aptitudes, which are like attributes or ability scores in other games, and then also other inborn features that you might have, which are kind of like merits or edges from other games. Those never change, like you never get more of them. So they're meant to be things that you're either born with and you have or you don't have. And then you also get experience points, even at character creation, which you can spend on things you've learned throughout your life, like skills, and basically just skills at this point.
So I understand. You can never raise your agility once character creation is done.
Oh, sorry. You can also raise your aptitudes with experience points, but the most you can ever raise it is 2 if you're immortal, like a human. As you become a more powerful, like supernatural character, the amount you can raise those does go up.
Okay.
But most humans can only ever get like 2 higher through XP on their aptitudes. What is it? So yeah, the merit you're talking about is expansive, or sorry, the inborn feature, edge, merit, it's all the same shit. But that feature is very expensive, so basically you'll have less points to spend on things that are a little harder to get or cap out. So it's definitely available. It's definitely an option.
I just like complications, so I thought I'd ask about it.
No, it's all good.
I noticed that thing also when I was diving deep into this, and I was kind of wondering, like, those points you're spending, do they do a lot for you from the get-go, or do you basically just open yourself up a second menu of stuff to buy?
It's sort of I believe it costs 8 or something like that, whereas like a
Yeah.
point in one of your aptitudes is only 5. So it's pretty expensive. And you know, a beginning character probably it's not going to give you more points in supernatural stuff. It's like you said, it's just going to give you more options. You're not going to like overall have more XP to spend on that stuff than anyone else. So it is sort of
Okay.
it's probably more useful for if you're going for a specific flavor.
But you're not going to probably start with that flavor, even if you were playing a game where.
Ed has learned time control.
Zoomp, he's an Empyrean.
We've all paused to consider his next word.
We're really the ones who are frozen, not him.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going so fast we can't tell.
There's 2 of him. He's duplicated himself.
Cloning technology.
That's the face for the fake one. That's
So-
the fake one.
Ed, I'm not
Get
sure
'em.
where you cut out during that question, but basically in a game where you started out as a supernatural creature, it would be up to you whether, like, if it's part of the character concept that you start out as both, that would be fine. But maybe you wanted to just take that and say, I'm starting out as something, but I want to leave open the potential of learning wizard spells later. So it's kind of up to you.
Gotcha. Well, for simplicity's sake, I probably won't do that. Considering we don't really know how much we're going to be playing this or how frequently.
So the type you pick is more or less related to your character concept for the session 1, and in later sessions I'll actually flesh out what those powers are and how they do, and those will be available to use in session 2. For session 1, what I kind of mentioned on Facebook is you're in this organization, you're dealing with supernatural things, you all probably have a pretty clear idea that something's a little weird, or maybe there's more potential than you maybe thought in your earlier parts of life, and the idea is by session 2 you have figured out that you've got something, or something has occurred that you can start to make use of, or in certain types have to start to deal with.
So you have skills for skill trainings, but there's only a couple skill trainings listed.
Yes. So, let's see here. Brief overview. Character points are spent on inborn features and aptitudes. And XP is spent on skills. If you want, so raising skills requires skill trainings if you raise it above 2. And this is sort of meant to be one of the balancing factors between normal people and supernatural creatures. Is that most supernatural creatures do not have any sort of organized training with anything. They might be super strong, or they might be super fast, but they're not going to have high skills. So most, like, monsters are never going to have a skill higher than 2, because 2 is as high as you can get without any sort of training. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, so for if you have a skill at 0, that means you have no training in it at all. Not interested. That's fine. If you have skill at a 1, that's like a hobbyist. So you've dabbled, but you've put some serious effort into it. Like it's more than just I tried it on a weekend. If you have a skill rating of 2, this is like you're pretty competent, and you've basically done the equivalent of basic training for whatever this is. Nothing advanced, nothing that you would have to like pay for in a class type thing, but capable. Your generic like monster who has never gone to martial arts school but still wants to like punch you with its fists. If he's really good at it, he has a 2. 3 is professional. To become a professional, you need to acquire some sort of like organized training in a specific art, and that requires a basic training. Luckily, those trainings don't cost any like experience points or anything, but they do give you negative resources, which are basically like instructors or rivals or however you want to spin it, things that are going to come up later for your character, people who are going to call on you or challenge you or stuff like that. And part of the fun is that you get to kind of come up with what that is. And then, becoming a level 4 is extremely rare. It's sort of an incredible level of skill. And you can't become a level 4 until you have at least a basic training in a certain field. And then to become level 5, you need an expert training in a certain field. And you'll see it'll kind of list out what negative resources those will give you. A lot of the skills, like basically a lot of like the melee skills and stuff, have a bunch of trainings listed, and a lot of the skills don't. So, we can kind of make those up as we go. Let's see here. There was a generic training for a basic training is that you basically get a +1 to your roll when using that training or that specific type of weapon or that specific, like if you have an art and you're a trained painter, you would get a +1 in that. The expert trainings are a little more specific, but it's not as common that someone takes those at character creation, so we just come up with something. And a master training, the basic one, is an ability to gain rerolls that you can do every game session because you're extremely consistent. Yeah. So you can take skills even if there aren't trainings listed, and we'll just deal with it. Just to give a brief explanation of how resources work, negative and positive resources both work the same way. It's just based on whether it's in your favor or not. So if you look in there, if you were to grab a basic, expert, and master training, so like if you were to have if you wanted to be a world class in something, you would need the basic training to get to level 3, the expert to get to level 4, and the master to get to level 5. And so that would be a total of 10 negative resources. And so let's say you decided that the classic route would be like, this is a an instructor or an institution that I now owe like my life to, or the government has trained me, or maybe there's like this secret organization that's trained me and they still need me to do jobs and I just can't get out, like stuff like that. And if you had a 10 in a negative resource, that is a can't get out situation for the most part. So like basically it would start at 10 out of 10. If you do a job for them, it would go to 9 out of 10. They call on you again, it goes to 8 out of 10. If once you get all the way down to 1 out of 10, you do a job for them, it becomes 9 out of 9. So 10 is huge. 10 is an amazing debt. And at any point, if you're like, 2 out of 10. If they do something for you that you basically call upon them, it just goes back up to 10 out of 10. So basically, if you're getting it up around the 10 range, it's probably going to be like a, semi-permanent thing. But those go for positive resources also. If you somehow ended up with like a 10 positive resource in money, you could spend a lot of money.
So you could buy like 10 planes before you drop to 9.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a list of like what are character creation at all? I'm not finding it.
There's
Oh.
a character creation. I have it. I'll paste it.
Sure.
Okay, I was just looking in the wrong place and couldn't find it.
I kind of have most of my character created, Jeff, if you want to look it over.
Sure.
What a reversal of fortune. Brian, is this character finished?
Is there a list of inborn features?
There is.
Oh, I think I might have found it.
If you search for Zero Heaven, it'll be. Yeah.
I believe I found it.
If you see the negative ones that say gain 1 trait, traits are a lot like aspects in Fate. So like instead of the negative features give you character points back, they just give you traits, or extra traits. So like the negative features are basically only for like story reasons.
So, like, I guess I have been thinking, like, there's basically a half a dozen different ways to, like, play a character who has, like, one power that they're good at, with varying degrees of complication. And that was kind of something I was thinking about. But I was also looking cool, and based on kind of like the premise that you've given us for the basic starting plot, and the partly on the little rundown you just sort of gave us of how negative resources work, I was thinking a kind of cool idea would be, like, since this is sort of a paramilitary organization, maybe to be someone who was involved in whatever command structure the organization originally drew from, and who probably has some sort of complications that earned him negative resources that kind of indebt him to whoever is running the show, and who is not somebody who has any powers, but they want to have somebody who they can count on to be their guy, and so they basically are going to try to compel him to become a wizard in order to try to compete and keep up and be reliable.
Okay. That sounds cool.
Just in case some of these guys are some kind of real creepo monsters. My other idea is to play a real creepo monster. But I think that for the sake of playing an idea that I already have, as opposed to coming up with a new one, that's probably what I'm going to try to do. The wizard.
Cool, cool.
So now I need to figure out how to do this. Alright. Excuse me.
Jeff, where does it say how much CP we start with?
60, I think, right?
60.
Um,
Sound right.
yeah.
And we can only ever raise a stat 2 above what it starts at.
Yep,
Basically.
and to pull back the curtain of how that works is that the supernatural stat in the game is soul, which is what the name of the system is. And as you gain soul, you will also gain soul points, which do what they did in the previous games. Basically, you can spend them to have absurd narrative control, but they don't really come back. The soul attribute or the soul stat will add to the amount that you can raise your attributes and how far they can go above 5. So as you start to gain soul, regardless of your type, everyone can start to become more than human. Also, to kind of pull the curtain back, every single supernatural type gets access to 3 basic secondary powers. One that adds to your attacks, one that adds to your defenses, and one that adds to your survivability.
Would that be in addition to their I have a special power thing?
Yeah. Secondary powers, there's 3 of them that are standard that everyone gets, and then some types are going to get more secondary powers, and that's going to be one of the ways that they're sort of balanced and flavored out.
Where do we put our supernatural type?
I should put it in description for now, or primary.
Is there a list of traits, or are those ones we just come up with on our own?
It's very much like Fate, where you kind of come up with it on your own. On that note, identity is kind of like split the difference between fate points and White Wolf's willpower. You can spend a point of identity and cite a trait that is relevant to the situation and gain a bonus on the roll. I'm generally never going to say no, but I am going to make you describe why one of your traits is relevant to the situation. So that one's a very yes type of roll setup.
What's sign?
Sign is something you pick from a list, and it's sort of a holdover from previous games. I've never told the players what it's for, and they've always picked it. That's just been kind of a running gag, so...
Yes, Jeff makes us choose our sign, and then it has never seemed to
He
match.
has never, in fact, confirmed that it is for anything in any meaningful way.
But he still makes us pick it every time.
I'm at least honest about that.
But
Honest-
what? How?
Honest
How
about
are you
what?
Yeah, you're not honest about it. That's it.
Point to some
I see where it
dictionary
is.
type
Okay.
definition of honesty that describes what it is that you are doing. Here, under honest,
yeah.
it says, slowly eroding Ed's sense of reality by continuously insisting something has meaning where there is none.
Ebo, what am I supposed to be looking at?
Honest. See disc. Are you supposed to be looking at Claire?
Okay.
I
Claire?
didn't change the name yet. I was gonna name him Claire, but I didn't.
Oh, I see.
So am I correct in thinking that our size is 5, base speed is 5, and aptitude caps are all 5? We're
Ah,
human.
I think I might have that written wrong in one place. That's
Yeah.
a good thing to check. Let's see here.
That was under human.
Yes, that was in an old build of the game. For human, size should be 10, base speed is 5.
Okay.
Thank you.
I had that wrong also.
Inborn features are just notes to myself.
Could you tell me those 2 numbers you just listed that I didn't pay attention to?
Size is 10, base speed is 5.
Oh.
For experience points, how many of those are we starting with? I see 3 numbers for that.
Let's see here.
Young adult, professional, or seasoned.
70.
Yeah? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. My apologies. This page might be the Zero Heaven quick character creation page. Might be a little more up to date.
Oh,
Can you link that?
God, I have so many pages. Open
Oh,
right now.
I've been using them interchangeably, and that's why I was wondering where my 70 XP was not on here, because I was looking. My bad.
Oh God.
I'm not a fan of Jeff's wiki skills.
My wiki skills are lacking. Well, I just haven't done much with it in a while.
Which is, no, it's fine. It's okay. It's cool. I remember I was at that somewhere.
Sorry, to revise the trait question a little bit. So for the 3 traits, it's suggested and not required, but suggested that you have a character concept, a motivation, and a weakness. If you don't want to do that, you do not have to. The only restriction for traits is that if you take a negative inborn feature that gives you a trait, it should have to do with that feature. Either something that you've learned due to that, or dealt with your whole life, or something like that.
Is there a list of negative resources?
Nope, that one is again basically what you want for your story.
My last character had public menace as one of his negative resources, if that gives you some idea.
It can be people, it can be organizations, it can also be something a bit more abstract, kind of like that, as long as we're on the same page. So like for the public menace chainsaw wielding character, he might have the eye of the police.
Okay.
And they might spend a point of those to be really quickly on the scene when something's happening. That type of thing.
I did think of one thing Sign did in one game. There is a detection skill that let you find somebody else's sign out in one game. That's the only time I remember it ever being referenced by a game
The only
mechanic.
thing it does is it's possibly detectable.
I don't remember how that came up, but I remember a player character had a way to detect other people's signs.
This is true. I think I put that as like the highest level power also. Definitely not trolling.
I just know it was used on me.
Basically, that fourth paragraph in the thing under primary is main gist of what I'm going for. And I haven't solidified my resources and skill trainings, but
So Jeff, what can you do with CP if you buy an inborn feature that like costs 3 and you have 2 left over?
Let's see here.
Or if you buy something that costs 8 and have 2 left over in a similar
Depends,
situation.
Rory. What is your sign? I'll have a look.
You look at my sign. Great.
No, I don't. Skill talents used to fill that role. However, I got rid of those and just called them an inborn feature. Skill talents cost 1. They're not terrible, not great. In general, there would be more inborn features to choose from. I just need some more cheaper ones. You could also be ambidextrous.
Yes, I could be.
Yay! Not as useful in this game as it is in some.
Is there a hard cap of 5 because of being human, basically, right?
Yeah.
There's a inborn trait or whatever you can take to get above that though. Exceptional aptitude, correct?
Yep.
And that would basically be, like, if you wanted to start with that, you'd spend 30 points to get a 6.
The description for that said you get a point and it raises the max. I don't know if that's correct or
Right. So if you raised up to 5, it'd cost 20, and then if you took that, it would cost another 10.
not. Yeah.
So you'd spend
see what you mean,
half of
yep.
your total CP to get a 6,
Mm-hmm.
which is tempting. It is true. That is tempting.
I'm
But
planning on doing that actually,
do humans,
but I don't know
humans
how
still have a
effective this
limit of
feature
5 or
would be.
no?
What, Deepa?
On your races, humans had a limit of 5 for aptitudes. Is that true?
They do, yep. But yes, what they're talking about is the inborn feature exceptional aptitude, which can increase your cap in addition to increasing the aptitude. It's not very point efficient.
Cost
But-
effective?
Yeah.
Point effective.
Is there
You can do it.
something here that lists how to calculate our secondary stats?
Yes.
On the bottom, quick start, quick character.
Yeah.
but it does it automatically also, right?
It should
Yes.
do it automatically, but I also have the formulas listed out so you can check the work of my sheet in case I screwed something up.
So tight.
Gesundheit.
I got the headphone off. It was
So-
held away.
At this point, if you guys are looking into a bit more like
Impressive.
usability and stuff for your characters, one thing to consider is that it is a resource management system, which for the most part, when you're not in combat, the die roll is going to be 3d6 plus an aptitude plus a skill. And you're just going to go for a target difficulty, kind of like Dungeons and Dragons. Anything 3 or after. In combat, every action you take is going to cost energy. You'll roll reflexes, which is like initiative, to get a place in the initiative order, and then that never changes. but you can spend energy to act on your turn, and after like the surprise round or the reflex phase, you can spend even more energy to act when it's not your turn. So it opens up a lot of options for you to do lots and lots of stuff based on how much resources you're willing to spend. So currently your stamina is what determines both your energy and how much energy you regen every turn. You're generally looking at, if you want to do like something really simple, it's going to cost 1 energy, and if you have to roll for it, which would be rare, you would get a full 3 dice. If you're doing like a complicated action or like an attack, you would spend 1 energy for every die you want, up to 3. So if you wanted to roll the full 3d6 plus your bonus, you would be spending 3 energy on that attack. If you're a baller, you could just elect to roll less dice if you think you're going to hit anyway and save energy. So
I'm gonna just ball.
I'm a full-time baller. Alright.
the wounds, you don't have any like hit points, so to speak. The only time damage truly matters is how much damage you take in one attack. So if you are when you take damage, that's going to increase your fatigue. And also, if the amount of damage you would take would hit one of your wounds or your death threshold, then you would be wounded or die. If you have, enough fatigue starts to give you strain, which basically means that your opponent can choose to do even more damage to you when they hit you. So it's a sort of weird situation where the wound penalties are in the hands of the attacker to remember, not the defender. When they're attacking you, if someone who's wounded is attacking you, then basically it's your responsibility to factor in the other person's wounds, which is a little odd, but meant to make wound penalties a little bit more interactive, and not just, well, I don't know, they seem to be very forgettable.
Do negative skill points, can you take them, normally what do they give you? Can you take them without using it to counteract a skill training? And what would that do? Like, do they give you XP or something?
What that should... there should be an option for that. It wouldn't technically really be an inborn feature, or maybe it could be, but I should add that as an option where you can start with negative resources, and that would give you a trait.
Okay.
Most negative resources are going to be tied to skills, but...
Well, I wanted to increase the negative resource I had, but adding it to skills is, I don't really have much. I don't have much there.
Yeah, I would say you could
It's
easily
not really-
take... I'd have to call it something a little different, but you could easily just put it under inborn features for now, and say increase the negative resource by 3 and gain a trait. That type of thing. But but it wouldn't give you like XP or CP or anything like that.
Okay.
Wow. The only way we get skill points is through the 70 experience we start with, right?
Yes,
So we are not going to start out with very many skills.
that's true.
I'm
looks
not
like
very good
even
in
a
combat.
2 looks pretty good in a skill. So,
What do you vote?
but
I'm
if,
not very good in combat. We should do the one that's not combat related.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything is combat related.
What now?
What?
Yeah, even a 2 is good. Also, this is a system where guns are very good. if you take like 1 point in ranged, you're gonna be okay in combat.
So you might make a character that has no resources.
All characters are going to
Oh,
get positive
get
resources. You
Okay,
could
we
make a
start
character that has no
with 5,
negative
right?
resources.
So should the negative resources, should those have a number associated with it? And if so, what is it?
Sure. It's based on how many skill trainings you're taking.
What if I take one single skill training?
If we're talking about, one basic training,
Correct.
then it would be at a 1 out of 1.
Okay. Then I think I'm done. If you want to take a look at mine and
Sure.
check if I did everything wrong or correctly, and I'll be right back.
Cool.
So basically, I have 14 skill points.
You can also raise aptitudes with XP.
Instead, yeah,
Right. Oh, basically, we have 14 skill points unless we wanted to raise an aptitude.
you would have 12 aptitudes and 14 skill points.
Hey Jeff, I chatted you a question. I'm not sure if
I
you
didn't get
saw
it. Let's see. Here we go.
that. Oh, it's not super
Not
critical.
12 total.
Ah,
I guess you can share it with the class if you think it's germane, but
sure. There are going to be relevant aptitudes for, and maybe even skills for every type. For wizard, I would guess you're looking at intellect and presence. As I flesh that out, it's the sort of thing where you could retool character stuff if it comes up. Empyrean, I'm almost positive, is going to be like heavily presence with secondary intellect. So wizard will probably be heavily intellect with secondary presence.
What
Okay.
would you think of for like hero?
Heavily combat skills dependent, secondary presence maybe. That would be my guess.
You haven't said anything about mine yet, so did I do it completely wrong? And are my aptitudes related to my aspect? I thought it'd be pretty close.
Probably. That seems correct. Yeah.
I took one ranged instead of espionage so I can do something.
Good call. Good call. I'm trying to find Brandon's sheet here.
Probably forgot to share it with you.
I should be able to see them all still.
I don't like not knowing things.
What the hell does that mean?
It means that I don't like making decisions now for choosing a character and not knowing where those, like, what stats are even going to be relevant for something later on.
Yeah, well, you got no choice.
I know. I'm just remarking that I don't like that.
The
yeah, and
hope,
also your monitor's funny.
Yeah.
the hope here is that
Got
if you like your character, then you know the stats can kind of jockey around as we sort of flesh things out, and you'll still, in theory, like your character. But we shall see.
I want to be super strong, but with 0 strength. Can I do that? That's a joke, Jeff. We're not being serious here.
Oh, there you go. There's some more sheets.
Is there any way to take more negative resources than we have to?
Can you take negative resources to gain positive resources?
That's an interesting question too. Ebo was asking that earlier, Rory, and my thought was that extra negative resources might offer a trait. They definitely won't offer XP or CP. That's for
Okay.
sure.
No, more that I want more negative resources. I'm not asking for
I
a
want more
benefit.
negative
I want more negative resources.
Can
I'm
we use
not
CP
asking
to
for.
buy more negative resources?
For story purposes, I think I would like more negative resources than I have, but
Yeah.
I think that traits are not worth. I don't think that taking a numerical thing and gaining a trait for it is worth it.
Sure.
I took the trait because it was free. Because I
What?
wanted the negative resources. It's a free trait. I don't know.
It's
And I
not a
want
free
the-
trait. You went into resource debt to get that trait.
Yeah, but
Well,
I
he's-
wanted it.
He's saying if you want the negative resources anyway, why not get the trait? I'm gonna make
Yeah.
a note here
If there's,
that
if there's nothing else, I'm taking it.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, I don't know. I object to that somewhere deep in my power gamer spirit. Doesn't want to concede that that's
your
the way
inner
you do it.
capitalist is Erpy.
I know.
I mean-
I like.
I made a slight change to my negative resource, so it's hopefully a little bit more clear what it is.
Okay.
Did everything else look good on there?
I just refreshed it, so I'm checking
Okay.
it out.
It didn't quite fit in the text box, but I think the negative resource is a little bit better described now.
Okay.
Just let me know if I did anything wrong. I also have no knowledge if this character is going to be effective, but we'll see.
Hey man, I have
Okay.
knowledge that my character isn't.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Is this taking place in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Austin.
Okay.
Trainings don't require experience, right?
Correct. Yep. They just give you negative resources.
And they're cumulative for resources, right? So like if you had 2 level 3s, you'd be at minus 2 resources for negative resources. If you had a level 1 and a basic and an expert, you'd be at minus 4 negative resources.
At character creation, within the same skill, they're required to be cumulative. After character creation, you can branch out, and at character creation with different skills, you can branch out.
Just to make sure though, can you take different skills and put them all into the same negative resource?
Oh, you can. It boosts it
Oh,
in a way that
I
might not
see.
be advantageous to you, but you might not care.
I'm
You
just-
might like it.
Just asking for if I understand it.
Yep.
I think actually I get it. I can add one other thing in there quick.
So many pages open, hard to find the right one.
Okay, so I did one other little tweak. I added one more skill training in the same skill and added that on as a level of the negative resource. And the negative resource, the way I wrote it, it doesn't really fit in the space very well. I don't know if you can read it or not.
I got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
does that make sense?
Yep. That's cool.
Okay.
Is this something you are aware of?
Yeah, I'm in Boston, and you said we just got hired by basically like a paramilitary group. That's pretty much because of my negative resource. I am finally capitulating and trying to do something with my life other than traveling around the world having fun.
Okay.
Not really necessarily because I want to, but because there's pressure for me to do that. Like, have some sort of profession other than gentleman of leisure.
Sweet.
And, ideally something in the field that my family is in, but in the U.S. because I want to be as far away from them as possible.
Awesome.
Basically, this is a character who was born into privilege and has been pressured his whole life to live up to his father's expectations.
Sweet.
So you said basic gives +1 to a roll, and expert does what?
Expert will have to come up with some little thing for.
And to have a skill training, you need to have a 2. And
Yes.
you need to have it before you go to a 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess I'm kind of having trouble understanding the thing with skill training gives you +1.
Sure.
What are you talking about?
So if you have a level 2 in a skill, you can choose to grab a basic training for it. And if you do, you're going to choose like a more specific field of training. And then when you're
Okay.
making checks in that specific field or using that specific piece of equipment, you're going to get a +1 bonus to that roll.
But regardless of what that specific training is, it then will unlock your ability to get the next higher level in the skill.
Yes.
And then at that level, you will take another training, which should be in the same field as your initial training, or doesn't necessarily have to be, or what?
The so your expert training, you would need to have at least one basic training in that same field to take an expert, but nothing is stopping you from taking more basic trainings in different fields.
Except for during play, that will be a situation of basically finding a way to gain that training and gaining some resource stat.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. So could you give me an example, some examples of the scope of like how specific training ought to be, like
Sure.
for knowledge or logical systems or firearm or ranged, I guess it would be.
Sure.
Ranged actually has some examples.
Ranged has some
Where?
in there.
If you go to the skill list and click on a skill, it does have some example, like specialties.
Okay. Let's see.
That's the skill
Okay.
list.
Yeah, I found it while we were talking. I just didn't know it existed
Oh, sorry.
because this
Oh.
book is more poorly structured than a old school White Wolf book. Page
Yes, it
X and
is.
whatnot.
I'm still waiting to find page XX when I click do something here.
Oh, wait, no, I have another good one to add to this. Let me find it, though.
No thanks.
You don't have a spot in here for notes, do you?
Here we go. I got one.
No, not yet. Sorry. You could
That's
just
okay.
put
Okay,
it
I'll
underneath
put it-
underneath
I-
primary. There's a huge spot that
I
you can
put
just
it-
write whatever you want.
I put it under my inborn feature
Okay.
that it kind of ties to. So if it's all
Yeah.
right with Highborn 4, if my father can be the Duke of St. Albans, that would fit well.
Nice.
Sweet. All right. Jeff will need to figure out
Yeah,
what St.
My
Albans
dad
is.
could be the Duke. What are those fancy islands?
The
sounds
Duke
like?
of St. Albans it's not a landed peerage, so that means like I'm thinking he's in London, or I grew up in London, but they're not landed anymore. It sounds like from what I've been reading. Quick, that's what I was looking
London
for
or
as
the
a
city of
unlanded
London?
peerage.
Brandon, London or the city of
London
London?
or the city of London? Possibly the city of London.
Whoa.
Are you a citizen
I could
of
try
the
to
city
become
of
an
London?
alderman.
In the city.
Well,
City
are you
of
actually a
London.
citizen of the city of London? There
No,
are
I'm
some
thinking I
citizens
have dual. I'm thinking I have dual citizenship between
With-
the
with
United
London
Kingdom
and the City of
and the
London.
U.S.
You could have
Yeah, I could be a
triple
citizen
citizenship.
or an alderman of the city of London. I'd have to,
Yeah.
Rory, I'd have to be a member of a livery company.
Well, you're a member of the peerage, so you might not have to. Because remember, you can vote by not being a member of a livery company if you are actually a citizen. It's just there's so few citizens.
Well, it depends which ward you're in, whether it's a ward that's controlled by corporations or by people.
I love how he
Right.
started that sentence with "remember." Like, who?
I do remember. I think.
No, I
I
think
think
4 is very appropriate for that. That's awesome.
For what?
It's a feature you can take
Quad
at
loop.
like 3 different levels, like a 2, 4, or 6.
what's a quatlo?
Which one?
Highborn.
Oh,
Quatlu.
300 quattros.
I bred 500 Quatlus.
Yeah, I guess I was. This puts my mind at ease because I was kind of stuck in the headspace that skill training was something you bought to increase your skills past 2. But now that I know you can just go into resource debt, taking a bunch of trainings for your level 2 skills, I feel very liberated to go into that debt.
That was one of the very first changes I made to the system, is removing the XP cost of skill trainings. It just made it a lot more fun.
It's like I can learn
there
anything
something
I
I would-
want.
Is there something I would need to
I was
take
gonna
to
make a
actually
joke.
be a member of a livery company? I don't think it would actually matter in game.
You're highborn enough that you probably could lump
Yeah.
livery company into there.
I'm pretty sure with that Highborn 4, it could just be part of your character.
Okay.
That's fine.
Well, then I think I'll be a member of the Worshipful Company of World Traders.
Cool.
Are you gonna be the right honorable Lord Mayor?
If I become an alderman
I don't know
first,
what
and
I
then I
just
have to become the sheriff of the city of London for 1 year first, and then be appointed by the
Man.
Council of Aldermen.
How are you gonna do all this from Boston?
I'm not.
It's gonna be- I
I'm
know
going to
it's
disappoint my father quite a bit.
it's just fun to riff on the most hysterical political scenario in the modern world.
Jeff, do you
Yes.
want to look at my character and see if I'm missing things from the concept I told you?
Damn it!
Yes.
Or if anything seems especially terrible?
So a skill training bumps you up to 3, but you also have to spend the bonus experience as well, the experience to get it up to 3, right?
Having a basic skill training allows you to raise it to 3. You would
Okay.
still have to raise it to 3. You can have 2 in a skill and just start
And have a skill training.
grabbing skill trainings and never raise it. That's totally fine.
Mechanically, what do the skill trainings do?
They're supposed to. It's not super fleshed out, but they're supposed to give you like little bonuses here and there, based on the specific field. The basic one that any field is going to have is a +1 to a die roll with that field.
Okay. So I could theoretically bump one of mine from basic to expert, and if I wanted to, and it would just put me further into resource debt.
Yes, that is true.
And resource debt is people or institutions or stuff like that, mostly.
That's the default. If you wanted to get more abstract or creative with that, you could, so long as it makes sense and is playable. You could, instead of owing your master something, you could owe, like, you could have a rival that you trained with or something like that. Or maybe you neglected your family while you were gaining these skills or something like that.
You neglected your family to get better at shooting guns.
I mean, so like for example, you could take like having a government interested in you in a negative sense.
Oh yeah.
You're
You
on a
attracted
watch
the wrong
list.
attention. You could be on a watch list.
Like,
That's
I have skill training in espionage because I'm wanted by the federal government.
Yeah, pretty
that
much.
would be pretty awesome.
I have a resource in the government and a negative watched by the government because I was trained by the government as an espionage agent.
Just take skill training in drive and have your license revoked for driving too fast.
So a
Yeah,
livery
I
is a
bumped
fraternity
my
for
skill
adults?
knowledge up to expert.
maybe?
How dare you, Jeff?
Is it like
A
the
livery?
Masons?
Are you talking? You're talking about a livery, Jeff?
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
A livery is like a guild.
Okay.
Yeah, livery companies.
They're just
Like
not
a-
called guilds anymore.
I mean,
Freemason.
it is kind of like a fraternity for grown-ups. That's sort of what guilds are too.
That's the impression I'm getting from the website.
Fraternities are basically guilds for kids.
Is it the livery website?
You went to the livery.com.
I'm on worldtraders.org.
That's not right. It's gotta be livery.com.
Livery.gov?
I'm having
Um,
trouble thinking of negative resources.
Livery.frat.
Could I have gotten so good at guns that I am haunted by a ghost?
Jeff, did mine make sense?
JK.
You could have you might be
No.
able to have an insanity negative resource. Let's see here. But no, generally it is supposed to be outside factors. I'm trying to find that again.
Find what again?
Evo.
I edited my resources. I don't know if I'm gonna take a negative trade or if I'm gonna lower the negative resources and then take an additional skill training. Instead, or increase the negative resources. I'm still a little confused on traits because there's like character concept and motivation and weakness are like the general ideas, but is there like other ones?
Those are suggestions. If you feel like you can describe your character better by going outside those, go for it.
Okay.
Let's see here. So then to go back to the game page. So there's a number of scenarios that I had listed there. If you guys want me to just pick one, I can. Otherwise, if you guys have something jumped out at you that you're interested in.
Did you look at my character sheet ever?
Yeah.
From the concept I gave you, did this seem to fit it?
Oh, yeah.
Can you answer the same question for me?
From the concept
Does,
Rory gave you, does
He
Evo
doesn't-
character
he
fit the
doesn't-
bill?
He doesn't say yes yet. Do I need to make a different character? Because I can and I will.
Oh, no, these characters are good. I like these characters.
Okay.
It's a lie. Don't trust him.
I was hoping for validation a while ago and I haven't gotten
Oh,
any. That's
sorry.
all I'm saying.
I put some of these things somewhat vague, so hopefully you know what I meant by them.
Yeah. I
Yep,
think I'm
I
going to
do.
need to do more solidifying, but in school.
I put more what they were rather than the name of them, so we could think of that later.
And that's good.
Are you talking about for resources?
Mostly I'm talking about for resources,
Okay.
but
Because I just haven't really fleshed out my my resources yet, and so I think I might try to keep them a little vague so that it'll flow, sort of like that.
I suggest. Oh, never mind. All right.
What is that? Why is there a pink box next to energy?
I have the same thing.
Pink is the color of your energy?
That's your current energy.
And then it's got a large box and a small box.
The large box is your max energy, the small box is your regen.
And then we have a small box and a gray box for ether.
Current max.
Why did it put my current above my max?
The current, you just type in a number.
I did not type in a number.
Oh, you can though.
I don't believe you.
So, are we picking the scenarios? Because
Yeah, you can either pick it, or if you want me to pick it, I'll just pick one.
I would say that the first or last one sound cool.
Are we doing some book cover judging here?
Yes.
All right. I think the
Or maybe the second.
first
one.
and
Okay.
third one sound the best. I guess the second one sounds a little quirky. The fourth one has a playful finish, but an oaky overtone.
Oh, you're not. And the final one is you're like stupid and dumb.
Yeah.
That'll be right back.
After there's messages. What kind of positive resources did you all take?
One of mine is called quote filthy fucking rich,
Wow.
and
What did you take that out at? Out of curiosity.
3.
I'm not sure
It's
what's
not
a good
that
score
rich.
for that, or
3 is pretty rich, but
Yeah, I think it's pretty good, but
I
that's
mean,
what I left at. And then my other one is called Top Men.
Top men.
how many of us are noble-born spies?
And
me.
I don't picture this character being rich. I don't really know what else to take for resources. Like friends?
my negative is
Take a collection of comic books.
Jeff had Jeff had
Many leather-bound books.
Jeff had great resources for my last character. One of them was Alleyway Jim, and he was a 3. And the other one was Leonel Scrap, which was, I think, a junkyard.
So, I can't form sentences. So, like, the resources were just, like, people that you knew?
I think in those cases, it would be kind of like a mentor, just the specific name of the mentor. Leonel Scrap is in a place, probably where I could get a bunch of cool shit. And my negative resource was Public Menace, which I thought was pretty cool.
You would think that was pretty cool.
It was hilarious. Like, I had a chainsaw.
Jeff just likes making characters with chainsaws, you know that.
Yo, God, who doesn't?
Just take a helicopter as your resource.
I bought a helicopter, Jeff. I had enough resources. I know I do.
When one of the games that I played with this way back, I had like resources 7 for money and resources 3 for underground weapons dealers or something like that, and that was all I had for resources.
There was
That was
I
the
don't
game
know if
where I was playing the rich dude who just tried to solve every problem by throwing money at it.
together, and we were twins, and we were super rich, like billionaires or millionaires, and I think we had like 8 resources, and that was, and we were both good looking, and that was it.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
You
Okay,
bet.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So I've been asking these guys, but maybe you can answer me a little bit better. Like, what kind of things do you take for positive resources?
Oh, sure. So It's basically the opposite of negative resources. The basic go-tos would be people or organizations that you can turn to or owe you something. You could also choose it to be like money or stuff like that. You could be wealthy. It could be basically anything that would fall under the category of like a social merit in White Wolf, like allies and contacts and stuff like that. Yeah. And if you want to get more creative or abstract with it, that's totally cool as long as it makes sense and I get it.
But there's no way to have more than 5 resources.
To start, there are some inborn features that can give you resources, and ideally, there would be more optional ways to get more resources in a real game.
So, with the highborn inborn feature, like that gave me 10 in family, so I just put all 10 of that into family as a resource. That's correct, or?
Yep, and that's a very powerful resource. Basically, if you call
I just wanted to make sure I did that correctly.
But as an example, if you call upon them 10 times without giving anything back, it drops to 9. So, you know, you got a lot of leeway there.
Could you have a positive resource of a genie at rank 3?
A genie?
Yeah, each wish is 1 use of your resources.
Yeah, I don't know. Seems kind of weird.
That seems like kind of like what you were saying.
Yeah, pretty close.
Damn it.
Can't wish for more genies, though.
While I was gone / yanking my mic out of my computer on accident, did you guys decide on a scenario?
That one.
Number 1, I guess.
So number 1 is that?
If we determine...
Sure, sounds good.
Wait, what?
I
Gets rolled randomly.
I rolled a d5 and rolled a 1.
Buckle up.
That's one of the
that
ones
you
I
said
wanted. So
Does anybody else feel like their character is bad at everything?
yeah,
I feel like I'm good at one thing. I just don't know exactly what it is.
I took ranged instead of espionage. Breaking character. Now my character is somehow good at guns.
I got the impression that if we take a couple of 1s and 2s, we'll probably be okay at a decent number of things.
Yeah.
I could be horribly, horribly mistaken and possibly doomed.
Could you have a positive resource that's an item? Or would basically every time you use it, it goes down?
It would depend on what it did.
How about a helicopter?
They're generally supposed to be things that do tie into the external world. Helicopter might work better, like you might have access to equipment that's stored somewhere or something like that. Well, like a magical sword might be... God, that seems like it worked better as a negative resource. But
Why would that work better than a negative resource?
I don't know. Maybe that's just the evil in me speaking.
I mean, I'll take a negative resource of a magic sword if you let me. Give me marmalade.
No one wants marmalade. That's ridiculous. What a dumb idea.
It did sound kind of like you said marmalade.
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 Or Stormbringer. I mean, you could just give me a Stormbringer. That would be even better. Right, Brandon?
I'd rather have Morgan's sword. I don't remember what her sword's name is.
How about Lever? Can I have Lever?
That's only magical swords that we're aware of.
Ginsu. All right, guys.
Can you
Okay.
have a negative and a positive resource that's the same thing?
Yes, you could.
I have a question that, since we have not started, I feel I can ask it.
Good.
For supernatural types, I thought that it'd be cool to have one that had like two different characters together somehow. I like the Bianaman or whatever.
I do not like the name Biani Man.
But I thought if you had like two characters, kind of like Soul Eater, or if you had one that was like a magical weapon or something like that, that'd be interesting. I just thought about that.
Oh yeah.
Because you're kind of just adding, you had a bunch of them, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of fun too.
Yeah.
That's
I,
it. I'm not trying to stop the game.
I'm definitely interested in, like, people like duo concepts a lot, I think.
Which, yeah, it's not in anything.
Can we start with any gear?
Not
will,
you.
We will gear up when we get ready to play.
Is that 1d5 going from top to bottom? Did we get rainbow reliquies? 'Cause
It
I
was
wanted that one.
top to bottom. That was meant to be rolled top to bottom.
So, is everyone feeling more or less ready to go? Again, this system has been playtested 3 times, so if you're
What could
worried
go
about
wrong?
things being wrong, I'm not.
Yeah. Do what you gotta do.
You
Right?
said you could take negative resources to get a trait? Is that what you had said
Yes.
before? How
I
much
just-
negative
I
resources?
just
do you
sort of
take?
threw it out there, 3 for a trait.
3 for a trait.
Yeah.
Does it strike Ed as wrong to take a weakness trait for 3 negative resources?
I almost did that again. Also,
I mean, I'm not the arbiter of what's good and fun. I mean, I am, but for the most part, I'll take stuff that isn't sure.
think about this: the more we have, the easier it probably is to gain back identity.
I'm taking notes from character creation feedback.
Don't roll the other preludes. Let me pick.
We basically rolled what you wanted.
You did pick the one that people were.
Yeah, no,
so-
you got it right. You got it right. I just don't like chance.
You just got lucky.
Yeah, you got lucky. Don't let it happen. Not again. I don't know, because we're not gonna do it.
Yeah. So you guys
That one's okay too.
more or less ready?
Sure.
Yeah.
Brandon?
Yep, I'm ready.
Cool. All right. We're playing another side. Yeah, intro. Well, the Gargarans and musks of Earth look outwards. The solution lies right next to them, yet impossibly far away. That distance is closing, however, and I fear the king's decree has weakened. If I'm right, things are about to get real messy. You guys are currently in your compound in Boston. It's sort of a black site in downtown. I don't have an exact location for it yet. I will come up with one. But it's basically a wing of an inhabited apartment complex. So there are people there. You just have enough of the area to kind of conduct your own business without, interfering with other people, should you not want to. And yeah, the 4 of you are in basically the break room by now, doing whatever you would be doing, and you can go ahead and describe your characters.
Can't add an image.
All right. We'll just start with me then. My guy is in roughly his early 20s. He's got about medium length, long black hair. His eyes are brown. Generally wears normal clothes. Nothing fancy. He doesn't look like he has bad dress sense. He just doesn't seem to particularly care what he wears. That's it. He's not very he's not very big, I guess. He's on the skinnier side, around 6 feet tall. And oftentimes you'll see him wearing sunglasses.
Sweet. Rory?
Yeah, I'm having trouble uploading a character image, so I
I'm
was just
about
taking
to do the
some-
same.
Um, the aspect ratio issue I'm having is I can't make the video at the bottom small enough to actually hit the button accept on importing a character.
Oh no.
So I can it'll do it, but I can't. The accept button is below the camera.
Oh.
That's what I was saying. Is it's this screen is more narrow than what I'm used to, and that's not working with it.
Sure.
So I don't think I'm going to have a solution to that unless there's.
You can just drag it onto the thing if you find it and save it.
Yeah, and then
on
it
your
says, oh yes, and I can hit back or I can hit X
Sure.
because the accept is below the image and I can't get to it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, I'll either need someone to find me an image or not have to worry about it.
Sure.
At this point, because I
Do you
don't.
want to do you want to link the image and then I'll load it?
Are
You
you?
can just send it to me in chat.
I don't know where it's from. Just a second. That work?
Let's see if I can get it on there.
Okay, so I look like I'm maybe late teens, early 20s. Pretty young looking, very scrawny. Pale skin, slightly bloodshot eyes, dark hair. Just does not seem like he's all quite there at times. Like he's partially sleep deprived, maybe, or something like that. Tends to stay to himself and doesn't talk too much so far.
Sweet. Edward?
Yeah, he's around about 6 feet tall. He's got pretty short, very short light brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard. Generally dresses in not like what you'd see if you looked up nondescript street clothes. Physically fit, but not like super brawny in any way. Tends to keep to himself also, but generally will go along with things that he's supposed to and not object to stuff. Kind of like blue jeans, t-shirt, black jacket, sort of aesthetic. That's pretty much it.
Cool. Brandon?
I put an image up there. Pretty much can't resize it for some reason. Young, typically well-dressed British gentleman. Doesn't speak with an accent. You guys, if we've been working together a while, know I've traveled around quite a bit in general. Pretty stubborn. Otherwise, just normal British guy.
Brandon, I resized your image for you a little
Yes,
bit.
I appreciate that. I saw that.
Hold control down and pull on the corner.
Oh, okay.
If you
I had to
double
go with that picture. He had an excellent suit, and I think the socks and tie matched it very well.
if you double click on it, you'll also get to the place where you can rename it and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Are you wearing a bow tie?
Yes, I am dressed like that, complete with umbrella.
Yes.
Bow tie sound.
It's the height of fashion.
Height of something.
Fashion. You just said it.
Something else starts with an F.
So to explain the area you're in,
Fozziewig?
Fascist.
the supernatural consultant who doesn't really work with you, but is basically, man, to put it nicely, a prisoner of the government. His name is Suit, and he is generally kept in the same floor that you guys are on, but a different room. A lot of the times when you see Major Sheldon speaking with him, you'll see Sheldon out the hallway, but you're not like in the other room. You aren't specifically allowed to go talk to Suit on your own.
Are we allowed to leave?
Yeah. However, as they're kind of on the break room, you guys haven't gotten a first job yet. Sheldon is not there right now, and the phone will ring. There's like a burner cell sitting on a coffee table.
I'll put down the newspaper I'm reading and get it.
Yeah, and you'll hear Sheldon on the other side. Who is this?
Bill,
Good.
what can I do for you?
There's a situation. Not a lot of time here. 2 officers responded to a distress call from the mayor.
Here, let me put you on speakerphone.
Yeah,
I'll try to figure out how to put him on speakerphone.
yeah, you can get him on speaker. It's kind of an old phone, but you can get him on speaker. And you guys can hear, I'll reiterate, 2 officers responded to a distress call from the mayor. You guys can all tell, without having to roll anything, that Sheldon sounds more distressed than you've heard him. And he'll say, the officers were found by backup, mangled. Here, I'm going to send you a picture to your email. One of the officers snapped on their phone. Do any of you have a email that you registered with the company?
No.
Yeah,
I probably would.
I'll take out my smartphone and see what they send me.
I don't have a personal email.
Sure. Well, 2 of you get a 2 of you get a picture, and it's clearly taken from like kind of a, basically like a free version smartphone. So it's a little blurry, but you can very clearly see that there are 2 police officers. Their uniforms are bloodied, shredded in the back. You don't think all of their limbs are attached. It's kind of hard to see. There's a lot of red. But you can't miss that, there at the base of the picture, there's this shimmering sort of rift, kind of slicing through. It looks like space itself. It actually looks kind of like a really bad shop at first glance. But looking through past the rift, it looks like maybe some sort of forest. It's a little strange. And Sheldon will sigh. He'll say, Marty's nowhere to be found. Given the time-sensitive nature of this, I'm authorizing you to patch your communications in with Suit directly. There won't be any time for you to sit and chat with him. Get to Dorchester now. And he hangs up.
What?
Do we have vehicles of some sort here?
Yeah, so about this time, you guys can gear up. Since you chose this one, Major Sheldon is not present, and he's more or less giving you the go-ahead to gear up as you wish. So yeah, you can access the armory if you would like. You also, assumedly, as a black budget government agency, have access to a number of electronics. You can kind of gear up how you'd like to.
How
I want pistols.
Yes, you can get pistols. Let's see here. If
Oh,
you'd like a
man.
little bit of GM suggestion, the basic like the only armor in the armory is like a basic but relatively nice bulletproof vest. If you choose to wear that, that'll give you an armor rating of 4. You probably got some very basic training that suggested you to at least take it with, even if you don't wear it.
I'll
All
probably
right.
put one on from the jump.
I
Specifically,
think that
Jeff, I'd
sounds like a good
I-
idea.
I'd like revolvers.
Sure.
Yes.
Is there a spot on the character sheet for gear, or should that go under
There's
primary?
armor and attacks.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got it.
But since we're not dealing with powers yet, and hopefully by the next session I'll have a real character sheet, that big section of primary, you can put any notes in there you want.
Okay.
I don't know
You
what
said
like,
there's
the
some
stats are on
handguns of
this
some
stuff.
sort.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to look at the other play test
Are-
characters. To
I
get
mean,
the
are we
stats.
allowed to carry? What do we? I mean, do we have like some sort of credentials that, like, if we were stopped by the police carrying, say, a submachine gun, that they would not arrest us?
No, you're not supposed to get stopped by the police.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the
You said the only armor is like flak armor.
Yeah, bulletproof vest.
No like chainmail.
No chainmail. No, he doesn't have any chainmail. Fresh out.
He will visibly frown at the armor that's present. But take one.
Sure.
You said Kevlar?
Yeah. Armor is eventually going to have more types and stuff to it, but for right now, it'll just offer you a 4 rating in armor against all attacks.
Okay.
I would eventually
Yeah.
like that to be more granular.
Do they have any like submachine guns, anything concealable, but fast firing here?
Yes, they do.
I'll take the smallest submachine gun they have.
I'll take 3 revolvers.
I'd like a heavy pistol, and then I'd also like to ask what is the largest gun they have there?
They have a pretty high-powered rifle.
Like a assault rifle, or like a sniper or hunting rifle, or what kind of rifle?
One sec. They have sorry, I'm just looking through some sheets here real quick.
Is
I
there
don't forgive you.
any hitting your friends in this game?
They have they have a rifle capable of semi-auto.
Hmm.
Let's take it. Are there any non-conspicuous big black duffel bags in here?
Yes.
I will put one of those large rifles in there if it will fit.
So the stats for the if anyone's grabbing a rifle, the stats are going to be if you look under attacks, it's going to be 2 + 5 HL. And then in the pink, it's going to be 1-1-1.
Oh, brother. Okay.
What is the weight negative to rifles?
I mean, you probably need at least 2 strength to wield a rifle.
What
Okay.
does what does the plus and then the box with the number in it mean? Anything?
The 2 means that it does 2 damage when you hit with it, and the 5 HL means that for every level of hit, you add 5 damage. So a level 1 hit will do 7 damage, a level 2 hit will do 12 damage.
And 1/1/1 means what?
It means that if you cause a wound to them, they correspond to the 3 wound boxes. That's how much energy that they lose from being wounded by that weapon.
And then plus a box that has a 0 in it means what?
You want to put your agility plus ranged in there.
Gotcha.
Do you have
What is
revolver stats?
Beats for a pistol. Or
I'm going to use pistol stats for now. So pretty much all of these weapons are going to be RAF -12, which I'm just going to paste in here. Pistols will be RAF -6. That's something we'll get into if you guys manage to get into a fight. On the off chance.
I'm not gonna rapid fire anything.
That's ready, aim, fire, right?
RAF applies generally.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Give me this. Start with the stats that I didn't know that I wanted, and then give me the stats that I want.
Was the RAF for a submachine gun?
Basically, we're gonna call it 6 for pistols and 12 for bigger weapons.
Okay.
The there we go. The pistol is going to be 3 + 2 if you're taking a pistol.
You Billy Bod bet.
And is it 111?
Yes.
So now, oh boy. Never mind. I was going to ask questions, but I think I'll just wait until we start shooting things.
Sure.
Assuming we get into combat.
For
I listed some gear under powers. If you can take a look at that rather than like reading off a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
Just let me know if any of that's not okay.
Sure thing.
I'd like some combat knives.
Yep, that's fine.
Ooh, bad idea.
Then I'd like
Oh, I
some
forgot
scraps
to
for some
down
combat knives.
Which is the attack
It's
where
a very
you
important
add?
addition.
Which is the attack where you don't add strength to it? Give me that one, and also not agility.
Uh-oh. Oh, I thought I had knives on someone here.
It's always fun when the rule system's on a bunch of character sheets.
It really is.
I've totally been there before.
For the knife, for now, Rory, we're going to go 2 + 1, and then it's going to be 2-2-2.
Okay.
Or, sorry, it's going to be not 2, it's going to be 1 plus strength plus 1. 2-2-2.
I'm gonna take a rifle instead of the pistol. I don't care.
1 plus strength, and then +1 HL and 2/2/2.
Yep.
1 plus strength, +1 HL, 2/2/2.
Yep.
Okay. Just making sure I had it right.
Ebo, did you take the rifle and the pistol?
As a forward 5. 4 + 5 for rifle.
2 + 5.
2 + 5.
Yeah.
Man, are you sure?
I am.
So the pistol does more damage if you just glance, but less damage if you get a good hit than a rifle. Right? That's the math.
No, I don't think so. Oh, sorry. Level 1 is the minimum hit.
Right, and the rifle is 2 + 5, and the pistol is 3 + 2.
So the rifle will definitely get
7.
1 hit level,
Okay.
so 7.
Okay. I'm with you now.
It's just a math formula that looks weird when you look at it, but it all basically adds up to 7.
Does he have any grenades?
Yep, he does.
You said there's friendly fire, Rory.
Does he have any fragmentation grenades?
He
Is there
has
different
Or no,
kinds of-
friendly fire, white phosphorus grenades.
he has normal grenades. Yes, he would have white phosphorus grenades.
He has normal grenades. By which I
will,
mean white phosphorus.
We will deal with those if and when the time comes. How about that?
Does he have smoke grenades?
You've basically guaranteed.
He has no
going to
smoke
throw-
grenade?
No, he doesn't.
What about tear gas?
Yeah, probably.
Everything looked good on my list.
Last time I checked. I will check one more time.
I haven't updated it since then.
No,
well, I put
that-
nice shoes on there.
I saw the nice shoes. I'm assuming the very first entry is a gun. Is that right?
No, that's a type of hat. That's in my pocket
Oh.
right now. Like
Awesome.
that's the ski mask. That's the ski mask with nothing across the face.
Oh,
Like
okay.
it's the kind that like terrorists use basically, where so you can't tell what they are.
Sweet.
Just in case I want to throw something on quick and not be recognized.
Yep. You are
that's
definitely an
just in my pocket.
off-the-books organization, so if you get caught by the police, it's on you. That's part of the job.
hmm Yeah, I figure that's the last thing I need is my face all over the newspapers. So I have that just in case in my pocket.
Okay.
And then I didn't get any stats other than RAF 12 for the submachine gun.
Ah, yes.
But I'll holster that underneath my overcoat, and the rest of everything will be in my satchel.
Sure. The submachine gun will be, for simplicity, we're just going to say 2 plus 4 HL, 1-1-1,
Okay.
and it's a bit more concealable than the high-powered rifles they're grabbing.
Okay, yep. And that's, I mean, ultimately, I may make sure I look relatively dapper going out of the house.
You can do that.
I'm a fancy little man.
Now, as far as vehicles are concerned, they have they have whatever I guess are any of you a driver character, so to speak? I don't think so, but
I was
gotta
gonna
double
take
check.
drive, but then I didn't.
I have
I didn't-
zero.
I don't-
points of
I don't like.
I don't have a lot of skill points, to be honest.
let's see
So,
here.
who's gonna wing it?
I'll do it.
I-
I'll drive a car. I hate them, but I'll drive it if you
Yeah,
want.
or we could have four
I would-
motorcycles.
Hey, I have a neutral attitude towards cars. Why don't I drive?
Yeah, I guess
It's
that's better.
it's not so much who's driving. I'm not going to make you roll to like navigate inner city traffic, but it's more like they would have asked someone like what to get.
Like an SUV, probably, or something like that.
Get horses.
God damn it! What's the matter with you, man?
He would not have
I
gotten
will-
horses.
Get a nice black Escalade with tinted windows.
Sure, something like
I
that.
will do it.
Sounds good.
I will drive because I think I'm the worst at the non-driving part. So let's hope we can go into combat with cars.
With you in the car? Okay. Alright.
Yes.
So, yeah, you guys can get into your black SUV. And are you guys heading to Dorchester?
Yep.
That's really up to the driver, I guess, right?
Who is actually driving? Did Ebo want to drive?
I am worse at the non-driving part. I can't
I mean-
drive, but
There are a lot of things that aren't driving in this world. Why don't you drive? Since that seems to be the way the wind is blowing.
I'll do that.
That's cool. I'm fine with that. I love this. I'm satisfied.
Is anyone doing anything on the way there? You're going to probably going to be a
Driving.
20 to 30 minute drive.
Yeah, I'm
Ah.
gonna go on my tablet and I'm gonna look to see if there's any news stories or tweets or anything like that about that area.
Okay.
If we've got bloodied cops, we might have, and cell phone pictures, we might have more stuff out there.
Do we know what he meant by patch our communications straight to suit?
Assumedly, you guys have either phones or
I do.
Bluetooth devices or something.
Nope.
And okay. Anyway, those of you who might, there is a standard you have access to that you can enter a code to patch directly into suit, and then he can speak with you. And
Okay.
there's also a camera you can wear that he can see through. You're told not to use it unless authorized, and you're told that he'll know if you use it.
I would like to try to communicate with him. Call him or text him or whatever he prefers, if we know what that is.
He does not text.
Okay. Does he answer?
He
a phone?
prefers my journal.
I guess I'll call him.
Yeah, you can call him. Brand, is there anything you would like to roll to scour the net?
Could I use knowledge with the skill training and current events?
Yes, definitely. And we'll call that a intellect roll. So you would roll
Okay.
3d6
So
and add the aptitude, the skill, and the +1 for the training.
It's expert training, so that's +1 or +3.
It'll be a +1 for now. The expert training,
Okay.
when the system's further fleshed out, would give you some sort of tertiary bonus.
So 3d6 +3 then it looks like, or
3d6 plus your aptitude plus the skill +1.
Okay, my aptitude is 2. The skill is at 3, so
So 6.
so that's 6. Oh, what's the semaphore?
Don't use roll. You just type in the numbers.
You can do a
backslash
backslash
R.
roll if you want to, or you can just type in 3d6 + 6.
There we go.
All right.
That should be off to a pretty good start, guys, right?
It's a very good
We
roll.
did it!
Hey, it's the one thing I'm good at. That's actually my highest anything practically.
So, to give you an example on the difficulty scale, that would be enough for a world-class task. You were looking for a 15.
So I'm just kind of casually looking to see. Oh yeah, I can figure out what's going on in the world right now.
Yeah, as you're looking, there are tweets about what's going on at the mayor's house. Maybe he has a special someone over. I heard some screaming. Maybe we should get over there. There's definitely some tweets about someone thinking they saw a news helicopter. That type of stuff.
Which news station?
Oh, shit. What's a Boston news station? I'm
W-
tempted to just say Channel 8, but...
EST.
Boston
Channel
Globe.
8 Boston.
What'd you say?
WCVB, Channel 5, Boston News.
Boston
You-
news
isn't
station,
that a
Channel
Boston
4,
Globe?
we're gonna go.
Boston
What'd you
Globe is
say,
a newspaper, not famous for their helicopter having.
We're gonna go with Channel 4.
You just... I looked it up and everything!
What'd you
And
say?
now it's like WCVB, Channel 5, Boston News, Weather and Sports.
That's it. Channel 5. Channel 5 is on the scene, apparently, in a helicopter
Wow.
somewhere.
CDB.
Do they have any footage going out on their website or on their channel?
No, all they've made is a tweet. They haven't posted anything online about
Okay.
this at all.
Can I get the phone number of the person who's there?
In the helicopter?
Yeah.
You might need to do some, like, hacking or something to get that.
Well, I mean, like, if they're a news correspondent, they probably have some sort of public profile. I mean, they're a public figure to begin with, and they would probably not be hiding the fact they're associated with the news.
You can probably get access to a number. You're not confident it's like a cell they'd be carrying in a helicopter.
Okay.
Cell phones and
Oh,
helicopters are a winning combo.
I'll just keep that just in case we want to attempt to call somebody who's in a helicopter
Sure.
over the scene.
Just as a note,
Hey, it could prove useful.
you said that they basically gave us smartphones and gear.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. I would have probably just left it up on the table back in the place.
Okay.
Mm.
You get it. You don't like modern stuff.
Ed.
You like old stuff.
Ed, you can call suit.
Yeah.
He doesn't say anything.
Have you heard about this situation in Dorchester?
Yeah, some sort of rift.
Well, apparently I've heard more than we have, but, well, the picture was real. Could very well be something like that. What do you know?
Well, be careful. Any number of things could come out of something like that.
Oh, good. I thought there was a limit to the number of things. Is there anything you can offer whatsoever? We're basically possibly looking for something that can rip the back off of a couple of cops that came out of whatever that shape in the photo was.
I don't have that photo. Can you show me?
Yeah, I'll send him the photo
Sure.
by some way or other.
He'll look it over for a bit, and you can sort of hear, dangerous. You'll hear kind of a light metallic clacking.
what have you heard about the rift? If you didn't get this from the same source as us.
They open up from time to time. I haven't heard of too many recently being opened in the U.S. Mostly in Asia.
All right. Do you know what is on the other side?
Well, the other side. But it looks like from these photos you're potentially dealing with, well, Fulmar.
What approximately is that?
Clawed beasts, not too fast, not too agile. Strong, though. Don't let them touch you. Razor sharp.
Okay. Well, I suppose I'll let the others know.
I assume you're looking for the mayor.
More or less.
Hmm. You might want to get a move on if you're unable to find him. Well, if he's through that thing, doesn't look like one that's going to last forever.
All right. Sounds good. Well, I'll keep in touch.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll
Are you
hang
guys
up on
going to
it.
head there?
Yeah, I'll take a look though. I mean, we have a pretty clear understanding of where exactly this opened up, right?
Yeah, you have the address of his house. It's a pretty big, like, 2-story, 4-bedroom type of house.
I'm just gonna take a look quick at Google Maps
Mhm.
and get an idea of what the surrounding terrain and everything looks like.
Yeah, Dorchester's sort of like a historical district. So there's a lot of apartment buildings that are like older brick buildings that have been renovated and stuff like that. It's relatively flat in that area, but it is a pretty busy residential suburb, basically.
Does he have like any kind of yard or grounds, or is he like right up against the other buildings?
Pretty close against other houses, but they all have yards. Looks like he's got a pretty baller porch. You see some American flags sticking out, stuff like that.
From the picture of the rift, that was inside or outside?
It looked like a living room.
Okay.
Yeah, and you guys can eventually get there. By the time you get there, you will see a Channel 5 news van parked outside there. They don't seem like they're willing to go past the sidewalk. Like maybe this isn't their first rodeo. And there are a bunch of police vehicles, and they've kind of taped off the area.
So who wants to deal with the police?
Not it.
Are we there yet?
Now let's get a move on.
This appears to be the place.
Jeff, do we have any, like, are we in league with the police somehow? Do we have any credentials for it?
No.
Jeff, you said there's one news van?
Yeah.
Do they have a camera set up?
You haven't seen anyone outside the news van. Alright, sorry, there's a couple people like gawking on the sidewalk, but there's not a cameraman, there's no camera.
Yeah, are there police around? Sorry.
Yeah, there's a bunch of police cars, and there's a bunch of yellow tape that they're just starting to put up.
What time of day is it?
It's maybe 8
We're not like
the
driving
morning?
up and parking right in front of this, are we?
in the evening.
Well, I guess that's up to Brian. Where are we
Because
parking?
I'd urge you to drive past and maybe not just like pull up and park at the scene of this.
Okay. Do you have an idea of where to go?
Well,
Drop me off a block away.
Does it look like if we go around the block that there's ways to go through yards to get to the backyard of this place?
Yeah.
Let's
You want me
let's
to meet you in the
pull
backyard?
over like a block away and see if somebody can get into the place without these guys watching us. And I'll show you, Rory, since you don't seem tech savvy and you don't have you don't have a smartphone or anything, I'll show you what the overview of the area looks like on my tablet.
I'll frown at the bright light. Oh, God.
Yeah, it looks like the guy has a
Well, you're holding a
fence.
bright light because it's night out.
Right, but it's
Yeah,
a
he'll
bright light
frown but
with a
nod.
map.
Yeah.
It's a magical glowing map.
Jeff, I'll get out of the car.
Huh?
I'd like to sneak up to the van.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do that. You can roll your agility plus espionage.
And I have training in stealth.
Sweet. Yeah. So, again, with all the people around, that was a difficult test, which is a 17. So, you're good.
Ooh.
Is it locked?
Are you trying it?
Like, I'd go at, like, the back, like, loading entrance of it, and just see if the handle is locked.
You can pull the handle all the way.
Okay. I'll step into the van.
As you open it, you will see that there is, you want to toss me a d6? High is good for you? Okay. Yeah, there is, a man who is asleep on a small cot, and another man whose back is to you, who is apparently working on some electronics, and there's a camera that's sitting kind of precariously on the ground.
I'm
They
gonna
have
pick
not
up.
noticed you.
I'm gonna pick up the camera,
Okay.
and I'm gonna take it. Do I see any other like video surveillance gear?
Probably.
Basically, I'm gonna try to grab stuff that looks like they wouldn't be able to use this without it, and take it away.
Okay.
And you
You're
grab, like, a
attempting to disable them is your idea?
Yeah, the idea is to disable their ability to record or broadcast this.
You can make a perception check if you would like.
Okay, I'm imagining my training in perception and sense is not going to apply.
Oh. I'll let it apply to this, actually.
They're thinking, why are there no batteries in anything? I swear we had
Intellect?
batteries when we left this nation.
Intellect, yes. Sorry.
Okay, intellect plus perception.
I think it's funnier if scent applies to this.
Oh, that's an F.
J3F6.
Yeah. With a 22,
potato.
Rory, you realize that if you had any interest of impersonating them, there is a spare news shirt that's kind of hanging.
Oh yeah, I'll grab that also if I can, with the cameras and stuff. That's probably better than just disabling it. That's what I was really just going for.
Yeah, you can casually grab the shirt.
And the camera stuff?
Yep.
I'll walk back to the car.
Yeah, as far as you're aware, you don't think the guy woke up, and the other guy seemed pretty intent on what he was working on.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just
Hey.
walk back to the car.
You can get there.
I picked up the stuff if someone wants it. I'll put it in the back of the car.
I thought you were going to go into the house.
I didn't say that.
Why don't we try to get into
You
the...
want me to go in the house?
Well, let's see what's going on in there first.
Okay.
What do you mean?
I'll take my directional mic out of my satchel and start hooking it up in the direction of the house.
Okay.
Yeah, I use technology and you don't.
I'm gonna start sneaking back towards the house.
Are
I'll
the
chuckle at you.
police
So-
mostly on the street side of the house?
They are. Brandon, you might know more about directional mics than I do. There is a wood fence. I don't know if that would stop that.
It's not gonna stop it more than the walls are.
Okay.
But I mean, these are intended to go through like walls and things like that.
Yeah, you're
Usually,
gonna hear
with directional, like good directional mic, you're talking like 1,000 feet,
okay.
maybe.
I mean, you're gonna hear a muffled sound that sounds hellish. Like there's something kind of like this sort of weird undulating sound that you're not familiar with at all.
I'll be right
The device is gonna crackle and static quite a bit.
I don't know if this is actually what's going on or if this is just a malfunction. We might need to get somebody to go in there.
I'm going. Jeff, I'm going to circle around to the back of the house, basically, to avoid most of the police.
Yeah.
Here, take this.
What do you
Give him
handing me?
a little. Well, I don't know if your character knows, but I'll just give him a little GPS tracker.
What's this for?
It's so we can tell where you're at. We don't want to lose track of you. Or we
I'll
won't
stick
be
it
able
in
to
a
help you get
pocket
in trouble.
and go in the back.
I'll pull that up on my tablet so we know where he's at,
Yeah,
just in case.
you can track.
We're
him.
talking about dimensional rifts. If we lose him off the GPS system, hey, maybe we fell through a rift.
Jeff, can you explain the scene again?
Yeah, you guys are parked either on the side or behind the block, basically, and there's a big 2-story, like 4-bedroom house. You can actually look up his house if you care to. It's a nice house.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of police who have basically taped off the front of his lawn and are preventing people from going in. They are not really doing a thorough job in the backyard and behind the place. Yeah, that's sort of what things are. And Reeve has just gotten out and is heading towards the house again.
But the thing is supposed to be inside the building?
It looked like a living room picture.
Okay.
Is the living room in the front of the house, judging by where the... Can we see windows in the picture? Can we figure out from, like, having driven past, like, where in the building exactly it might be?
Yeah, you can make a check for that. See what would seem appropriate.
I'm guessing engineering, which I don't have, but maybe somebody does.
Let's do
About
intellect
present?
plus engineering.
So I could do 3d6 plus 2.
I would also allow intellect plus espionage, actually, because that would be appropriate for trying to break into a place.
I could
Casing
do
a
that
joint.
I could do that at a 4. I got 7.
You're
It's
not
in the attic.
entirely
It's
sure.
obviously in the attic.
So is there any fumbling in the system? Because 3 1s is about as close to fumbling as you can get in any of these rolls.
There isn't yet. So, the difficulty of a routine task, like one you probably shouldn't need to roll for, is 11. So
Obviously, they keep the
yeah.
living room in the attic. I'm
I'll
certain
keep
of
that
it.
in mind. Is anybody else going with me, or am I the only person sneaking to
Also,
the back?
I sort of missed what we were doing,
I'm gonna kibitz
but
a
I
little
was
here.
planning on
Um,
sneaking into the house.
He's
since,
gonna sneak into the house, and we're watching my tablet, which is showing his location on GPS.
I was planning to
and
try to
we're-
sneak in with him.
Cool.
Well,
you
then
should.
sure,
That would be good.
because I don't need it.
How about
I'll
you,
give
Evo?
you-
You want to stay in the van with me?
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that no police or whatever come in, and I'm going to try to intercept them if I see them moving towards it.
So I'll give Ferris the tracker thing that Bill handed me instead.
Sure.
Whatever.
Do you guys have earbuds, communication, anything like that with us? Are we gonna be able to talk to you?
When I get back, you can talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would be willing to like put in a earbud or something from my phone. I think
that would be good. Well, why don't we do that so that we can
I
talk
I mean,
to
I
each other
probably
once
have
you
like
get inside.
a Bluetooth ear thingy, which I'd put in for you.
Mhm.
I don't have
Okay.
a phone with me, so
So we'll make sure before Reeve
I know
leaves.
you don't read. You don't
that
need to
Ferris
describe
goes
every
with him,
technical
and
item you
that
don't
he
have.
can talk to us.
Okay. So two of you are sneaking in the back. You can both make another stealth check. This is a fairly easy task, given how focused the police are at keeping the media away.
What is this roll?
It's going to be agility plus espionage, and you're looking for a 13. The thing I was going to interject earlier, but I think everyone was cool with how things played out. If you happen to be playing a high identity character, spending a point of identity and citing an appropriate trait, so long as you can think of a way that the trait applies, will give you a +7 to a roll that you have already made.
What's your
Okay.
identity based on again?
I believe it's resolve plus presence.
Yep.
Okay. That looks correct.
Yeah, so a fairly easy task is a 13. So both of you are able to successfully sneak in. You don't need a roll to climb over the fence. It's like a wooden
Good.
fence. It's pretty easy to scale. But yeah, you can get into the backyard. I mean, there's nothing in the way of like children's toys or tree forts or anything set up. This doesn't look like the home of a family man. But there is a sliding glass door on a back porch.
I'll go up to it.
Yeah, you can make a perception check.
Is scent relevant?
No, not this time.
Okay. I'm gonna have to ask because that's one that's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be right back.
The shirt didn't smell too good, so.
I was really curious how training in scent would work also. But I thought it was appropriate for what I told you.
I like it.
Intellect plus perception, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you will notice that there is a sticker there for a security system.
I'll point it out to Ferris.
As often as not, those things are just stickers. Let's go for it. I'll check the glass door and see if it's locked or anything.
Yeah. No, he doesn't keep it locked in the middle of the day. Or in the middle of the evening.
Alright, I'll slide it open.
Yeah, it was just a sticker. No alarm goes off. Or it's been tripped by the police, you're not sure which. But yeah, you can open the door, nothing happens. You can see into a kitchen. It's a very nice kitchen. This house might be like 700K house. It's nice. It's got sort of like marbled countertops, very clean. There's probably a cleaning service, you would guess.
I'm gonna draw my pistol at this point.
Oh yeah, I'll pull out 2 revolvers
Okay.
when I see Ferris drawing weapons.
Suit, described a certain type of creature. Large, not particularly fast, sharp claws, very strong.
Close with them. Got it.
Alright, I'll start kind of moving in.
Yeah, it's a pretty big kitchen. You can get to the door that you're pretty certain leads to the living room that was pictured.
What does it smell like here, Jeff?
Sterile. Maybe
Okay.
cleaned within the last day.
I mean, blood has a very distinctive smell.
I know. Blood has a distinctive smell.
Oh,
I've had it right.
as you get closer to the door, Rory, you're not going to smell any rotting, but it smells like something happened in there, for sure. Yeah.
I think this is the right door.
Well, after you.
I'll motion for you to go first.
Okay, I guess I will go first to them. I only have one gun. You're rocking 3, I guess. So
One's still holstered.
Yeah, as you get in there, you're going to see that there's a living room with a really large Uh, Probably a very expensive carpet that's laid out throughout most of the room, with a rich person's catalog style of couch and sofas, a couple ottomans. There's a TV on the far wall. It's pretty big. There's on top of the coffee table this break in your vision. It's again, like I described, it looks like it's shopped, but seeing it with your own eyes, it is so strange that it's actually real. From any angle you look into it, you think you see kind of a forest, but it's a bit odd. You don't need to roll anything to realize that it's quite a bit smaller than the one that was pictured. It's clearly shrinking. And there are the bodies of two police officers who are laying face down. Their backs are scratched. There's a lot of blood, and it's pooling throughout the ground. And there's you're gonna find one arm on a sofa and one leg sitting on a recliner.
What exactly with regard to this thing?
Please repeat, sorry.
What exactly was our assignment with regard to this thing?
They
Save the mayor?
Yeah, save the mayor. Yep.
I'm gonna...
Jeff?
Yeah,
Sorry, go
go
ahead.
for it. Well, I was just gonna say, like, into the Bluetooth thingy, we better try to go into this thing. It's shrinking. We're not gonna have too long.
Well, then we should probably head in. What do you think, Cyril?
If he feels it's the right thing to do, we can.
Jeff, while they're talking, I'm gonna go up to the one of the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Put away my left-hand firearm and hold my hand. Use it as like clawed up back.
Yeah.
I'm holding my hand like close to the claw marks. Does it look like something that would be like small, big, huge, from the claw size compared to my hand?
You're pretty sure if you had 6-inch claws on your fingers, it would be about right?
So probably not bigger than a bear,
Probably not.
and probably bigger.
All right.
I'll
Looks
get
like
out
it's
of the
at
van
least
and
human
start sneaking
size.
that way.
Okay.
You said there's like magazines and stuff, Jeff?
What?
So is there like a magazine on the coffee table or anything like that? A coaster?
There's a remote and a one coaster, yeah.
I'm gonna grab the coaster and throw it through the portal.
Yeah, it lands on the forest floor.
I'll look at
Yes,
Ferris.
I'm gonna go with Bill.
It's,
He's not gonna particularly. He might crouch down a little bit to try to mimic whatever Bill's doing, but
I'm winging it. I'm not
Sneaking.
like exceptionally stealthy.
You guys can both roll a
He's like,
I have
Jovial
a
plus
feeling-
espionage, and we'll see where it goes.
I have a feeling that Bill's idea of a spy and Reeves' idea of a spy are the opposite ends of spies. Both very legitimate spies, but very different
no.
for how they
Oh,
function,
yeah.
maybe.
All right.
You probably know more fieldcraft
did
than
it?
I do.
Yeah, you guys can
legitimate spies.
scale the fence, and you guys can get in there. You can get through the kitchen, and past the kitchen is the room I described earlier, where there's the mangled police officers. A limb on the sofa, a limb on the love seat, or sorry, recliner. And you see your companions in there. This
I'm
sort
gonna
of
take one of their badges.
Yeah, you can do that. This shimmering rift is much smaller than it was in the picture. Still probably
Based
big
on
enough
the
to get. Go ahead.
based on the picture, uh, and the size now, could I try to make an estimate as to how long we would have before it will be too small for us to fit?
You could. Is there something you would like to roll for that?
I was thinking intellect plus logical systems.
Perfect.
Are we in the room now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, can I look around really quick? Just like a quick spot check? See if anything looks weird.
There's a lot of weird looking things up here.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
nothing sticks out.
And with a 14, you would guess like maybe at most a couple days before a human can't fit through it.
Okay.
But your instincts lead you that you would need to examine it further.
Because it's not necessarily going to be changing size at a rate that we can predict from two momentary observations.
As you're looking at how it's fluctuating, your instincts tell you it might be more of an exponential rate than a linear rate.
Okay.
Jeff, one other observation, what I wanted to think, where it opened, did it look like it intersected with anything in, like a furniture or anything like that?
Yeah, directly on top of the coffee table.
What does the coffee table look like where it shrunk?
What do you mean?
Did it leave a mark on the coffee table where it was and isn't anymore?
No.
So it just seems like it coexisted with the matter and didn't interact with it.
Hard to say.
Like there's not a cut or a scratch or discoloration.
There is not, no.
Okay.
So well, is anything that really sticks out to me as like weird in this besides the stuff that you mentioned?
The rift and the dead police officers are definitely weird. It's weird that there's a limbs on the sofa and the recliner. Do you have biomedicine?
No, I have spot.
Yeah, you can make a perception check.
We lost Brandon.
And dead. Hope they're okay.
We know who went through the portal first.
Okay, and that is
Intellect plus
Intellect?
perception.
plus perception.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use my skill training in spot. Okay. I think that just goes off, right?
Yeah. I mean, with a 19, like, man, with wounds like that, you're pretty sure there's little to no reason why a creature would need to rip off a limb.
Did anybody else just crash and burn?
You and Brandon.
You and Brandon.
Brandon
We
did.
lost.
What's that? Oh,
Brandon.
I can't see Jeff right now either.
Jeff is very much here.
And very much alive. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
What?
Tom Riddle says, and very much alive during one of the parts of it.
Okay. I'm gonna get a drink while people are refreshing them.
Sure. Maybe we need to. Let's see here. Hey, Edmond.
Oh, damn it.
Do you see me, Ed?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh.
You and Evo just popped into focus.
Do you see Rory?
Well, I see Rory's room.
Okay. We don't have Brandon yet, but he's
You-
redded, so I don't think he's even in here.
You're coming in pretty choppy at this moment, for what it's worth. But that
Okay.
might not be your fault.
I do not know.
I was having some weird semi-internet outages earlier today, so
Sure.
it's possible that we're having a recurrence. But
I'll be right back then.
And Jeff's also really lagging for me, but. I don't
and
know
you're
if I-
lagging for me. Huh.
No Brandon yet?
No. 9.
Unlieblich.
Schneewittchen is sneaked here. uh, Bill Jr. is sneaked here. Er ist kaputt.
Er ist tot.
Sehr tot.
Hmm.
Hast du vergessen? Er ist der Todmacher.
Mentos. Das Todmacher.
Yes.
Ja.
Laced with cyanide.
I wonder if Brandon's internet died. Did he take Ed with him?
Ed's still here.
I'm here. Can't you see me?
I can't.
Am I a ghost?
It's just you both disappeared at the same time.
Well, the thing that I was having earlier is like, it wasn't like no internet coming through the pipes. It was like, pages would load really slow, only load part way, like the thing where you'll get like the plain text version of the website, and sometimes just not load at all. And I was kind of thinking that that might have been a problem farther up the pipes than our modem.
Brandon asked if just sent me a text asking if it dropped for everyone else. He says his internet is working.
What?
Looking
Right
at
now?
Jeff for what
Okay,
has
I
she
was
done?
talking about earlier.
I can load this website.
Should he refresh by refreshing or something?
Rachel's having problems with her internet too, so wondering if
Yeah. If you're communicating with him, tell him to go to like just normalhouserule.com and see if you can load that site. And then if you can, just try refreshing. Are you guys torrenting some like crazy porn?
Hey, there we go.
Hey man.
Hello.
Can you see us, Brandon?
am I a ghost?
Brandon, can you see and hear us?
Yep, I'm here. I'm not sure why it did that, but it appears to be functioning now.
You and Ed dropped at the same time, so it might be a Winona thing.
It was saying something about like a certificate. It wanted like a certificate password or something like that. So I just ended up shutting everything down and reloading it.
Interesting.
It does seem to be going very slow. Like the camera images are really jerky for me tonight.
Sorry,
That
I'm
was
just
the first issues I had had.
just making sure our HTTPS certificate isn't expired, but I think we're good.
It is, however, not loading my character.
I did actually have issues with
Try
that
opening
yesterday.
it in another page, Brandon. That sometimes has made it work.
Yeah,
So if you right click it and open a new
that's what I've
document.
been. Yeah, that's or a new tab. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. Oh, well, if I can't get in there, I can't get in there. Maybe I'll open it a little bit.
Through the portal.
Alright.
Yeah. So
There we
Please
go.
wait.
I'll say, are we going through the portal?
That's what Ferris said to do.
Okay. And Cyril will walk through.
Yeah, I'll
Reed will
go.
follow
I'll follow him.
Yeah. At this point, you can tell that you can walk through if you stand on the coffee table. If it got much smaller, you're pretty sure you'd have to dive through.
I will stand on the coffee table and walk through.
Sure.
We're leaving bloody footprints everywhere here, aren't we?
Oh yes. Anyone who
Yeah,
examined
just
the
making
body,
sure.
for sure.
Can I avoid stepping in the blood? I have nice shoes.
Yeah, if you'd like to.
And these guys have the body examining under control.
I'll leave bloody footprints on the coffee table.
Yeah, as you guys step through,
I'm gonna snap a picture of the portal with my cell phone first.
Yeah, you can do that.
Ideally with Reeve stepping through it.
Man, unfortunately, your pictures just look like terrible shops, but you know it's real. I mean, you know. You guys can step through the portal. On the other side, it's a little chilly, maybe like 45 or so. You can look around. There's a kind of a misty forest. Pretty large trees. It all looks relatively normal, except oddly foggy. Everything seems a little too blue tinted, but that's about it. You do
What sort of
land on
trees?
solid ground. Like a
Are
large,
these the kind of trees we'd expect to see in Boston, or
they're like
or
sort
are
of like,
these
like a thick oak tree sort of thing.
but like are they appropriate for the area? Are they more appropriate for a different area?
They don't scream Boston. Jeff isn't super aware of what trees exist in Boston, but
There would be some oaks on the East Coast.
sure.
There's like a full forest though.
Yeah, you land on solid ground. Feels like dirt. You see the coaster that you threw through earlier. It's just sitting
I
on the
pick it
ground.
up and throw it back through.
Yeah, as you look around, you can see that the portal already has gotten much smaller. If you wanted to leave, you'd probably have to, jump by now.
I won't throw it back.
Seasonally,
I'll stop
doesn't
myself from
seem the
throwing it
same.
back through.
Let's see. Boston in January is probably pretty cold. Maybe a little
Really
lower
cold,
than,
yeah.
maybe lower than 45. So probably not.
I won't throw the coaster back through, Jeff.
Okay.
Maybe
it's
it's a
41 in
function of
Boston
math.
right now
Maybe it's a function of
and
math
raining.
instead of time.
Let's just try
That
to
sounds
get
like
them.
a go forward to me.
But it seems similar season-wise and temperature-wise on this side, or no?
I mean, I guess it's a little hotter. It's not raining. You can look up and you see canopy. You're not really sure what kind of weather it is.
Does it smell like a forest?
Yeah. Yeah, it smells wet, but yeah, it smells like a forest.
I'm gonna take out my drone.
Sure.
Send it up over the trees.
I'm gonna walk up to
Yeah.
a tree.
I mean, you'll notice immediately that you control it with your phone. Is that right?
No, I got a joystick, but the feed for the video will go to my tablet.
Sure. I mean, your tablet
Provided that, right. Provided
tablet
that things
is-
function the same way here.
they're functioning fine, but you can tell that you're not connected to any cell service or anything like that.
Well, I'll check my smartphone. Are there any networks, wireless networks, anything?
No networks, no data.
Okay.
While he's setting up his drone, I'm gonna walk up to a tree.
Okay. You can walk up to a tree.
It's just like one of those little quadcopters I had in my satchel, so.
Sure.
I'll pick a leaf.
Mm-hmm. You can do that.
I'll bite the leaf.
It's poison.
It bites.
I mean, it's oak. Yeah, I'm not gonna eat it. It is poison.
Yeah, you can. How high does it go? Like more than 40 feet?
Yeah. Much higher.
You can go a couple hundred feet up.
Sure.
Basically within range of your radio frequency for controlling it. I mean, like, we're talking a pretty decent range.
and
They
it's
use them
it's
off of
sending you live
skyscrapers.
pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get it above the canopy. It's pretty thick, but the thing's probably strong enough to get through like a break in the leaves and
This
stuff.
would be one of those little ones. I mean, so it's about the size of like a dinner plate.
Okay. Yeah, when you bust through the canopy, you see what just looks like a vast, beautiful, starry night sky, and that's about all. It looks just absolutely enormous. Zero air pollution, completely zero light pollution for that matter, just completely clear.
I'll record all of this.
Do you have any knowledges that would be appropriate? Do you have the skill knowledge?
I have skill knowledge, and I have current events and geography as skill trainings in it.
Oh, yeah, you could apply geography with intellect, if you'd like.
Okay, so... $20?
Yeah, with a 20, it registers in your mind that you don't recognize a single constellation in these stars.
And if I had service, I could actually go and check that, but I'll just record all of this on my tablet.
I have that app.
Do you have it bookmarked? Maybe it's in your buffer. Have you checked it in the last couple weeks?
I'm gonna try to look around and see if I can see any obvious signs of the passage of creatures in this area.
Yeah, you can make a perception check.
Can I help?
All right.
Go ahead.
That's intellect and perception. Is that
Yes, correct.
right?
You don't use survival to track in this system, thankfully.
We just keep rolling the same thing as each other over and over again, don't we?
Except for those 3 ones.
The game
Yeah,
cheats.
you didn't follow me on that one.
Yeah, I'm hoping none of us follow you on that one. Except for
Let's
Jeff.
let that one pass.
Jeff can follow you on that one.
Jeff's turn.
The two of you can find a path that looks like it goes through the woods. It looks like it's making no attempt to hide its tracks. God, with a 20 and a 17. These look like clawed footprints, maybe of a human-sized creature. One of them you're guessing is carrying something pretty heavy, based on the very fresh imprints, compared to the other ones.
Can we tell how many?
toes?
What, Rory?
How many toes?
Oh, you guys can tell that it's about 2 creatures, each with like 5 clawed toes.
Are
foot.
they forward-facing perpendicular? Are they splayed? Is there a hind claw?
No.
Zero is gonna say.
What? You can't be no to all of
None,
those.
none of the above.
Zero is gonna say. Be careful.
They're
and,
strictly perpendicular to the ground.
I mean, Jeff, basically the orientation of the toes helps tell species, or at least general.
For the
family.
people who are making the checks, we're looking at human clawed toes.
So they're forward-facing parallel toes.
Zero's gonna say, "Be careful and don't wander off," and he's gonna follow the tracks.
Cyril, are you on point?
He's walking forward through the woods.
I'd say that as you start to leave.
He's just gonna shrug.
All
I
right,
don't know what on point means.
going first. What's most likely
You
to
can-
come for danger?
Yes.
All right.
He's gonna walk through the woods.
Cyril and Ferris, you guys can toss those checks again as you're walking through the woods.
Jeff, I'm gonna follow behind them and take rear guard.
Okay.
I also have survival if needed.
Did we lose Brandon again?
He looks really
Oh.
happy. I don't know if we've lost him or not.
And also possibly Ed, but I saw his roll.
I think it's a
We
one
got
element thing.
You got the roll out there. That's what counts.
I'm guessing HBCI is up to some shenanigans, maybe.
Hey, Brandon's back.
Hey,
Yeah,
man.
You have a really awesome image of yourself there.
yeah, I see it.
Yeah, you look so happy and kind of mischievous.
I'll move to the center of the group and follow with them with my drone up above.
Okay.
So it's Cyril, Ferris, Bill, Reeve.
Um,
Order probably then.
Yeah, I mean, this is not super important, I guess, but depending on how good of a camera you have in your drone, I don't know if it's just like a phone camera or like a real camera, but
I would probably have whatever I could get with my money.
like if you've got like a nice DSLR on this, you're pretty sure you could make some money on these just as stock photos because it's so clear.
This is more than just stock photo money. This is getting a mayor back is a lot less important than, like, say, giving this to NASA.
NASA will just think it's fake. Oh, those stars don't comport to any constellation diagrams that we have, so they're not real.
Oh, we'll see.
Nice fake sky, though.
I'm definitely recording everything though because it's this. We may very well be the first people here, and this is like an earth-shaking, revelation when it comes right down to
one
it.
thing you can confirm is that all of the electronics you've tried thus far are working just fine.
We just don't have a cell or satellite network.
So the two of you who are making those
All right.
perception checks, a 13 and a 15, as you guys are continuing on, you two will notice that there are two other sets of tracks out in the woods flanking you. And you have about 3 seconds to react to that.
Jeff, you had only people who were tracking make perception checks. People who
Cyril
were
has
just
his
standing
gun out.
guard shouldn't have been making a perception check.
Out in the back,
double
no.
check. Okay.
Raise my gun and look out for.
Cyril,
Yeah, I'm
you're
gonna
reacting?
pull my gun and. Yeah,
Okay.
he's pulling out his gun and he's gonna.
Yeah, you
Ready.
guys will all see that the two people on the lead are clearly spooked by something.
He's going to not be spooked by it, and he is going to say we're being flanked. Also, I don't know how many seconds we have.
Yeah, you can do that.
I'm gonna.
But he'll do that as he's pulling out his weapon.
I'll start bringing my drone back.
I'll
That
draw
might
my
take a little bit.
firearms and cover the group.
Okay, and you guys can all make a reflex check.
My drone.
What is that?
It should be 3d6 plus your reflex stat.
Oop, I mistyped that.
Ferris is good at that.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't know what this is for, can I actually, I don't really know if I have anything that would allow me to use identity.
And how do you get identity back again?
Not super well defined. You're going to get it back over time, downtime that's spent not doing anything else. You're also going to get it back if one of your traits comes into play in a negative fashion.
Ah.
So very much like fate points.
Jeff, I can't add things to the turn order, if that matters. I think only you might be able to do that.
Oh, it's because it's mine.
Alright.
Oh, no, I see your guy.
I'm going to use this picture for now.
Well, nobody's showing up in initiative. How about that? Might not
I
have
see
ownership.
myself.
We got you, Rory.
Okay, he's not showing up for me, so I can't add an initiative. Is what I'm saying. I seem to have ownership.
Tell Ebo what your number is, and he'll put it in.
13.
What is it?
13.
Oh, these guys are not good at this.
What is the initiative roll? Sorry.
Not bad. 3d6 plus reflexes.
Hey, Jeff,
Oh, I rolled it already.
If you're planning on using the battle board even for anything, is there any chance we can unclutter it?
Oh, it's gonna be Mind's Eye for tonight, for sure.
I just meant for like even general associations or relationships.
Sure. I'll try to put
I didn't mean
stuff
for like
I
actual.
don't
yeah.
think is
Didn't
related
like
on the
actually
right.
squares.
How about that? Yeah?
Yeah. Because then we can put our marching order and stuff like that at least.
Yeah, there we go.
So
Okay,
where
this
which is
person
the
does
from
not
which
exist.
side?
Polly does not exist. Sedair does not exist. Dunan does not exist.
Dunan exists everywhere at once. I'm confident that that guy will never die.
And the character is guy with the gun. That is Ferris, probably. I'm gonna. We've got some internet shenanigans going on, so I'm gonna try and hopefully get Ed back.
Okay.
The internet sucks.
Kill it.
Yeah, I see on Reddit posts of people getting that Google Fiber installed, and I'm just like, oh, screw you. I want that shit.
What is Google Fiber?
It's Google's
Is that-
internet that's like 1,000 times faster than normal internet for like a third of the price or some bullshit.
Yeah.
But it's only available to like people Google likes.
No,
It's-
it's only available to like 5 cities.
It's like Kansas City, Austin, some other places.
Is
They're
it
talking
in
about
Ohio,
bringing
I
it to the
think?
city I live in, but maybe that'll never happen. I don't know. We'll see. I think they wanted to do it in major metropolitan areas, but they've been testing it on like smaller, large cities.
Okay.
I think Chicago's on the list.
Probably eventually. Probably right around the time I leave.
If there's any huge internet like center of the world that needs it, it's Chicago and LA, because they're both terrible.
I just figured out my trait while wanting to roll something that I found out that I needed.
Nice.
I'm like, wow, that is everything my character says, but not in a trait, so I can't use identity for it. How dumb. I have smartened. I have sentience.
The smartening.
Smartening.
So Jeff, how does
That's
Wrath
what it'll
work
be
again?
called.
How does what work?
Wrath?
Oh, yeah. I can explain this since I think Ed may or may not remember it. When you're using a gun, you can just shoot it. And it costs 3 energy to make the attack if you want all 3 dice, or less if you want less dice. And you take your wrath as a penalty to attack. So that's like, if you're just like a gangbanger who's got a pistol and you're holding it sideways and you're just going bam, 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 you're taking that minus 12 to every attack. If you hit someone, you're probably going to hurt them pretty badly, but you're probably not going to hit anything. You can spend 1 energy as a simple action to ready the gun in a general direction. And so if there's like a group of enemies, you can ready it towards them, and then you're going to be taking half your energy, or half your wrath penalty to attack. You can then spend another energy to aim at a specific target, and then you'll be taking no penalty on your attack. So that stands for ready, aim, fire. If you ready and then aim to a specific target, it'll be 2 energy, and then plus whatever you want to spend to fire at them. Basically, what this is to represent is that mechanical weapons are not natural for people to use. But if you learn how to use them effectively, they're very powerful, more so than like swinging a sword.
How often does your energy refresh?
Every round. Note that
So that's kind of like how many actions you get, kind of, but actions might take more than 1 energy depending on what you're doing.
the number on the right in the smaller box is how much you get every round.
Okay.
So
What's the larger number then?
that's
Your
max,
total energy.
and that's what you start at when combat starts.
So, Brandon,
Do you have to rest then to get it back, or how's that work? Like for instance, I have 14 energy and then 4 in the other box.
Yeah.
So I could use 4 a turn for 3 turns, and then 2 in a turn, and I'd be out.
Oh, so like first turn you start at max, so everything's gravy. Second turn, the first thing that happens is you recover 4, and then you keep going. And you take your turn. So the first thing
so
that
the smaller
happens,
number you recover every turn.
yeah, the first thing that happens is you get your energy back and your standard action back every turn. You can, once you get the hang of it, and if you'd like to, spend even more to take extra actions. It's an inefficient ratio, but it might be worth it depending on the situation.
And how many simple actions can you take in your turn?
As many as you'd like to spend energy for.
Okay.
So at 14 energy with 4 in the other box, I can pretty much use 4 every turn with no issue.
Correct.
And if I wanted, I could do like an extra couple every turn for a little while, and then I'd start running out.
One thing to consider is that if a creature attacks you, dodging costs 1 energy per die you want to roll also.
Okay. So like reactions and things like that.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And so aiming and firing plus the 3 dice would be 5 dice every turn. Correct?
It would be 5 on the first turn. If you wanted to attack the same creature on the next turn, you're still aimed on it unless it like moved a bunch. It's easy to keep you ready though. Very easy to keep you ready.
Okay. I see how that works. That makes a lot of sense.
And then how much does it cost to recover an action?
At the beginning of your turn you recover your standard action for free. If you want to recover it again before your next turn, it's 2 energy, or more if the weapon you're wielding requires more. For now, it's just 2.
Okay.
So, Ed, are you with us?
Almost.
Almost.
See, I think you might be still here, though.
So then, I guess one more question since I think we have a moment before he's back.
Yeah.
Say I'm using 2 pistols.
Yes.
How does that work?
The basic advantage to that is kind of like the old style advantage to that when you run out of 6 shots in one, you can fire in the other one.
Could
there
I have
might-
them aimed at different targets?
What, Rory?
Can I have them aimed at different targets? Can I keep 2 pistols aimed at different targets?
Gosh, I don't think so. I'd have to look at that, but I really don't think that's a thing people can do.
It is
It-
with specific training.
You can if they're both
But-
within
but
your field of sight, typically
Yeah,
in the real world.
You can shoot
Sure.
at 2 different things. Two-handed shooting is not a real thing in basically anything, like using
I know.
guns. But there are ways to fire both of them and aim at different targets.
I'm gonna waive it for this session, but because I kind of did slapdash with equipment. But I believe in my armory I do have pistols listed as 200.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now we can.
I was there the whole time before, and I guess you guys couldn't hear me?
You were
You were
frozen.
frozen.
We couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
Like, how long? Was I there at all?
Nope.
Did you hear me
Not like you are now. Ish.
talk at all?
So,
How do I shoot one of these guys?
all right.
Are there guys?
To describe to you, since Ed, you're first, you guys notice the tracks. You're able to alert your group, and everyone's able to either arm themselves or whatever it is they wanted to do before combat. And you will see that there are 2 of these horrible-looking creatures that are flanking you from the woods. They look like extremely thin, bony creatures, very sharp skeletons with a very thin amount of flesh that's just sort of stretched over them. They are completely bald with really nasty-looking teeth, very deep-set eyes. Humongous claws extend from their limbs. Both of them are completely naked and very clearly male, and they are slowly shambling towards you. They look to be moving with a prowess and strength that is not proportional to what lack of muscle it looks like they have.
I'm gonna try to gun. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, as we were discussing, if you would like to ready, aim, and fire, that's a total of 5 energy, and then you can shoot at no penalty.
What does ready mean?
Yes. Ready means in a general direction. You're going to gross level aiming of the firearm. Since they're flanking you, you would have to choose one, and that would mean that you would suffer your raft penalty on the half of your raft penalty on the attack if you ready. If you also aim at a specific creature, then you would suffer no penalty.
Ready, aim, and fire. The one that's on whatever side I'm closest to.
All right, we'll call that the left. And he is going to attempt a dodge. All right. Since you are equal to or higher than his amount, you will hit. To get a higher level hit, you need to be 5, 10, 15, etc. above. So that would be a level 1 hit.
Okay. So from a pistol.
You're +2.
Does that sound right?
Sorry, please repeat. Oh, he came out for a second. We're thinking 5, right?
For pistol, it should be 5.
So just to kind of head along here, and hopefully I can recap him when he comes back. That is going to hit his first wound. that amount of damage. And he is also going to take fatigue. So the ghoul on the left has been wounded by that shot, and he's extremely fatigued. He also took energy damage because he was
I see
wounded.
you now, and hear you.
You can
Okay.
see me?
Hey, we heard that.
See you less, but hear you more important.
Okay.
The Fomors are going to go. They are not very fast. They are going to spend their turns sort of shambling up to you guys menacingly with the claws on their feet and hands, and they will get within melee range of your group, flanking you guys. And Reeve, you can go.
I'm gonna shoot the same one that Ferris shot.
All right. You can. He does have his first wound box off, which means you can add +1 to attack.
Does he have any strain?
Oh yes, but that only matters if you hit.
Okay. I just making sure I understand. So I get a +1 to hit.
Because he has his first wound, yeah.
Okay. And
And
it's
he is going to
agility
try to
plus
dodge.
Ranged.
Okay, I tried to transfer ownership to you, Rory.
Okay,
So that's level 3 hit.
that's true. It is.
I'm just making sure I did my math right on that.
He also has
11.
5 strains, so you can add 5 to the level of hit.
So it's 3 plus 6, 9, and then 5 strain would be 14.
Strain
No.
adds to the level of hit.
To level,
it's a
so
level
it'd
8
be
hit.
8.
Okay,
So,
so
it's exponential
3
damage.
plus 16 is 19.
What are you attacking with?
That's revolver
Where are you aiming?
for the head.
Yeah, you will blow a hole through one of his eyes and most of what you're pretty sure is his brain, and that one will fall down dead.
I did ready, aim, fire, and shot it, so that would be 5 energy.
Alright? Bill,
Is anything immediately eating me, or do these guys have themselves in between me and them?
one of them's dead. Reeve already killed it. There's one basically on your right that looks like it's approaching you guys. You're not sure who it's going to attack. It appears to be a pretty chaotic thing.
I'm gonna keep trying to get my drone back to me, but I'm gonna kind of step around somebody so that at least something's in between me and it.
If you'd like, it's a simple action to take cover, and that would only cost you 1 energy.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Okay?
Can I do that while bringing my drone back, though?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
0?
Cyril's gonna stand straight, lift his rifle up, ready, aim, and fire at the ghoul's face.
Nice.
Are there cold shots or anything like that in the system?
Yes, there are.
Can I call a shot on his face?
Yeah.
And I'm going to blow an identity.
You're gonna have to tell me why you're blowing it in.
Cyril does not get out often, and this is a chance for this lab rat to show his greatness.
Nice.
Okay.
Are you trying to do more damage?
Yep.
Okay.
Banning his ground.
Ebo, if you're trying to call a shot to shoot for vitals, you can offer him a 2, 4, or 6 to his defense roll.
6. I get a +7. Oh no. I'll do a 4.
Okay, so you're rolling against a 16.
Yeah, because I don't have
Technically,
good,
you would
I
be
don't have good guns.
rolling that without knowing his roll, but yes, we're good. You can roll against a 16.
Oh, wait, are you talking about the identity?
No.
Oh, the plus? Oh.
No,
I
the
have no
identity you
idea.
can spend after.
The only reason I was saying not +6 is because I cannot shoot a gun.
I do
So
believe
I
you.
voted.
So we're gonna go with a 4.
Okay, so it's agility plus ranged plus
Yeah.
identity is 7, right?
Yeah.
All right,
So that's a level 2 hit.
cool. So 12 damage, I think.
With the 16, Jeff, because of the raised defense.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that'll be a level 1 hit. That is correct.
Oh, okay. Is that what was the ready aim fire minus 12?
There's no minus
Did I
if
do
you
that
ready
wrong?
to named.
Oh, okay. I got it. And I did, and that's 5 energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much damage is your level 1 hit?
2 plus 5. 7.
Okay, so that will hit his first wound. You're trying to call a shot to hit him in a vital area. You do, and he is going to lose extra energy due to that.
Sweet.
And he's not doing too well.
And Zero, with all the confidence in the world, is going to point at him after he fires and say, "Finish him."
Ferris can go.
We can't hear you anymore. You're there.
Wonder if we
I
just
have
lost him again.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can you give identity to other people?
You can't
How does that
specifically
work?
give your identity to other people, but if
Okay.
you know someone's traits, in any system like this, I'm gonna level with you. Maybe there are some amazing GMs out there, but I can't keep track of everyone's traits. If a player keeps track of those and brings up, "Hey man, he got a
guys hear
disadvantage
me?
due to his trait.
Yes.
Maybe he
Yep.
should get something."
It's your turn. Kill it.
That's totally awesome.
Okay.
I know it's my turn. Like, I apparently am disconnecting without my computer hearing about it because I can still see and hear you guys. Everything's plugging along. Then my turn will start, and I will say, "Can you hear me?" And no one
We can hear you, but you are cutting out again.
will respond.
I wonder if he's lagging. I could.
I was gonna try and communicate in chat for now.
Ah, he rolled something.
There you go.
Doesn't look like it because that's the same bonus he used before.
Sure. So that would be a level 2 hit since he's 5 above. Since the thing is wounded.
That +1 matters.
It does. Oh, 7 damage with level 2 hit. Okay. So he's going to lose energy from that, in addition to the energy he spent taking. He also took... Ebo, how much damage did you do to him? Do you remember?
I only got one hit, right? So 7, I think.
All right. It's all.
I was using my rifle.
He also has 7 strain, so you can increase your hit level by 7.
What?
They have really bad stats.
So 7 damage equaled 7 strain for him.
Yeah, that's not normal, but some creatures that is the case.
So instead of a level 2 hit, he got a level 9 hit.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
You're not talking to me.
So he should have done 21 damage.
Okay.
With a pistol.
I was wondering about that. I was like, doesn't seem too good.
Yeah, no, it's being injured is terrible.
Yes.
So mental note: don't get injured.
Yeah, your damage is 21.
So Ed, hopefully you can hear us. You can blast the creature away, and it will fall down into the ground. Anyone here who's combat savvy, which I believe is at least a couple of you, maybe only one of you, you can gather that.
It depends on how you qualify combat.
Yeah.
I basically,
I think
But
Ferris
still,
and,
one.
I think Ferris and Reap are both combat savvy.
I'm
I
leaving
have
it
a
up to your
point.
discretion. But if you think your character would realize it, you're pretty sure that these creatures are not used to dealing with firearms.
So they're supposed to be fighting some sword-wielding barbarians, and we're like, it's
Blowing them
Indiana
away.
Jones in the first movie when the guy pulls out the sword.
Kind of, yes.
Jeff, I'm going to reload my revolver bullet.
Sure.
I'm going to walk over to one of the creatures, kick it.
It's dead.
What's its skin look like?
Like, taut, 80-year-old skin.
Is it bleeding everywhere?
Yeah.
What does it smell like?
It smells like blood. It smells pretty gross.
I'm going to pull a syringe out of my pocket
Okay.
and take a sample of the blood.
Yeah, you can do that.
Like, stick it right in, like, where a major artery would be and pull out some blood.
Yep, seems to be arteries in the same place. You can grab some for more blood.
I'll cap it, stick it in my pocket.
Cyril's gonna reload and stalk around because you said they were flanking, and so I'm just wanting to make sure that there's not the third one like in Jurassic Park.
You can make a perception check.
That's right.
They flank from the trees.
Jeez. 18.
Yeah, the tracks still continue on
Flying
forward,
fold.
but you don't see any indication of any other Fomor waiting in the wings.
Okay.
Is my drone back?
Your drone is... Combat's pretty quick, but your drone is underneath the canopy by now,
Okay.
and you can direct it back if you'd like.
I'd like it to fly down. I'm gonna get some footage of these guys and then the bodies, including some up closes.
Yeah, you can do that. Where are you sending it after that?
It's going to my tablet. I'm storing all this on my tablet.
Oh, I mean the drone, sorry.
Oh, after that, I'll just have it hover right above us so I can, like, not worry about having to bring it back down and fly. It's like trying to fly a remote control aircraft when you're in melee combat. I'm gonna keep it a little closer to Sem.
Okay.
I think we're in something of a hurry, aren't we?
A discovery like this does merit some attention.
What do you mean discovery? Let's keep moving.
What,
Cyril's
if
gonna go
anything, do we know about Reeve and his background?
That's up to Rory.
He looks kind of like a street kid, and he hasn't talked much about himself.
And he likes chainmail
Oh my god, it's Aladdin.
and
You've
hates
seen-
technology.
He seems to have hated technology and has referenced things like chainmail and stuff like that. He does use, like, really old-fashioned revolvers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it's like Mike TV from Willy Wonka. Cyril's gonna Go straight forward.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, we might get Ed back.
has
Oh,
juice.
he's moving!
Or
Yeah, I just refreshed, so you'll probably be able to hear me for about 30 seconds.
Hey,
Actually,
I'll
I
take
love
what I
you.
can get.
Ed,
love
your
you.
cameras are working a lot better on my end, at least. You're not freezing
Yeah.
constantly. So that's a good sign.
As
And
you
you
guys are
do look
continuing
clear.
forward, you can all make perception checks.
I'm
That's
gonna use
perception
my
plus
spot
what?
for this.
Intellect.
Can I use send for this, Jeff?
I thought I saw an errata saying
no.
it was something other than intellect in one of the pages.
Oh, maybe it is.
What are you talking about?
I thought I saw it, like, isn't there a page with notes for playtests?
There is.
Jeff, so I'm going to roll without sent, and basically you just tell me if it ever gets applied, I guess, so I don't have to keep asking constantly, maybe. Unless you keep want me to ask about sent.
On the
I don't hate it, actually.
Okay.
Because it makes him think about what things smell like in the game.
Yeah, it does.
Smells like burnt moss.
It's got a playful finish and an oaky sort of undertone.
We are in an oak forest.
I'm not
should have-
exactly sure, Brandon. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, I'm gonna let these guys make the
Oh.
perception checks because I'm
Okay.
paying attention to my drone.
Okay.
Resolve is now used for passive perception. Intellect
Okay.
still used for active perception.
Okay. I think that's what I read.
Post playtest one. Yeah, that must be it. Okay.
So is
That-
this so this would be passive perception?
I rolled active.
I should do that. That does make more sense. And this is a passive check. We're gonna go with that from here on out because that
Okay.
makes more sense, and I forgot about that.
Cyril is actively looking. if
Is it-
that
The
matters.
reason I obviously ask about that is because my resolve is my high stat.
Yes. Yes. No.
Jeff, mine would be one higher if it's resolve also.
We're good. We're good. You all made it. Which is why I'm.
Oh, wait, do we still roll the passive check?
You do. You do. I don't have a.
Oh,
We don't want to add
Then mine would be-
11.5 to our.
then mine would be too higher.
I really don't want to add 11.5 to your checks. No.
We just round it up to 12.
Um.
Let's go 30.
Yeah. You all, as you are traveling forward, you will notice that there's a person. Not really in the tracks. The tracks look like they head up to a path, and then they head left down the path. You have no idea what cardinal direction left is at that point, but they go left. The path through the forest, as you get up to it, heads left and then right. To the right, a bit off the path, there's a woman. Appears Asian, maybe Chinese, hard to tell. But clearly wearing like a Japanese school uniform.
Can I make a check to try to tell more specifically where exactly she's from?
Yep.
Or at least
What
where
would you
she's
like-
appearing to be from?
What would you like to make?
Because I suspect that she's not from Earth.
Okay.
Could I make a knowledge geography check and use my trait of well-traveled?
Yes,
I like
you
that.
can,
That's awesome.
for sure.
So what's the trait do then?
+1 to the roll.
And this would be intellect versus knowledge?
Yes. Yes. It would.
+1 plus basic knowledge, give another +1?
You would roll your intellect plus your knowledge skill plus
Which should be
1.
2 plus 3 plus I have basic skill training in geography.
Oh, you could apply
And-
one of your skill trainings, probably not both.
Well, no, but I have a trait as well of well-traveled. Would the trait come into play at all?
You could. You would have to spend an identity, and that would give you +7 to the roll. You
Sure,
could
I'll do
choose
that.
to do that
I have-
after or before the roll. It's up to you.
I'll just do it before the roll. I've got 8 identities, so.
Yeah.
So that would be plus 13, I think, then. Okay.
Yeah, with a 22, this is very much a uniform you would expect to see in like a Japanese high school. Judging from her look, God, you don't think Chinese quite even fits. Really hard to place.
Does it seem like she's maybe like this is like a faked thing? Like this is like she's showing us what she wants us to think, not like she's actually a Chinese schoolgirl in a Japanese outfit or whatever.
You're not sure. You're guessing with a 22. She's probably some form of imposter. That's true.
I'll just say to these guys, hey, she's not what she appears.
What do you suppose she is?
I'll say it loud enough for if she's close to us. I'll say it loud enough for her to hear.
Okay. I mean, she'll perk up if someone speaks.
Who are you?
Zero will say, it's best if you don't hide yourself. Not for us, but for you.
Yeah, after she perks up, she takes a couple steps back. Deer in the headlights sort of look. Maybe looks a little scared, or at least cautious.
Who are you?
Yeah, you can kind of see her more or less ignoring the questions and maybe trying to look behind you guys.
For more, where are they?
Yeah, she kind of squints her eyes. She's gonna start circling around you guys through the woods.
Exactly how far away is she?
Maybe 40 feet.
I'm gonna say, stop right where you are and tell us who you are.
Is there a roll you would like to make for that?
I think persuasion would be the most appropriate, unless you think subterfuge is better.
Persuasion sounds good.
Okay.
That
Plus
would be
what?
Presence.
But I could spend another identity to raise that to a 20.
If you can cite an appropriate trait, yes.
Nah, I think I'm okay with the 13 then.
Oh yeah, with 13, you think you see her her step catches a little, but then she tries to hide it and continues slowly stepping around you.
I'm gonna say, do not deny who you truly are. Please show us.
Would you like to make a presence check?
Sure. And he's gonna say, do not hide from yourself. And I'm going to add my motivation to that. It's a desire for self-awareness. It's not just for me, it's for other people.
Awesome.
And everything as a whole.
I like it.
And this is presence plus what? Persuasion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool cat, yo.
She's trying to claw me.
22.
Yeah, with a 22, she'll actually stop. And she'll frown. And she'll say, in heavily accented English, where are you from?
Where's her accent from?
I'll let you keep the role you had before. It's like English is her fourth language maybe. And probably learned it in Japan.
Does it seem though like she's got her natural language, whatever is influencing her accent, is something I recognize.
It's
Or
not
not.
specifically a Japanese accent, no.
Okay.
Cyril's gonna step forward towards her,
She steps back.
and he's gonna say, "Please, I want to see you." And he's gonna walk slowly towards her.
We're from Boston.
Yeah, she like puts a hand out to like motion you to stop advancing.
Okay.
Do you?
I guess he will. But he's going to take out his contacts, or at least one of them,
Okay.
and he's gonna look at her.
Yeah, she'll just narrow her eyes. And she'll frown. And she'll say, "Where's Boston?"
United States.
North America? Western Hemisphere?
You came here directly from North America?
Yeah. Where did you come from?
Japan. Where did you come from?
We're in
Oh.
Japan. Okay, out of curiosity, what determines what languages we speak?
For now, it's going to be based on character background.
Okay. Can I ask her that in Japanese then?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
World traveler.
alright, she will respond in all languages Tokyo.
I'll mention, Suit mentioned in passing that these rifts, I guess, are opening mostly in Asia.
Can you
That's
show
true.
me where you entered from?
Not until we find the
Not until we know more about you.
we're looking for another person who might have gotten carried in here.
From North America?
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything like that.
Have you seen anyone or any creatures?
She'll cross her arms. I haven't seen anyone. Any of your kind? No.
What do you
How
mean
long-
your kind?
How long have you been out here?
That's a complicated question.
Not really.
All right then. 15 minutes.
Where were
About-
you 15 minutes ago then?
Japan.
Can you show us where you came through into this woods?
I can't really let you through. If you can still get back the way you came, you should head back now.
Why?
Story short, if you head back my way, I'm sort of responsible for you. And anything you may have learned.
What is that supposed to mean?
Low impact. If you truly came from North America, you're not actually my responsibility, as long as you leave the way you came.
I was unaware anybody had responsibilities over here.
Everyone has responsibilities to someone.
Okay. So you're not responsible for us unless we cause trouble for you or try to get out your doorway?
I guess. But if there's truly portals opening in North America, it's bound to get quite a bit more complicated than that. I don't
Well,
wanna
let's
see
take advantage of the
stranded
simplicity
or
of the
anything.
situation.
What are you here for?
Somebody
you
got
we're-
taken through the portal that opened in North America, and our short-term goal is to retrieve them unharmed. Our long-term goals we can discuss later. But right now, could you help us find somebody who came recently to this side?
She'll look around. No one came through our gate recently. It's guarded.
We know. Someone came through this gate in Boston.
In the U.S., all right.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, how far is it to walk to your gate from here? More
Maybe
or
a
less.
half a mile?
So we're talking about a physical separation right now between the U.S. and Japan of 30 minutes.
She'll shrug. I suppose if your gate's actually stable.
Was yours?
She just crosses her arms.
What, you don't want to brag a little bit? You guys have beaten us here, we understand that, but that doesn't mean you can't at least like tell us how far you've gotten.
You can roll to persuade her if you'd like.
Sure. What would that roll be in this case? Presence plus subterfuge?
That would work, since you're kind of playing on pride.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not great. I got 11.
Okay. Yeah, she'll frown and she'll say, we all have our duties. You said you have a friend who was taken into this place?
Yeah, there was quite a few people killed. It was unclear why, but what is certain is that while we sit here and debate semantics, there is a man's life at risk.
Fine. Let's see what we can do then.
We would appreciate any help you could provide.
Do you know where this man went?
Well, unless we killed the only two creatures that came to get him, he was probably dragged somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, she'll find the tracks that you guys were following. And she'll sort of look at the direction that you guys realized was left. And she'll say, oh, haven't been much farther down that path. You said this is time sensitive?
Well, I don't imagine that those creatures will let him live long unless they have a purpose for him. And I doubt any purpose they have for him is benevolent.
Your
He
friend
was
said-
taken by force from his home along with several murders they committed
your
against the
friend
men
said
protecting him.
Fomors are never benevolent.
You're familiar with these creatures.
Awful things. They're from here.
Are they the primary natives of this place?
No, I'm not sure what I would consider the primary natives, but they're undesirables.
Do they have any kind of purpose? Is there any reason why they would try to grab a innocent Earthling?
They oppose the Shi. That's all I really know for sure. I try not to get involved in those sorts of politics.
All right.
You seem to have a lot of knowledge of this place that we are lacking. Could I prevail upon you to help us save a man's life? We have 2 skilled trackers with us, but what we don't have is someone who's knowledgeable of the area.
Let's go.
Could you
then.
accompany us?
Yes, let's get on with it.
Thank you. I'll gesture for Cyril and Ferris to do their thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to pick up the trail and resume tracking.
Sure.
Yeah, Zero will follow.
You can head left for probably a couple of miles. Are you guys heading at a pretty brisk pace or taking it easy or?
I'm as brisk as I can manage while still being confident that we're going the right way.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's gonna go fairly quickly. If she I assume she's gonna keep up. I don't know. Or I mean, I assume she's not gonna like run or do anything like that.
She will fall in line somewhere in the middle of the group.
Okay. Will she just point me in the right or point us in the right direction?
You guys are the ones following the tracks.
Oh, I thought she was showing us where to.
Oh no, I asked her to come along because she has area knowledge, and I told
Oh,
her
area
that
knowledge,
you
okay.
two are like our veteran trackers, basically.
Got it.
Well, that's true.
I might
We're the
have
best.
stretched the truth a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, he's
You
gonna
don't
go
know
for
me.
it.
I've been
How many
tracking good
ones
so
can you
far.
roll?
You can all roll perception checks as you're traveling.
Is this passive?
This is, so you can use resolve.
Ugh.
Is this scent based?
So that system
Um,
change benefits everybody but me.
Is it scent based?
I can't
Godroy,
type.
I have to say yes.
Apparently, I can't type
Ooh.
sixes. That's the third time I've done that.
Is it spot based?
3D blat. Spot. Yes, it is.
3D error.
You can spot this very small thing, or you can smell it. That very appropriate, both of them. So it looks like a few people are. Yeah, a few people got a 15. If you got a
Yeah.
15,
I got
As
a
you're-
24.
as you're walking along the path, you notice something strange on the ground, and you can quickly identify it as what looks like a cigarette, except it's very tiny. It's like a cigarette for a G.I. Joe.
I didn't see it, so I'm not making this observation.
Zero's gonna look down at it. Does this mean anything
This is
to
a
you?
good song.
And he's gonna look up at Bill.
I'll pick it up and smell it. Is it tobacco?
Yeah, it is.
I'll take a little taste of it. Can I tell where it's from?
You can roll your knowledge if you'd like.
Jeff, would a knowledge occult work in this?
This is knowledge intellect, right?
It is. You could roll knowledge occult.
Okay, I'll roll it. I'm just looking for tiny people or something.
17.
With
Can I
a
at least get the
17,
continent?
you can't. This is a pretty unique flavor. If you smoke, you actually might kind of want one of these just because it's different.
This isn't a commercial brand of tobacco. It's not Turkish, not African. I'll take a look at like what's rolled in. Is it filterless,
Clearly,
or does it have a filter?
mass-produced, manufactured.
Okay, with like cotton and whatnot, and for the filter or synthetics.
You're beyond my knowledge.
Cigarettes, like a modern cigarette implies at least some level of technological skill because it's got a lot of synthetics and stuff like that in the way it's made. Like for the filter.
It is clearly manufactured with technology at least of the late 90s.
I can't imagine where this would be made. I'm not familiar with this at all. I'll kind of like raise my eyebrow and look over at the girl and say, I don't think the Fomorians smoke these, do they?
She'll kind of squint her eyes. No. And she'll keep walking with you guys. That's concerning. I've actually... She'll pull out a iPhone. It looks like a modern iPhone 6. And she'll show you a picture.
Are you getting service here?
No.
Hmm.
There's no towers here.
I didn't know if you guys had figured out a workaround.
Oh. No, not really a priority. She'll show you a picture. It's kind of a metal floor. It looks like maybe of some sort of like pretty heavy-duty industrial area, and you see a teensy cigarette just laying on the floor, and then you see another picture of it in someone's hand.
Can I see that?
Oh.
She'll kind of pull her hand back.
I get it. Okay.
By the hand there.
You can tell she does not want to give you her phone.
Okay. I can't bluff her into it.
You can try.
Okay.
What are you saying? Or I guess how are you trying to convince her?
Oh, I'm making it look like I've spotted something in the photo that I want to like look closer at. You know,
Yeah, you could roll presence plus subterfuge. Go for it.
$16.
Yeah, she's clearly very hesitant to hand over her phone, and she'll keep a close eye on it, but she'll let you look at it.
Okay. I'll zoom the picture in and take a look at the hand and everything like that. But the main thing is when I go to hand it back to her, I'm going to close the picture and see if I can tell what her phone number is before I hand it back to her.
That one you will have to roll a espionage roll.
Sure. Plus what?
Man, I gotta get better at this. I'm gonna say agility.
Okay. I got an 11 on that.
All right. You can get her phone
It's
number.
more. I would say it's more important to me to not let her know what I'm doing than to get the number.
Okay.
So if it looks like I can't pull it off, I'd rather just not get it. Then
you might hand it back to her as your fingers on the button. Then.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, she'll say. About sometime last year, my sister was taken. I hired a foreign mercenary group to recover her. It turns out a different mercenary group was on the scene looking for something else. They had attached her to some sort of, well, not they, but someone else had attached her to some sort of iconic device. And the other group was there to steal the power supply. Left
Are we
behind something
familiar-
kind of like this.
Are we familiar with what iconic devices are?
No, not at all.
Oh, what exactly do you mean?
Some sort of strange ancient device. I don't know much about them. But there was a man who was present who could grow and shrink massively. Seemed to be a bit of a smoker.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like you also are missing someone here.
No, this was last year. The mercenary group I hired recovered my sister.
Oh, excellent.
Anyhow, the other mercenary group that this would be attributed to, after stealing the iconic power supply, they gained in fame, and on the various places of the Darknet started claiming that they could, well, through their combination of white-collar and military skills, could calculate any victory.
And this man who could grow and shrink? What of him?
I believe he's one of their military members.
So he was never brought to justice for what he did.
I didn't care. He stole a device from the people who kidnapped my kin.
Does their group have a name?
Not really. On the Merc boards, they go by Kelk.
Oh, I knew it! Oh, I could have called that one. I totally could have. I was ready for that.
Well, we much appreciate your help.
I guess, Boston's a long ways off. I meant to visit the U.S. sometime, but she'll kind of put her hands out helplessly. No papers. Hope you have
Oh,
papers.
I can arrange that. If you truly want to go there and you help us here, it's the least I could do. Here, I hand her my card.
She'll take it. She'll say, I
If
might
you
take you up
choose-
on that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you...
Wait.
She'll pause for a second. Can you get me Japanese papers?
If need be, yes.
It would be easiest.
Like I
And
said, we
track the
appreciate
best.
your aid. And I'm sure that could be done.
Alright. Well, let's keep going.
I'll gesture for her to, and the rest of the group to walk forward because I'm not going first. That I'm not good at.
Yeah. You guys can head forward. Without having to roll, you'll eventually all notice that the forest starts to shift, kind of like maybe you're in like a reverse fisheye lens. And as you try to look farther, it begins to hurt your eyes a little as you can see the trees all start to converge on one point far off in the distance.
I'll look around and see if anybody else seems to be noticing it, or if I'm just going crazy.
Would we notice?
Is everybody else like squinting or acting weird or looking around?
Probably, yeah.
Do you know what this effect is? Look at her.
She just kind of sighs.
We all seem to be experiencing it.
This is not good. You're from Boston. Long story short, this place isn't entirely physical. It looks like whatever this is tracked through a place that isn't. We might need to enter. Don't suppose any of you brought a shovel?
I'll look at Ferris and Reeve and Cyril and kind of.
Reeve isn't there.
Can you?
Yeah, you don't see Reeve.
Where's Reeve?
All right.
Yeah, she'll start,
Oh shit.
she'll say, a piece of cloth, I guess, would do.
I have an umbrella. I hand her my umbrella.
Yeah, I mean, she'll take her phone and she'll toss it in the umbrella. She's gonna pull out a small, like, Swiss Army knife and cut off the insignia for her high school on her uniform. Toss it in there. She'll say, it's a hydrograph pocket. The other side doesn't tend to respect the order or organization of anything that isn't living matter. If you don't have anything, well, if you care about anything you're bringing with you, such as anything that has chips or devices or mechanics, you might want to leave it behind as safely as possible.
You're saying that it might destroy the data?
Detailed organization isn't this place's thing when it comes to going through these things. Even your clothes might come out a bit different in the other side.
And we can come back and collect the things we're leaving behind, or no?
Assuming we make it wherever this leads and back.
I suppose I better leave this behind, and I'll set my satchel down.
Yeah, she's gonna try to hang your umbrella in a tree and put her phone and wallet in it. She'll say, written or printed text too.
I'm
So-
gonna put my phone in it.
Just out of curiosity, that means that for instance, my passport might come back different? Because that I'd like to see.
She'll say, how confident are you in the portal you came in on?
My companions estimated it had several days before it closed.
Oh, well then, you should be good, but if I have to somehow get you home through Japan, I'd prefer you have papers.
That shouldn't be a problem. I think I'll keep my papers with me. I'm curious to see this effect that you've described. I don't want to lose the data on any of the phones or cameras or anything, but
She'll say,
let's see how some of the written paperwork manages.
if Fomor are really on the behind this, you might want to risk any weapons you have with you. If you can afford to replace them,
Yeah.
they're dangerous creatures.
I think you're right. I think. What do you think, Ferris? I can't tell if he's still here.
I will wait.
Okay. Lead the way then. You think we should maybe have weapons ready, is what you're suggesting too, though?
Once we get back to the series of laws referred to as reality, if it is a Fomor past this, then yes.
I'll take out my submachine gun. Say, lead the way.
Alright. Yeah, she'll head into the area that starts to look weird and unreal.
Cyril's gonna follow with his rifle out.
Nice.
I'm still looking around for Reeve as we do this.
You can make a perception check.
This would be active, though, correct?
It would be, yes.
I'm so much better at noticing things when I'm not trying.
With
It
a
makes sense,
15, you don't see him completely, but you do get the impression that he might be shadowing your newfound ally.
Okay. That's good. I will try to give no indication that I'm aware of that.
Sure.
I won't start yelling, "Oh my god, that might be him over there!"
Click bang.
Okay, I gotta hit the restroom. I'll be back in a moment.
I will
So how
do
does
the
that-
same.
I will follow these guys in the meantime.
Oh, never mind. Screw you guys. I have a question.
Sup, bro?
What is passive perception for if we are not using it to passively perceive our person who disappeared.
What?
I don't get the difference between active perception and passive perception.
If
we
you're
can-
investigating something, it's active perception. If I call for something that you might just happen to notice, it's passive.
Oh, okay.
You can always actively perceive something. In the case of Rory shadowing the NPC, I gloss over it because it's not super important whether each player does or does not notice it.
Yeah, I was just because that's different than how D&D worked, so I was curious.
You're
'Cause
talking
we're
about
rolling
passive stuff?
passive perception.
Ah, yes. You
so
do roll
it's really
everything.
confusing.
Everything is rolled.
Okay.
If you're
I
not
still
rolling
think-
something, nothing's happening.
I still think you should use 11.5 because that's awesome.
Absolutely not.
And we round up to 13.
No, you win ties.
This no.
Everyone rounds up to 13.
You round 11.5 to 13
Why wouldn't you?
because they're adding an extra one.
No. Why? You're adding an extra 0.5.
11.5 would round to 12.
You're subtracting an extra 0.5 and then adding 1.
I don't know what you're talking about anymore.
I never know what you're talking about. You don't make sense. Your thoughts are bad. Mine are the greatest. Round to 13.
Okay, I guess I'll just round to 13, Jeff. From now on, all my rolls, I'll round to 13 and then add my stat.
Well, I had said round up to 13, but you feel free to round down if you want.
You know, I'll take a constant 13 plus stat.
The brightness in green in Brandon's camera makes it look like he roleplays in like a garden.
I know, it looks amazing.
It looks
That-
awesome.
That is a plant in his background.
I was just commenting,
that.
Brandon, that the brightness and green in the background makes it look like you're
Seems
roleplaying
like
in a garden.
daytime, right?
Yeah.
I just want to be there.
It's my wife calls it my nerdery because it's full of geeky things and plants and computers and board games.
That is awesome.
Sometime you'll have to come over and visit and see it. It's full of very cool stuff. I actually, strangely enough, have as many BattleTech figures as I have Pathfinder figures.
Cool.
I've been
Yeah.
giving you BattleTech figures for birthdays and Christmases for a long time.
Yes. I have an entire shelf devoted to them at this point.
I have to come back with a bit more time next time I visit.
Mm-hmm. Should definitely come over. I have a guest room too if people need it.
Cool, cool.
If you do it in May, Jeff, I'm going to try to go to Winona some point in May.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably next Christmas. We'll see for the summer though. I might just head on and hopefully Ed'll jump in.
That probably is for the best.
His internet seems to be very having problems tonight.
That
Yeah, he just
It's
actually
like-
texted me.
that sounds like positive news.
He says I keep trying, but my internet won't budge. Poor guy. All right. Yeah. As you guys walk in, your vision is pretty quickly covered with blackness, and one brave soul can roll me a d6.
Who's
Not-
bravest of us?
I am. Bravery. 2.
Okay.
Actually, you and I are probably both
yeah.
equally brave.
Through the blackness, all of you will realize that you are surrounded by those Fomor. There are horrible claws everywhere, creatures sort of undulating Silent Hill style towards you. You will all gain 1 fatigue as they approach you, and you are all horrified. And what are you going to do?
Can we resist being horrified?
You can. Ebo, what are you going to do?
I want to try resist being horrified.
Rory, what are you going to do?
Toss a phosphorus grenade?
Okay. Um, Rory, you can make an attack roll. The other two can roll resolve plus presence.
Jeff, what attack is a thrown grenade? Is
We'll
that
just go with
ranged?
ranged for now. Yeah.
Agility plus ranged?
I got a 19, but if it's not suitable, I can. I have a trait of brave, and I'll spend an identity if I need to.
Jeff,
Uh-huh.
I added my trait before.
Okay.
Can I use that now with this? I had added it during the other fight when I figured out what it was. I don't know if you care or not. I mean,
Oh,
I
that's
didn't
fine.
pick the trait.
What
Okay.
what trait are you using?
Unphasable, unbreakable, lab rat.
Okay.
It was just meant to mean he's both mentally and physically.
You've been on Fear Factor before.
Yeah. Okay. And then I'm adding an identity.
Okay. Brandon, you can tell that that is not enough to resist.
I'll add the 7 by spending identity and use my trait of brave.
Brave. Awesome. Okay.
That put me to, I think, a 26.
Jeff,
then.
if 16 is not enough to hit, you should let me know. If
It
that
is
how it
not.
works.
No.
I am a dark hunter, and I'm going to kill them. So that will go up to 23.
He's
Awesome.
straight into the point. I love it.
You guys can tell that that the way that you're approaching this, and this is in no way an actual reality, is so incredibly different that the three of you split paths. So we're gonna go on with Rory.
How about the girl?
Oh shit. She's gonna
I would
go.
very much like to stay with her.
She's gonna go with the bigger group. So she's gonna go with the two of you.
I'm also assuming that throwing a phosphorus grenade is going to break my stealth.
We're not even really in reality at this point.
Rory throws a phosphorus grenade and his allies just
Rory, you can throw your phosphorus grenade. You completely lose track of all your allies. It blows up a bunch of the Fomors. They start screaming like they're on fire, and then you hear screaming that's all around you, and you look around, and you realize that somehow with superhuman strength, you are holding on to a school bus, and you are holding on to the edge of a highway, and you, for all you try, you can't lift the goddamn thing, but it looks like kids are starting to crawl out of the school bus, and they're starting to crawl up your arms and onto the bridge. You can recognize it probably as the Harvard Bridge. And
I'll keep holding as long as I can and encourage the kids to keep climbing.
You're not throwing phosphorus
Rory, as
grenades
you
up?
do that, you realize that if you keep holding on to this thing and allow the kids to exit, it will break you and you will probably fall with the bus. And in the end, no matter how hard you try, you're going to have to choose between that one last kid and you.
I'll hope I'll survive the fall.
Okay. The kid will escape, and the bus and you will fall, and you're out. The other two.
Yes, hello.
You do still gain the fatigue, the 1 point of fatigue, but through your complete strength of resolve, you can tell that the quasi-reality of this place shifts in a way that you get the feeling like maybe even this area was not prepared for. And the two of you can see that you are on a platform that is surrounded by lava, and you can look around and you can see that there's mountains on either side, but God, there may be a half mile swim through lava in either direction, and you're just on this platform, and it's teetering and tottering, and you see off in the distance there's a smaller platform, and there's a man who looks like he's out of his wits. Oh, you're also with the girl too. And he's he's looking around, and he like panics and puts a hand out. And he starts like he'll grab like a.
Is that the mayor?
Sorry, what?
Is that the mayor?
No, you don't recognize him. He's very old. He pulls a cane out that looks like he doesn't actually need to walk, and he starts sort of like hamming it up as he gets to the end of his platform. He like sort of holds out his cane. All three of you can tell that this platform will not, under any circumstances, hold the weight of a third or of a fourth person.
Stay where you are for a moment. Let's get our bearings.
Can I sense motive on the old dude?
You can.
far away.
This old dude is bewildered, out of his elements, and he wants to survive. And you can tell that he maybe does not need that cane to walk, but still has it.
I don't know what that means. I'll say. We'll come to get you. Just stay right there.
Yeah, his platform will start to get closer to you, and he'll pull his cane out. He'll say, help me on, and he's going to go to try to jump onto your platform. What are you guys going to do?
Quick, switch with them. I'll say to Cyril.
Yeah, I'll jump onto his platform.
Okay.
I will use his weight to push me over there, even though I am not strong.
Okay.
And Cyril will stand there and he'll say,
Brandon.
I'll be fine.
Brandon, you and the girl, you find yourself, you're in a very tall building, and you have a sniper rifle in your hands, and you feel like you're really good at shooting a sniper rifle right now. You feel like you have an amazing amount of control over your body, one that you've never really felt before. And she's standing over you, apparently coaching you. She's got hooked up to some electronics. It's all very strange, and you can see through your scope that there is a man whom you recognize as your father, and he is approaching a woman who has a couple kids next to her. She appears to be pregnant, and he's pulling out a pistol as though he's going in for a hit.
I'll shoot him in the leg.
Okay. Yeah, you can shoot him in the leg. The bullet hits a major artery, and blood, faster than you can think, starts spraying out, and you and her are out. Ebo, you are back to blackness, and you can roll a d6.
Alright. Damn it. 2.
And
Come back in.
yeah, you're back home.
It's Ferris.
I see.
Hey man,
I
There's
see you
good bears
guys.
from the lava.
this is actually pretty good timing. Ed, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I
Yep.
can. Ed, you've entered this place and you're in blackness, and you've maybe seen a weird combination of horrors / whatevers, and from this blackness, you and Cyril have come back home, and you're there, and everything's fine. And then Suit, whom you've only barely seen, muscly as hell, busts out of his room and into your room and starts shooting up the joint with 2 Tommy guns, and the 2 of you suffer a point of fatigue. What are the both of you gonna do?
What am I suffering the fatigue from?
You just gain a point of fatigue.
Okay.
Am I shot with a Tommy gun?
It's hard to say. It's not really reality.
I'm gonna take Suit down.
With
Can
what?
I tell that this
my
is not
God.
reality?
Yeah, you can shoot him with a gun. Ed, it's seeming pretty clear at this point that everything's a little fucked up and weird.
I'm gonna try to see if I can get out of this room.
Okay.
Like
Ebo,
if there's
you
a
go ahead
window
and
or something. I
make
can
that
get
attack.
through.
Okay. Ready, aim, fire. Yeah, I am going to try to spend a night. Damn. Okay, I'll make the attack. I'm gonna try to spend an identity actually.
Oh.
Ed, you can make an agility plus athletics roll if you'd like.
Hmm.
I'm gonna use motivation, desire for self-awareness on myself because I assume that I know I'm not experiencing reality properly, and I want to come back to it. So I'm gonna push my way through it.
With a 23, Ferris, you can dodge out of the
Shit.
gunfire. And Cyril, you're using what weapon? Sorry.
I'm using a rifle on him. I was gonna call a shot, but it doesn't matter.
Mine was 11. By
Yeah.
the way.
You can shoot Suit right in the head, and both of you will see him drop dead to the ground. And you are both standing in front of a brown paper bag that seems to be wrapped around some sort of plastic explosive. And you both have a bud in your ear, and it's talking to you, and it sounds like Suit, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's Sheldon. You're not sure. But anyway, it's telling you that you need to disarm this device. Come hell or high water. If you fail, it's going to hurt a lot of people. But if you succeed, it's going to save both your lives and everyone else. You have to take the risk.
I'm going to try to disarm the bomb.
Ebo?
Cyril's going to say, I think we're being tricked, and he's gonna put his hand on Ferris's shoulder, and he's gonna say, "Let it go."
Ferris?
I'm
This
going to
is a
still try to
decision-
disarm the bomb.
You more or less have to make together. Are you physically stopping him from disarming the bomb?
Me?
Yeah.
No, he wants him to. Oh, disarm the bomb. No, he's. Have to make it together. He's going to try to grab onto his shoulder, and he's going to pull out the. No, I'm just going to let him do it. Fuck.
So Ferris, you're going to disarm the bomb?
Yep.
Okay. And despite
Is there
exiting
anything
at
in
relatively different times,
particular you'd
all of you find yourselves...
like me to roll for that, or is that...
Nope, that one was just a decision. You guys find yourselves
Okay.
past that area, and you are in a similar forested area. You can see that the anomaly behind you is very similar looking, and there is a large wooden building in front of you, and the tracks lead up to it.
Is the girl here?
Yeah, she's with you. All of your clothes are like a little different. Like, think of it like if you put the data into a computer and it just didn't come out quite right. And all of your mechanical weapons have about a 50% chance of working.
Okay.
I'm gonna check my guns to see
Okay.
if they work.
Every gun has a 50% chance of working.
You want me to roll that?
Yep.
High is good.
I mean, can we roll it now, or is it just
Yes.
50-50 when it
You can roll it now.
when we try?
It
So-
will be pretty obvious to you whether it's
Okay.
going to work or not.
I'll put the one that doesn't work in the rear holster.
High
and
is
That's good.
the two that do work,
Okay.
easily drawn.
Pistol
Mine's not gonna work.
and rifle. Oh, well, I don't use the pistol anyway.
Brandon, if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
He's on the phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the girl will look around. She'll say, "Everyone okay?"
looks like the tear gas grenade works also, Jeff.
Sure.
So what was that about? I must have missed something.
It's a hydrograph pocket. It's a place of non-physical existence, I suppose you could say. Well, we're through it now. It doesn't really matter much. Looks like your quarry's in that building.
Okay.
She'll say, in case we get separated, when you
Alright,
go back
I'll
through,
head towards the building.
just wheel yourself to the entrance. There's only ever one entrance.
Okay.
Is there a name for this place?
Can you be more specific?
This place we've come to through the portal. Is there a name for it?
Oh. She's kind of thinks for a minute. Roughly translated, we call it the other side.
Let me see.
And yeah, are you guys going to head towards the building at all?
Is she leaving?
No,
I will.
She's
Staying
staying
up
with
there.
you.
I'll follow these guys
Okay.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was
let's-
gonna go towards the building.
You hear a fairly impeded voice, maybe impeded by
Somebody
a
will
lot of
take the lead.
teeth, saying something like, "He was born in the same year the king's spell fell apart. What more proof do we need?" And then you hear kind of like a crash and a number of like what sounds like dishes breaking, and you hear someone say, "You know where it is. Where is it, mortal?" Are you guys doing anything?
I'm gonna try to move quickly but stealthily up to a window.
Yeah, you can get up to a window. You see, there's a small cabin. There's two of those Fomor in it, and then there's one quite a bit larger Fomor who is holding Marty in both hands, and he seems to have crashed him up a china cabinet, and he's yelling, "Where's the spear?"
Who's Marty?
The mayor.
Mayor Marty.
Is the window glass or open?
Glass.
I'll look back at while I'm crouched back down under the window and hold up 3 fingers and point inside.
Y'all see it.
Does the glass look like it's just normal glass?
Yeah. Doesn't look like very good glass.
Okay. I'm gonna nod, hold up 3 fingers, hold up 2 fingers, hold up 1 finger. Hopefully the party understands what's happening, and then I'm gonna toss the tear gas grenade into the window.
And you guys can make a reflex check.
Kicking. Kicking, punch and kick.
That's a good song.
Oh boy. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
A little bit. Yeah.
I heard a snippet of.
I am
a
sensing
song.
that I'm very delayed though.
Yeah, you are.
You bet.
Just sometimes.
And then again, Ebo, if you'd like to put Rory's in.
13.
Rory added his. I just forgot mine.
I can't add mine.
Oh,
It's 13. I think it's the same as it was last time,
it
maybe.
is the same
but,
as it was last
But
time.
I can't input it.
Oh, I thought I gave you control. Maybe it didn't work.
Nope.
Alrighty.
You did it wrong.
Probably. Bum, 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 bum.
All right. This is the reflex phase. None of the creatures are aware of you guys. Ferris, what are you doing?
Jeff, this is before I've tossed a grenade?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure.
I guess I'm waiting for this grenade thing to happen.
Bill?
You're muted. Brennan, you're muted.
I'm at the front door with my submachine gun waiting for the grenade to go off.
Zero.
Holding.
Reeve.
And then toss a grenade in through the window. The tear gas.
Okay. You can make an attack roll with ranged.
Agility plus ranged.
Yeah. Oof. This is such a terrible roll.
Yay.
I'm okay with this.
Oh.
Ooh. You rolled a d20?
Damn it.
You
Cheating!
did it!
Old habits
almost
don't
did
die
it.
hard.
Cheating shenanigans!
I almost did it.
Okay. Yeah, all of them, you can, here start to choke and cough, and, he drops Marty. So, given that this is the reflex phase and the full turn hasn't happened yet, you cannot recover your standard action out of turn. However, 3 of you have standard actions you haven't spent yet. You can spend that at any time you want.
So once the grenade goes off, we could all, for instance, like, move in and do our thing.
Yes, you could.
Also, checking, Jeff, do you have to ready aim a grenade? Or is that just 3?
We're gonna say no.
Ready, aim, grenade.
Then could I, after throwing a grenade, ready aim a pistol?
Yes, you can, because those are simple actions.
Yep.
So if any of you would like to act before they go,
Sure.
it's all open for all 3 of you.
Can I kick in the door and crouch to ready and then just fire? I'm not going to bother aiming. I'm going to...
Yeah, you can do that.
Because that would be only 4 to ready and fire, right?
That's true.
Okay.
You would suffer half of your raft penalty to the attack.
Yep. And
However,
that's agility plus ranged?
It is. They're unaware of you entirely.
Yay.
And
we did it.
hit with tear gas. So you're rolling against a 0.
That's good, because I got 5.
And you get a level 2 hit. Who are you firing at?
Whoever is the biggest one.
Yes.
The one who was recently holding Marty.
You can fire at him.
Yeah, that -6 hurt, but I was just hoping that they were
Surprised and tear
kind of
gas
off.
is
Yeah, pretty much.
beneficial. You know, we discovered that surprise and nerve gas works pretty well in Shadowrun also.
Oh yeah, extremely well.
Yeah.
We did a rigger car with a nerve gas bomb in it into the police station as our distraction.
Yeah, that's the
Brandon-
equivalent of like flat-footed and nauseated in Pathfinder.
How this is going to work is it's going to do your base damage plus your hit level times you had a level 2 hit.
So 2 plus 4 for the hit level would be what, 10 total?
Yes.
Okay.
So the big guy will take 10. That will hit his second wound.
So you're gonna shoot the big guy.
Alright. The big guy has... You can get a +2 to hit, because he's wounded. And if you do hit, he has 5 strain.
You burnt. Okay.
Not as bad as the other 2, but...
Man. Should I keep using my identity? Nope. I'm gonna just roll this. 13.
it'll be a level 3 hit, because he has no defense.
Yeah, boy!
'Cause he is completely surprised.
Oh, what is my... I might have fatigue of 2. What
That's
does that
fine.
do? Okay. I don't remember what fatigue
He
does.
can apply that,
does.
even though he's defenseless. Or, no, only if you have wounds. Your fatigue doesn't matter yet.
Oh, okay.
Fatigue.
Okay. And
Fatigue
so
where you get strain, right?
I want to
Yes.
add. I want to add the, what's it called? Strain. To
He
it.
has 5, so it'll increase your hit level by 5.
Heads back.
And I had how many?
You were going for a 0? So you would have a level 3 hit there.
Level 3.
Because
Okay.
you got 10 or higher.
42 damage.
Where are you shooting him?
Probably in the head again. If
Yeah.
he's big enough.
Yeah, he drops Marty, and some china kind of shatters. He gets shot by a submachine gun, and as his body's still railing, you manage to blow his head off, and he falls to the ground as a mostly headless Fomor. Ferris, were you going to act before the Fomor?
I was trying to kind of ask you about how this action holding basically works. I don't have a gun right now, and I'm not going to rush into a room that has tear gas in it. But basically, if one of them should try to come out, I can like kick them or something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just wait and see if that happens.
Sounds good.
Oh, I was just shooting through the window, Jeff.
Yeah.
So I'm in.
There's a
the
window
if that
and an
makes
open
sense.
door, so you're good to go either way. They are now aware of you guys, and Ferris, it's your turn again. You can. Yeah, you're good to go.
I mean, are there like any other like simple actions that would make any sense for me to do, or is it pretty much just I might as well wait?
If you're not going to go in there or range attack in, you might want to wait.
Okay. I will wait then.
For what it's worth, we're past the reflex round. Last combat we did not get past it because you guys killed the enemies really quickly. Past the reflex round, you have the option to, at any point, interrupt me while I'm doing initiative and decide to spend 2 energy to recover your standard action and decide to act.
And when do you recover your stamina? Energy.
Every time that like the turn order comes around to you, you recover your energy regen and energy, and you recover your standard action without having to spend anything.
Sure.
So if you take one action around, that's sort of like the normal approach, but you can deviate from that at your discretion. And it's Bill's turn. So Bill, you can recover your energy regen and energy, and do what you're going to do.
I can't tell if he's frozen or not.
I see his eyes moving.
Ah. He's doing a good job.
He smiled too.
Yeah.
Was it to me?
Yes.
Okay, no, I sorry, I thought it
Oh,
was
sorry.
somebody else.
So it's your turn. You get to recover energy equal to your energy regen, and you recover your standard action for free.
Which should be the same as what I spent last turn. So this turn, instead of readying, I could aim if I'm already readied, right?
You can, yeah.
Can I aim at one of the 2 remaining ones and then shoot at them?
Yep, your ready would have covered their general area.
Right. So this time I could actually aim at one of the other ones and fire without having the minus.
For sure, yep.
I will do that.
Alright, he's actually going to try to dodge this time, since he's no longer surprised.
Now he's aware of what's going on.
Yeah.
So this is once
Does the tear
again
gas have an effect on it? So
agility plus ranged.
The tear gas will unfortunately have an effect.
My food's here, I think. But
Sure.
that's my roll.
Okay. So bad at this. No.
it did that for me a couple of times before also.
Ugh.
So it looks like he got a level 1 hit.
Yeah.
And that was 2 plus 4, I think.
Okay. What was the effects of my attack?
You will get a level 1 hit because he tries to dodge and does not quite win.
So that would be then 6.
Okay. That'll hit his wound, and also he will gain 6 fatigue, and because he's a goon, he'll also have 6 strain from that. Cyril.
Okay, can I shoot that guy?
Yes.
All right.
He's gonna try to dodge you though.
Okay, do I get any bonuses for his?
Yes, you do. You get a +2 to hit. I didn't go over it because Brandon was gone, and the +2 wouldn't have put him into a new tier. But you're getting a +2 to hit because he's, his eyes are watering and he's having a hard time perceiving anything.
Good. Okay. 14. But.
Luckily, ties go to the attacker.
Oh god, yeah, 1 hit. I hit him.
That's a
How
level
much
1
strain
hit.
did he have? Oh, okay.
He had 6 strain.
Okay.
So that's a level 7 hit by a tie.
37 damage.
Yeah. Yeah. You can pump him full of lead. And Reeve, you can go. There's 1 full more left.
I'll toss a gun to Ferris. If that's a simple action.
All right.
You can do that as a simple action, sure.
Okay. I'll draw another gun. Is that a simple action?
Yes.
Okay, I only had 1 gun out because I had a grenade. So I recover energy first.
Yep.
And then I spent 2, already aim, so I'm up to 4, and then I'll fire.
Yep.
Which would be 7?
Yeah.
Okay. That is sustainable.
You're an action-y sort of dude, apparently.
I think I.
My refresh is 7.
Sure.
And I will shoot.
Shooting is only 5 total if you ready Empire.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or is, okay. And my refresh, I think, is 5. So. I
So as
have.
long as you don't have to dodge or anything, you're equal.
As long as I don't have to touch. What? Never.
If we kill them before they attack.
Surprise attacks are pretty brutal, but trust me, it's more deadly when they're attacking you also.
Yeah.
Um,
I know that. I'm glad that this isn't the
Rory,
first.
did you add an additional 2 because he's tear gassed?
No, so that'd be 20.
Okay. Well, he got an 11.
Okay, so that's a level 2 hit.
Yes.
So that would be 7.
Okay, that will wound him and bring him to 7 strain. And he's gonna go.
Ferris is still holding, right? And has a gun now.
Can I take a standard
Good point.
action now, or
Yes.
what's the deal? Yeah, I'm gonna blast
Can.
him.
Yep.
All right.
He is, to pull back the curtain a bit, he could try to still act before you if he wanted to, but that would put him in more danger than he's already in. So, Ed, you get a total of a +3 from both tear gas and wounds. Ugh, he gets a 12 to defend.
So then I'm on.
Ooh.
Oh. So that's level. Is that 3?
Yes, he also has strain of 7.
So that'd make a level 10.
So a level 10 hit with a bop gun is 13? No, I'm sorry, 23
And that will
damage.
blow him away. You'll hit his Fomor heart, and he will slump to the ground in a bloody mess. There is blood all over the mayor at this point, but combat is over.
4 more hearts, more like no more heart.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, I approve this message.
Sure. Yeah, Marty will panic a bit, and kind of back up, and he'll be like, "What the hell? What the hell's going on?"
It's a very good question.
Anyone who wants could make a passive check. This would be Resolve plus Subterfuge.
Is there any penalty to making a check that you don't have a trained skill for?
No. I mean, you get to add 0.
Well,
From your
yeah,
skill,
I mean,
right? Not you still get to add your attributes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, your right. Okay. Yeah.
I've been on the ass end of that roll for too many game systems that I did not put it in this one.
Default at
You're
-3.
Negative
too
2.
dumb to even try, you dumb. You didn't put your points in the right spots, and now you're too dumb.
Yeah, Cyril, Reeve, and Bill, you get the impression that, god damn it, you're not sure if this guy is just a politician or if he's hamming it up a bit. It's hard to say.
Quit whining. We're here.
Yeah, and he'll kind of stand off and brush himself off a bit, and a bunch of blood will come off his hands.
Is he stumbling out of the tear gas?
Yeah. And he'll say, who's we? Is this the government?
First off, how do we know it's you?
What?
How do we know that you are who you appear to be? Tell us something no one else would know.
He'll show you his license.
Does it appear to be normal, or is it messed up from the weird pocket?
Good point.
His height is now 6 inches.
Yeah, all of the
yours.
letters are jumbled, and the picture is all out of whack.
This isn't really, conclusive. Tell us something about yourself that no one else would know. Possibly something embarrassing about
How
your
would-
past.
You think I don't get that request too often?
Jeff, is the girl still here?
Probably
Yeah,
not
she
very
is.
often when you're sitting in a hut full of dead monsters with a
Did
bunch of
you-
guys with guns who you don't know.
Did she respond to the violence at all? Because she didn't take action at
She
all.
looks like she stood there ready, but you guys clearly had it under control.
Okay. I'm not gonna put my back to her.
She's like, I gotta look out.
Oh, the RB.
Yeah, he'll say, how would you even be able to confirm something so no one else would know?
We have our ways.
You'd be surprised how life isn't any way private once you're the mayor.
Do you know why the Fomor took you?
That's what they're called?
Does he seem to be honestly not knowing that, Jeff?
Make a roll on that.
Is that the presence plus
That would be intellect plus subterfuge.
same thing?
Um,
18. He seems indignant about this whole thing, like he cares more that this is a slight to him than all the crazy shit that's happening, and that does seem weird to you. The girl will say, are we gonna get going?
Let's get out.
We gotta make sure that there's nothing unusual about him before we bring him back. He could have been influenced.
Influenced?
So what? So the big time mayor of Boston is under some kind of influence? Who cares?
That's not our problem.
I'll look at the girl. Well, if my companions don't think that this is a concern, then I suppose we should proceed back.
She'll shrug. Well, it's not a concern of mine as long as he doesn't start shooting up the airport or something.
Well, he holds a position of authority in Boston. I'd hate to see foreign influences manifest.
Well,
Yeah, but the mayor of a big city is not going to be able to do that much damage.
I mean,
How much damage do you think a portal full of monsters could do in the wrong situation? 12 lives, 100 lives, 1,000? More?
yeah, she'll frown.
I
She'll
think
say,
we should. I'll look at the mayor, and I'll say, I think we should keep this one under our watchful eye for some time here.
Well, we
Yeah,
should
he'll
leave
say,
that to our associates and just bring him.
I'm grateful you came to help whatever the hell is going on here. But you can watch what you like. I'm not hiding anything. They'll kind of shrug. Well,
Yeah,
hiding less than the other guy anyway.
what other guy? Jeff? What's he talking about right now?
He's probably
The
referring
person
to
who's
a
not the
Political
incumbent.
opponent.
politician.
Oh.
I don't want to get stuck here.
Let's scram as fast as possible.
Yeah, the
we
girl
can
will
sort the rest
reiterate
out.
for Marty's sake. She'll say, "Just will yourself to be in the entrance. It's not that hard."
Is there anything else in this room, or were these things
Yeah,
just here?
You can search the room. There's a lot of blood. It looks like someone might have been living here. There's broken china crashed all over the ground. One bedroom only. Very simple stove, but it looks like it's well used.
Can I make some sort of
+1 hand axe,
investigation check?
potion of cure light wounds.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking to see if there's anything that would indicate if this guy's like king bullshitter or something, or if this looks
Yeah.
staged.
You can roll intelligence plus.
I think it might. I don't remember if it's
We'll go with
intelligence or
perception. Yeah.
I think it's with forensics.
Sure.
Whichever one that was.
Biomedicine?
I think perception had forensics under it.
Okay. Yeah, forensics investigation spot and listen. It is. Okay. 16. Intellect plus perception, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with a 16, I mean, you don't see any signs that Fomor or a human would be living here. This looks odd. You find various spices in the cabinets that are clearly not something that any person would find appetizing, and you don't see anything that's like, I don't know, anything like gross and disgusting you would expect from a Fomor. It seems like if you had to guess, this cabin was requisitioned. Maybe forcibly, it's hard to say.
I'll take a intact piece of china if there is one.
Yeah, there's a plate.
I'll grab it.
Just seems weird. Okay. He's gonna will himself to the entrance.
If you guys enter the hydrograph pocket, once you're within it, those weird visions and situations will start. If you will yourself to the entrance, you will find yourself at the blackness and then soon where you entered from.
Like we didn't go anywhere? We're back at the cabin?
No. Sorry. The cabin is the exit.
Okay.
The entrance is not based on where you enter from.
Oh, okay.
So you will find yourself on the path that was leading there. The left path, as it was.
Is it near where we stashed our stuff?
Yep. And none of your stuff has been taken or disturbed.
That's the guy right there. You got it.
She will fetch her phone and wallet and such from the umbrella, unless you stop her.
Nope.
Everything in my umbrella is
Well, I'll
mine.
clarify with her. I'll say, you're coming back to Boston with us, and I was getting you papers back to Japan, and you need Japanese papers too, right?
Oh, what? Why don't we check on that. Yes.
Sure, whatever you prefer. You've got my number. But you asked about Japanese papers, so I assumed you weren't going straight back there without credentials.
Oh, well, I mean, they only really check it at the borders.
You also made mention that your portal might not be stable, or was I misunderstanding?
It's stable. It's just political.
I see. How'd you manage to stabilize it?
That's actually not my area of expertise.
Fair enough.
What is your area of expertise?
Research, electronics, computers, stuff like that.
What are you doing here then?
She kind of gives a curt laugh. You know, from time to time, are you guys walking towards your portal at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
stay behind her though. I don't want her behind me.
She'll say, from time to time, I go to your alien movies because I think it's, well, funny. It's amazing that you seem to think that, well, at least in your media, that visitors would have better technology than you. I'm here to hopefully bring something back home. She'll hold up
Where's
her
home?
iPhone and she'll say, this, just in of itself, this is absolutely incredible.
Don't trust the things myself.
Where
You're a
do you call
Luddite.
home?
Another place connected to this other side.
You're not from Japan.
Not originally, no. Yeah, you guys will get to where your portal was. It is not there at all.
God damn it.
Guys, I thought you said a couple of days.
Well, that was a guess based on progress. You know.
Is the coaster still here?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like we're in the right place.
Well, let's go to the other one. Can you take us through? Well, we have nowhere else to go, so that's our only exit.
Because I can't leave you stranded here.
You certainly can't.
Well, it's that or we tried to go through on our own.
You don't have to make
Which is good for
threats. Come on.
I don't mean to make threats, I'm just telling you.
Jeff, did she ever say her name?
Nope.
Okay, just confirming that I hadn't heard that.
You could ask.
No.
I'm looking forward to an awkward conversation when some random person calls me up and says, "Hey, I want some papers to the U.S." I'm like, "Hey, who are you?"
Yeah. You can follow her down the right passageway. It will lead for, yeah, about half a mile to a mile, and you will find that there's a small cave with a brick wall. You can hear on the other side of the brick wall clearly the sounds of a busy city, trains heading overhead, that type of thing. You also see a man who's standing there, completely obsidian skin, white irises, jet black hair. He's wearing clothes that you've never seen the fashion of. Pretty tailored, maybe traveling clothes. Quite handsome looking. And yeah, his odd eyes will fix on the lot of you and the girl as you approach. And he will start talking with her in a fairly elegant sounding tongue that you're in no way familiar with. The two of them will talk for a bit as though you guys aren't there. It seems like they maybe get into an argument, and he eventually walks away. There's a small tent nearby, and he will go into the tent. Are any of you doing anything?
He's the only one going in. She's staying here.
Yeah.
What's their body language
I'll
like?
whisper to her, like, what's going on?
Her body language is frustrated, I guess. She'll say, he has to look it up. Yeah, and he'll come back
Look
out with a book, and he'll start paging through it. Again, any a bit of the letters that you're able to catch. It's not an alphabet you recognize, but he'll page through it and point out a number of sections. It looks like he's reading them relatively slowly, and you can tell the girl's getting impatient. And eventually she gives him sort of a victorious look and says something that you would guess might be a little bitchy. And he'll cross his arms and just sigh and, shrug his shoulders, and she'll say, something that sounds very definite. And then he'll just, shake his head and wave you guys through.
I'll go.
Sure. Yeah,
I'll
she'll say...
frown at him as we pass, deliberately.
Yeah, he more or less gives you a stoic expression. Oh, I'm sorry. The man is holding a submachine gun also. I forgot to mention that.
I'll still frown at him.
Is it a submachine gun from our world?
Would you like to make a roll about that?
Sure. I'm guessing knowledge. I don't know if current events or geography would help with that, but...
You could roll knowledge. Intellect plus knowledge, yeah.
Knowledge, okay. I mean, there is only a limited number of submachine guns that are actually manufactured.
With a 14, you can tell that it is definitely not homemade. It's a bit too precise and manufactured.
It's not like an actual model that exists in our world.
You don't recognize it.
Does it have a maker's mark that I can see, or a logo, or anything like that?
Yeah, it looks like there's etched in the side of it. There's a dragon's head that's breathing fire.
Okay. I'll try to remember that well enough to draw it later.
Sure.
That's mine now.
I can always search the internets later and see if there is a company that has that logo.
Yeah, with a 14, you're not completely confident that that doesn't exist.
Right. It might be obscure, but either way, I could probably find out later.
Right.
With a little bit of work.
And yeah, she will walk directly through the brick wall as though it does not exist.
I'm
I
gonna
guess I'll
follow.
follow.
Yeah.
I'll let someone else go first.
Yeah, I'm not going to walk through the brick wall.
Well, none of us appear to die.
Yeah. You guys can walk through. It's kind of a back alleyway in one of the districts of Tokyo. Very, very downtown. Pretty busy, actually. You guys can walk through into there. The streets are pretty busy. And she'll look to Bill, and she'll say, you have some sort of connections that can get you home?
Should be alright.
I can direct you to the embassy, but even if you have your papers with you, they might notice that there's no incoming stamp.
I know the consulate can be a pain in the butt that way, but I think we can manage. Can you direct us to a hotel that won't, I guess, snoop in on us? We just need some place to hang out while I get a hold of some people.
Or a payphone.
I have an apartment.
That would work.
You have a payphone in your apartment?
I'm going to see if my phone is getting reception.
You guys are probably, anyone who has a phone, you're getting like weird messages about, hey, I've noticed you're in a different country. Do you want to sign up for this extra service? That type of thing.
That's weird.
Yeah.
So that's no on a
I
pay.
guess I'll.
She'll say, I guess you could use my phone. Don't snoop.
You have a phone in your house?
I think mostly we just need a place to wait. Now we're back in the network. I mean, we can use our phones. But if you want to give me your phone number, I would certainly take it.
Yeah, she'll give you her phone number.
It might take a little while for our people to get us out of here, so that's mostly why we need a place to hang out.
All right. Yeah, she'll take you to a pretty nice, wealthy flat in the middle of Tokyo. This is something you're guessing is maybe 4K US a month. Very nice, huge windows looking over the city.
Oh, okay. I'll take a photo out of the windows.
Sure.
And I'm gonna send it on my phone to our boss, the major or whatever,
Okay.
Sheldon.
with a text saying, "We're in Japan. Can you get us back?"
Sure.
If that doesn't pique his curiosity, I don't know what will.
Yeah, he will eventually call you guys after hearing that. And he'll ask you if you have Marty, that type of stuff.
That's his first question.
Yes, it is. It really is.
It's like, really? It's not, how do we get to Japan in less time than it takes to travel to Japan?
Yeah, he'll pause for a bit.
Like, without any direct flights, without any...
Not
Really?
a scientist, Bill. Did you complete your
I know.
mission?
But you have... Yes, of course we completed our mission. But you do have scientists, and I'm assuming you have travel agents and people with papers who can get us back to the U.S. with your mayor.
He's with you in Japan. That will require a bit of a report, but overall good news. We'll have to,
Bill, are you talking to him?
Yeah, I've got it on speaker again.
Oh, you can do that?
It's a phone.
Okay. We killed some Fomor.
Why don't we save this for a more secure situation and you can submit your reports when you get home?
There were 5 of them.
He hangs up.
Well, I'll turn to the girl. He didn't actually tell us how soon they're going to come get us. So in the meantime, are there any good places to eat around here? You want to show us the sights of the city? We might be here a couple weeks.
Yeah, she'll shrug helplessly. She'll say, "Sure, I've been a tourist before."
We'll look at the mayor and say,
What is your name, by the way?
you might want to call and let somebody know that, I mean, you're going to be delayed a little while, I guess.
Also, you might want to let them know that not to worry about the 2 dead cops in your living room.
Well, although
Yeah.
somebody should maybe notify their families.
Marty will say, "I think there are people who will worry about them. It's a damn shame."
I guess.
Does he seem sincere?
Obviously not.
Yeah, you could make a subterfuge plus intellect check if you'd like.
Cyril's gonna send a text on his phone.
Yeah, with a 22 or with a 21, that seems like a very practiced political statement that someone might make for the cameras.
I am so sad about those dead cops.
Weeping, weeping.
Make sure you frame them correctly
Okay.
when I give my speech.
I heard you have good
Make
fish.
sure you frame them. They killed each other with their claws.
Yeah.
Did the girl answer with her name?
I don't know.
I had tried to ask her name earlier.
Yeah, she'll say, you can call me Niana. And that is where we're going to end that. You guys have successfully recovered the mayor. You can organize passage home. And, yeah. as for let's see, end of game stuff. You don't have any resources related to the girl, though she will stay in contact with you as much as you want to. Bill, would you actually try to get her official papers?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's very clear that she is
She
in
helps
no
us
way a
out.
citizen of Japan or any other nation of Earth.
Well, I'm thinking that if I need to, I would get a hold of my family to try to get her papers. But she seems like she'd be a good ally or contact.
Sure.
Get the papers.
As a bit of an epilogue, as we're closing out, the mayor closes his door, and he recalls a reporter's question not even 2 years past. Why did you decide to make the move now? And his practiced response, I just wanted a bigger house, and this is just that. The mayor sits down and gently pats the rug beneath his coffee table and breathes a sigh of relief. It's safe. And any player involved can add a 1 out of 1 positive resource of Mayor Marty Walsh, descendant of Lou. And that's where we're going to sort of end that. Let's see. I'm also going to give you some experience points. Yes, and you can gain 5 XP for the session.
Jeff, that's too big for the line. How about if we just use Mayor Marty Walsh?
Sure.
I just put Mayor Marty.
I typed it all, and it just sort of spills over, and it's terrible, but it's fine.
Hey, is there a spot to put experience on this sheet?
God, probably not.
Good question.
Nope.
I'll put it under my gear list, which is under powers.
Awesome. My wife Lisa is a very talented graphic designer, and she has said she's going to make me a really cool looking character sheet. So hopefully
That's
I'll
awesome.
have that going by the second session.
Let's hope it works better than the Wheel of Misspellings.
The wheel was awesome.
The Wheel of Misspellings was awesome, but not in a good way.
I know it's really late. Before I lose any of you guys, while it's not technically strictly a playtest session, and these characters will be used again, if you guys had any feedback or suggestions, I would love to hear it.
I liked it, but it seems like damage scaled weirdly.
Yes.
That was my first impression, was the damage scales weirdly.
I was gonna ask you about that strain business.
Yes.
How does it that strain works?
Yes. As you become fatigued, your strain increases. That's based off of your vitality.
Okay.
Those creatures had, I think that's linked to your resolve. Those creatures had 1 and a lot of stats. They were just
It's resolve and stamina.
Yeah. Those
to
creatures were
vitality.
meat, strength characters. They had very little in any mental stats or agility. So every fatigue they took was giving them a strain, which is absolutely absurd. Most people need to take at least 2 or 3 fatigue to get a strain.
I would just check your top and bottom end of your scaling on some of that stuff, because everything seemed to play pretty well, except when I start seeing damage scaling from 5 to 40 around the same level character, that seems to be a little bit of a weird swing.
The reason it does work like that is because there isn't any hit points. It's all based around the damage you do in a single attack.
Mm-hmm.
And higher sized creatures will just have absolutely massive amounts of thresholds.
Mm-hmm.
It's very weird with you guys versus honestly pretty weak creatures. I didn't realize they'd be quite that weak. But yeah, the scaling might need to be toned down. 5 hit level for a highly available weapon might not be a super great idea.
Well, I mean, you might be able to do something where instead of being like, additive, maybe it's a multiplier. So like, to get that first hit is, instead of like, every 5 or something like that, you get an additional one. Because basically, what you're talking about, like say for the submachine gun, is then, every level you're doing 4 extra damage, which is twice the base amount of the gun.
Yeah.
Maybe you stagger that so it's exponential rather than just like straight additive. You see what I mean?
Can you give an example, I guess? Sorry.
Okay, so like say I'm shooting for every 5 I do, a hit, right? So at 20 I do 4 hits. Maybe you do it where it's 5 to get hit and then 10 to get your next hit and then 20 to get your next hit, and you can make it progressively harder, so you can make it like exponential rather than just additive. Because it seemed like in a lot of cases what was happening with some of those weapons was, +7 just spending one identity was almost 2 hits.
Right.
So you could almost just about guarantee adding, in this case I see if I did that with my submachine gun, I'd almost be guaranteed to add 8 damage, and I can take 12.
But
So,
I think a little bit of this problem also happened from what we were fighting, not getting to attack us, and us not having to worry about energy and identity resources at all in that.
No, I understand that. And like with strain and fatigue and things like that, and it did seem like once you got hurt, it was really crippling. So it does seem like it's going to be a system, and I don't have a problem with this at all, where those who act first can really shut down the other people.
Yes.
And that makes perfect sense to me. I mean, like, I
Um,
don't have a problem with that at all. But it did seem like the damage scaling was weird. I would take a look at the damage scaling and try to figure out how it scales like that.
Sure.
and
That's
that was
honestly, that's
I
the
guess,
only thing in the system that seemed odd to me. The rest of it all seemed really solid to me.
I've still sort of been grappling with like the whys and wherefores of the energy and energy recovery sort of mechanics.
Sure.
So it's like, how many points of your energy is it to attack somebody?
3.
A standard
Is it
action,
always 3, or is that something that depends?
a standard action will be, you spend energy up to 3 for how many dice you want. You're probably going to want all 3,
Right.
so it's going to be 3.
So, and it costs you 2 to recover your standard action?
If you're doing it out of turn, yes. So basically for extra actions.
What does out of turn mean?
Every time your turn comes up, you get your standard action for free.
Yeah.
In addition to recovering your
Sure.
energy regen.
Okay.
Anytime
So
during the
this
turn order
character
that
I've
you
made-
want to act, you can recover your standard action and just go again if you want.
So if you have
This
high
character I
energy, you
have
can basically
here-
take multiple actions a turn.
Yes.
And you can use your energy to do things like react outside of your turn, or you could
I'm
use it to like
kinda
split your
trying-
attacks. And it looked like it was just the math behind like
trying-
how you want to manage that was like a fiddly bit part of it that you could do if you were
I'm
like
kind
a
of trying to
fast
get
character.
to a point that like my character has like 17 energy in his pool
Mhm.
to start,
Mm-hmm.
and a recovery of 5. So with 5 I can basically ready, aim, fire each turn.
Mm-hmm.
If I start the turn aimed on somebody, then I can shoot them, I guess, at the beginning of the encounter when I'm full.
Well, you could. Okay,
And I'm just
let me
trying
get this
to
right. You could spend
I'm
all
just trying to see
17
if
in
there's
one
any
turn if you
reason not to do
wanted,
that.
and with a recovery of 5, you'd get 5 back the next turn, right?
So Ed,
Right. It would.
remember
So you
in the
could
reflex
probably
phase,
do like 4 or 5 actions in your first turn.
but not the first turn. Because the first turn of the reflex phase, you can't recover extra actions.
Okay.
So in the first turn, you only get your standard action, and the second turn is when you start to be able to do extra actions with that.
The second
But I
turn's
rolled the highest
free-for-all.
initiative in both encounters.
Uh-huh.
So I would basically like in either of those encounters, if I had just blown all my points. In the first encounter, if I had just blown all my points, I probably could have wasted both of the Fomor by myself.
No, because
or maybe
you're
not
still in the reflex
killed.
phase. So you would have only gotten one action.
Okay, but I still.
But
okay,
you'd
but I still would have gone
first
before
in the
then,
next round
if it had
too.
dragged on to another turn.
Right.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But,
So like,
but the enemy could have started a snapshot and tried to go before you if you tried to do something like that.
We didn't get into a lot of
but
the
I would have had enough
nitty-gritties
points to filibuster them.
because the enemies were kind of terrible. But if you were to once you get past the reflex round, it's meant to be this very open season clusterfuck where based on however much energy people want to spend, they can start upping the stakes. And if someone wants to, like if you decided at the beginning of the turn, even before your turn, you're like, fuck it, I'm going to recover my action and attack, the creature might say, no, I want to go before you, and then we could get into like snapshot stuff, which is basically like stuff that's like high risk, extremely high reward.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
I think that I find it a little. I don't know what to think about it yet because we haven't really gotten into any high stakes combat yet.
Yeah.
But I just don't feel like the reward of holding on to any amount of your points is quite as obvious as it should be.
If you don't have energy, you can't defend yourself and you just die, basically, like we saw when we surprised them. They couldn't roll defense.
But I mean, you can be rational about it, but like I think that enemies that don't get strained as rapidly as those guys do will maybe show you something, but even still, like, your initial attack is not going to do as much damage as your second attack against most enemies. Seeing out 2 right away has a high incentive. Whereas waiting to see what happens does not have a high incentive. If you have enough points to keep some in the reserve, I guess.
When we played last time, I felt that it was pretty scary getting down to low energy, but that was also, we would all go in like the surprise round and then we would all like burn our reflexes to go right away, but it still seemed like
That was encouraged by Richard.
there was a lot more energy conservation that needed to take place, at least. And there was like the first battle that we did that was actually a little scary right away because she started off with like an AoE fire attack, and then we're like, oh no.
So Ed, if you do your strategy of attack multiple times and then she does that, if you don't kill the creature and then she does that back, you're in trouble because you've spent enough energy that you might not have the ability to defend, especially against multiple opponents if they start doing that strategy.
Mm-hmm.
I think
if you're fighting one opponent and they have clearly more energy than you, that is a high risk. But if you are fighting one opponent and they don't have clearly more energy than you, then they will have also spent the energy defending you, depleting their own reserves an equivalent amount.
Not an equivalent amount because you're spending 2 to recover your action and 3 to attack, while they're only spending 3 to defend.
Okay, but what I mean is, like, if you're butting heads with 2 enemies that have the same energy, then however many attacks that the first attacker is swinging and the second attacker is defending, the points will even out, basically, if they're both equally ambitious with their attacks and defenses.
But if you gang up on people, then they should run out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Ed, in that example, whoever attacks more first will be at lower energy when the second person's turn starts, and might not have enough energy to respond appropriately because of that.
So you might be able to like basically play defensive until they have an opening and then hit them.
I guess what I'm saying is that I don't find this energy point system very fun. I think probably because we haven't used it very much, but right at this point it just seems like kind of a frustrating dynamic to try to learn.
Sure. I think what I definitely need to do for next time is have more challenging foes.
Perhaps.
These Fomor were pretty terrible, and I might just leave them like that as a setting concern from this episode.
Oh my god, how pathetic were those cops? Got mangled by them?
Yeah. What are the what were they called? The things that used D8 in White Wolf?
Oh god.
Oh, Mancers?
I had
That-
one other.
They're the Mancers of this
mechanical
system?
thing.
Oh, were those Mancers?
So okay,
I
so
think it's something different.
blowing an identity point to always get a +7, means that anytime you blow an identity point, you're gonna, on average, roll. Even if you have no skill and stat at all, you're at a 0. You're likely to roll 17.5, which 17 was a hard difficulty, right?
Yeah.
So if you even have a 1 in a skill and a 1 in a stat, you're rolling like 19.5 anytime you spend an identity. Should identity expenditures, instead of being a set amount, should they be like, maybe you get to add your stat and your skill again, or you get to add, maybe it should be scaling so that, because it seems like if a character is good at something and another character just can't do it at all, that's really just the balance there. For instance, I had 8 identities, so I mean, I could have, in a standard game, that's 8 difficult tasks that I should probably be able to accomplish even if I don't know how to do them.
That I don't hate that actually. That seems cool to me. Like someone could play a character who's just very strong-willed, and they're like that.
Which is actually what I did.
They're
in this
that
I did-
anime character
I did the
who's
same
like
thing.
maybe not the best at everything always, but when it counts, they pull through because they love their friends or whatever. Like, I don't really see that as a downside, but 7 might be too high.
I want to ask about identity.
Maybe what if you
economy
added
with
your
that.
your resolve plus your skill?
Well, I wanted to ask
might
about
go
identity
similar numbers.
with that. How often should you be getting identity back? Is it something that comes back every session to full, or are you expecting that in a longer term game, it's more like White Wolf willpower, and if you spend a bunch one session, you won't have it full the next?
In a longer term game, you would get it all back in like large downtime, and you would get a little back here and there for role-playing reasons until large downtime.
So, like in an ongoing plot arc, you might not get downtime, and you might have that for like 4 sessions. That's
So
your
it's
total.
kind of like
Yeah.
5e. A little bit.
What?
With the hero points, you get it like you get your set every level, but you can also gain them back for doing heroic things or something.
Isn't
Well,
that
I
a-
guess that might be inspiration. What?
Inspiration you get in 5th ed whenever you do something where the GM would give it to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think you might be mixing your metaphors a little there, but no big deal.
well,
I thought hero points was a Jeff thing in 5e.
No,
No,
it's a DMG
it's a-
rule.
DMG
Oh.
thing.
Okay.
It's optional.
I do
but-
believe it's pretty much just the points you get for leveling, and you never get more. But
Okay.
I don't know for sure.
Oh, I thought I think I was adding inspiration into the.
I
The
do
hero
believe
point.
you are combining the two.
But the main reason I chose 7 is because I wanted inspiration to seem potent, so someone might be able to play a high resolve or
Identity.
high presence character and still at least be able to be capable sometimes in other situations. But I don't know.
That's what
7
I did.
7 might be too
I
much.
think
I mean-
I think it worked, and being able to get 7 out of it isn't necessarily bad. It's just always being able to get 7. I mean, you could even make it as simple as like you can't do more than double what your base would be. Because there was a number of situations there where if I made a roll, spending that point of identity would more than double my bonuses.
Right.
Was it deliberate to make it basically 1.5 successes?
Yes.
Okay.
So it would always give you a hit level in combat, sometimes 2.
I think this also may have been a shorter session, but I don't know because I
Yeah.
kind of like ran through. I used 4 identity in it, which seems like a lot.
When
I
I have
use
like
one-
outlines and stuff, I always underestimate how much like role playing and other like prep and stealth and other stuff like that that characters are gonna do, and situations that are gonna come up and stuff like that. So
This was a pretty short session. We didn't get started until after 8:30, right?
I think it
Yeah.
started at 8:58.
And
Okay.
we had a couple of breaks and slow play a couple of times. We talked about the system and stuff. So I mean, it was only a couple hours of actual session.
What's tenacity used for?
So, tenacity is basically your wound penalty scaling. So, as you gain fatigue, your tenacity determines. Let's see here. I believe how quickly that turns into strain.
So that increment of fatigue gives you 1 strain.
Yeah. Strain is
Okay.
the bad thing. If someone hits you and you have strain, they get to increase their hit level by your strain. If they choose to.
Why would they choose not to?
The whole purpose of that is to put wound penalties in the hands of the attacker. So it's not the defender who is forgetting to screw themselves over. It's more of
Okay.
a table concern than anything.
How about and vitality is how much? I see how that works. Okay.
And vitality is your death threshold basically, and then it's every quarter of your vitality for when you take wounds.
Mm-hmm. That seemed to work pretty good.
I wasn't sure how armor factored into that though.
Oh, when you get hit, you can subtract your armor, and then you just worry about the remaining damage, as for how you compare to your wounds and how you gain fatigue.
So if you have armor 4 and you take 11 damage, you would take 7 fatigue.
Yes, and if 7 was enough to hit one of your wounds, you would take that wound.
And it was enough to, like, if I had a wound threshold of, 3, 6, 12, or something like that, that would hit 2 wounds?
It would, yes.
Okay.
So it's a little awkward. I know a number of the numbers need to be adjusted. One of the big ones with like the energy concern, when we start doing more challenging fights and see how nuclear the open phase can go, one of the things I'm suspecting is the energy cost to recover your standard action out of turn might need to be increased past 2. But I'm not really sure. I kind of want to see how it plays out.
I thought you had it higher in one of the first play tests, and then this was when you had a couple of more crazy weapon type stuff, and were there ways to reduce it?
Yeah, I think I more or less just wanted people to try it and use it. I think it may have been at 3, I don't recall.
You had it base 3, and then some weapons made it more and some weapons made it less.
Sure.
So it was based upon kind of like the speed factor of the weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is really tough to tell how much I will like it without the superpowers and the energy and the other stuff. I'm kind of in stasis right now. I don't really have. I gave you my opinions last time, and it was about the same today.
Yeah.
I mean, like, not that it was worse, but I mean, it was like I didn't have. There weren't any concerns that I brought up, so I'm okay. I just want to see how it feels when we get the actual powers in to see that if there's anything that comes out.
Yeah.
This was also a really different session from the last time Jeff did
This was very different than the last one that we played in. I think this was also one of the most difficult scenarios to try to look at combat-wise because we just killed everything so quickly. And like the only worst scenario would be if everything was too hard and killed us too quickly. then I don't really think would get a good look at it either. But
Yeah, this one was. This scenario wasn't as much about testing the combat as it was about the hydrograph pocket was a big mechanic I wanted to see if worked at all.
yeah, boy, I didn't get that. I don't even know what I missed. I wasn't trying to pay attention. I was just trying to do what my character wanted to do during it, and I'm pretty sure I failed.
No, you got there.
I got there because
I did what my character would have done and immediately was out. I don't know why, but
because I did not stop Ed when I wanted to. So
Yeah, I didn't understand what was happening at all because I missed part of it, I think. And when I got back, I just did what I thought I would do, and then it worked.
Yeah.
I think everyone just did what they thought they would do, and it took longer for some people, and it took less time for others.
yeah, I did what I thought I would do, and then I.
Monsters
And
are
then, like,
attacking. Let's throw a grenade. I'm holding up the school bus. Save the children. Okay, I'm dead. What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I need a simpler set of scenarios and how they work together for that, or a more consistent one that you encounter multiple times. Anyhow, no, this session was a bit more about different setting stuff than crazy combat.
I have another mechanical question
Mhm.
to ask you.
Yes.
This is I think we've already tread over this ground pretty thoroughly, but I just kind of want to get a feel for
Sure.
your objectives here. So tenacity
Yes.
is basically for every increment of your tenacity that you take in fatigue, you gain a point of strain.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So, how do you get rid of strain? What happens to strain?
Sure. So, fatigue can be got rid of by resting.
Okay.
And so that'll get rid of your strain. So basically, out of combat, if you think of like a Dungeons and Dragons style short rest, if you have time to actually rest, you can get rid of your fatigue, bandage yourself up, that type of stuff.
And does it all go away then?
It does. If you're wounded, the wounds don't go away, but your fatigue does.
There's no way to get rid of strain during combat.
Not unless you can actually remove your fatigue now.
Is there
so
a
if you
way of
take-
ignoring the penalties from it?
Not yet. I could definitely look into that.
Are you considering powers that would interact with removing strain or fatigue, or ignoring strain or fatigue?
Yeah, my current thought for healing powers is I would like them to be able to remove fatigue, but not actually cure real wounds. I'm not really positive on that, but
And what is tenacity based on?
Resolve.
It's
Resolve-
just your straight resolve.
Just straight resolve.
just your resolve.
Okay.
For a supernatural character, one of the secondary powers everyone gets will increase your tenacity.
So I know
'Cause
there was
I think that
concern with strength not factoring in. Did you ever think of using strength and resolve to determine tenacity?
It could.
if there's
If you look at the derived stats, strength is basically the only one that does nothing.
I took a low resolve because I sort of imagined this character as kind of a follower. But that looks like that is going to essentially be a death sentence. Having 2 tenacity is like, it's just 1 hit is like, one time getting hit is like, I'm basically going to be a sitting duck for the rest of the encounter until I can rest.
And we saw that with the Fomori. You know, the fact that they took so much strain when they got hit.
Yeah, it might be best not to base tenacity off of a stat at all.
I mean, You could always do something like Shadowrun does and derive it off of
I mean-
several aptitudes, so that as long as they're good at something, I mean, like, because you could do,
Yeah.
strength plus stamina plus resolve divided by 3, and you come up with roughly the same result, only you wouldn't have characters that were, like, completely boned because they didn't have the right stat.
And it'd also make it much harder to raise, so the swing would not be nearly as great. So
Right.
dividing by 3, so having one
Right.
high stat and 2 low would be the same as having 3 medium stats. For kind of like you'd really have to be very bad or very good for it to kind of get much better.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like that actually.
That's one of the way that the drive stats in Shadowrun actually don't vary very much. Even like you have to be really good for the stats to vary for some of the drive stats.
Right.
Yeah, and the way that they do it in Shadowrun, like, they'll kind of weight one stat. So if it's like, physical, you're probably talking like, double strength plus some other stuff divided, etc. But your last 3 aptitudes seem like they could all be appropriate for tenacity.
Yeah, I would think that having strength factor into a drive stat other than land speed would also be a good mechanical benefit to increase the potency of strength in the system.
Well, does strength help with melee damage? Or
It does,
anything?
but melee damage scales differently than gun damage, so that it's front weighted rather than back weighted. So you add strength to your initial hit. So if getting a glancing hit with a melee weapon will deal more damage than a
So
glancing hit
being
with a
strong
gun.
is good, but if you're really precise, it matters less.
Yeah. Because the knife damage is 1 plus strength and then +1 for hit level, whereas the gun is 3 plus 2 per hit level for the pistol. So if I get a solid hit with a combat knife and have a good strength, I'll deal more damage than a hit with a pistol. But as the pistol gets precise, it's going to outrange the dagger.
Yeah, sort of
Which means if you're not spraying and praying, guns are really good, and that's probably a good thing.
Right. Actually, I had helped Jeff with that kind of designing between the weapons a long time ago and really liked how it turned out. But it does mean that in a world with guns, you don't want to bring a knife.
Well,
what it also
that
means
makes
is in a world
sense, because
with
you don't end up with the Shadowrun. I'm
Ding,
knife
ding, ding.
sniping people on the top of a building who can't shoot me well enough.
Right. So it makes it much harder to be the melee combatant in a world with modern weaponry, which I don't see a problem with.
I don't either.
But it does. I know there's concern with letting strength do some things still. So having the strength minimums on weapons is a start, but I think putting it in a derived stat would be really helpful.
Sure. The big thing with the strength that I need to figure out is, like, for melee weapons, if you're playing a character with superpowers or something, like you're playing an anime hero or some shit like that, like, there needs to be some sort of basic superpower that, like, fixes melee in a way that mortals don't get, so you can bring a sword to a knife fight. And I just kind of need to figure out a good way to do that.
I mean, if you want to make it on par with guns, you could increase the hit level directly with it.
It could either increase the hit level, or maybe the hit level could be equal to their strength or something, I don't know.
Let you add your strength to your hit level and it'd be brutal.
That would be brutal, yes.
Well, generally speaking, in this system really favors not getting hit first. So if superpowered characters get to act first, that in and of itself is pretty powerful. And I'm assuming that you said there was about 3 powers they get, that all of them get, and I'm assuming that's...
So, Brandon, if you look at your secondary powers on the sheet, you see
defense,
it's
offense,
defense,
tenacity,
offense, tenacity, and vitality listed. I'm assuming those are the general ones, or at least some portion of those.
Yeah, I think I kind of combined the defensive ones into one power, because, let's be honest, buying your defensive power is not as fun. So I just made it one power. Like, a secondary power that adds straight to your reflex check is something like some types might get and some don't, and that might be a way to add, like, flavor. Like, maybe the phages or the vampires move really, really quick. That type of thing.
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
kind of like having like 6 or 7 generic powers, and then having like 2 per type. So there's a lot of variety, or 2 or 3 per type. So even in the basic powers, it adds general but different.
Here's the big thing I see. If you talk about what sets apart superpowered characters from normal people, the easiest way in your system I see to do that is if they have, if you already have something for supernatural tenacity, having them the ability to not effectively take as much strain and therefore have as much modifiers as normal people means that, say, a superpowered character gets attacked by the police and gets shot, he doesn't just fall over and stop being functional as a character.
Right.
And that in and of itself is going to make a pretty big deal because it doesn't stop your characters from getting like hurt and suffering, threats. But one of the key things of being heroic characters is the ability to actually have your character keep functioning after being damaged. D&D is on the wrong side of that because you can keep getting damaged, down to I've been hit in the head 20 times with a battle axe, and I'm still functioning just the same. But the farther away you get from like that, where it's like I've been shot once, therefore I can't do anything.
Yeah.
So I mean, most people, you get shot once and you can't do anything. And the way you have tenacity set up, and like the way we saw like, kind of wimpy villains take that. If you leave it somewhere where normal people, when they get hurt, stop being able to do stuff, but heroes don't.
Yeah.
That's a good way to differentiate it.
Yeah, I think what you said earlier, the base tenacity needs to be a bit more consistent, and then like super characters might just add straight onto it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you could do that. I mean, you could do even just something where like every supernatural template adds onto that, and maybe not the same. Like maybe weird creatures get more of it than say wizards, for instance. And that might be like kind of an equivalent to the D&D like hit dice thing where some of them are just beefier and some of them get more powers, or different things they can do. But I could see a really good argument for like werewolves getting a high bonus to tenacity, and maybe other groups just don't get as much, for instance.
Jeff, are you planning on having any built-in bennies or traits or anything into any of the supernatural, or is it only going to be more options to raise powers?
My initial cut for the were creatures was that they would end up getting traits related to instincts that could like set them far afield or be kind of comical and or detrimental in certain situations.
So they'd get traits, but not like what I'm more thinking is like kind of like qualities,
What do you mean?
which you don't really have in this system. I guess inborn features. Do you plan on having what you're calling inborn features? Do you plan on having any things like that directly associated with supernatural type? Things that just you're a werewolf, you get this.
You have claws.
Not
Right.
you're a werewolf, you get to buy more tenacity.
Yeah, a lot of that might be based into like base powers, but I think especially when you guys were talking about some way to take negative resources voluntarily, like I need something other than just inborn features, like you said, qualities. That's a great word for it, and that might make a lot more sense for a supernatural type to have qualities than have a relatively shallow power that gives you claws.
Sure.
So,
Having a number of qualities you can buy by your type would, I think, be awesome. Like, you're a werewolf. You want to go full bore werewolf, spend a little bit of some negative traits to represent negative qualities, to represent, accepting your bestial nature, and you get more bestial nature just inherently. Does that make sense? Because you're basically saying taking negative traits to gain basically supernaturally related qualities, right?
I don't think I am.
Okay, how would you get these qualities?
You're talking about qualities related to your supernatural type?
Yeah.
Um, like they would just get them based on what they are. Like if you're a were creature, like a wolf or a fox or a whatever might have different starting qualities, and that would be based on the creature you choose type thing.
Okay. And you'd basically have some qualities for each of your kind of supernatural species type, not species, supernatural power type.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
That
thought
would
that
make
was your suggestion.
that was my initial suggestion. I thought you were saying more ways to spend points than inborn features.
Oh no! What I meant was someone had mentioned something about taking like negative resources and getting a positive resource. Basically, things that are clearly not inborn features, but things that
Right.
kind of work like that. And so having a different category in general would be good in the first place.
A lot
Right.
of your
Inborn features, some of those don't seem so much. Yeah, I think you need to split them. It seems kind of odd that some of
Yeah.
those are inborn.
Some of those could be inborn, and some of those don't have to be.
Right.
Like, yeah.
And some of those seem, to me at least, like you might be able to raise them after character creation, and that seemed a little bit odd as well.
Like
Um,
Highborn, for instance, I can see where that would be from, but just because you aren't born to a position doesn't mean you can't attain it.
Right.
But I think that would be the difference between taking it as a positive, whatchamacallit, positive resource. Like you could take a highborn family as a positive resource in game, but being highborn as a trait just gives you that
Just gives it to you.
automatically.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yep.
Right?
But like, yeah, that's correct. But like, someone.
So
could
you don't
go
really need
deaf or
qualities then.
blind or-
You could just put all that effectively into resources.
Except for qualities would be a way to, like resources are, you use them and they start to get expended.
Mhm.
What I was suggesting with qualities is like, you have claws, not you use your
Right.
claws and they dull. Which is, there's a lot of things that I think could be awesome for supernatural things. Like you were talking about the one that gets icons, the occultist one, basically. It'd be really fun to have some items or ways to express that aren't a resource that gets used.
Yeah.
I think almost all of them, almost all of the supernatural types that you mentioned would have some really fun just quality. I keep going back to using the word quality. Some really fun, just inherent features that would relate to their type and would help to differentiate the types from each other.
Yeah, and I think having that as sort of an intro, like things that they just get that don't necessarily scale or depend on levels of powers would be good, because currently for any of the builds I've sort of messed with, that's all been like bundled into the level 1 of the power. It doesn't really make much sense at all. So
I mean, you could just give them like just some sort of section on the character sheet where, like, as soon as you take supernatural type, here's this bundle of stuff you get. You know, you're a werewolf, you automatically have claws and hide smell, but you have this drawback. Or
Yeah.
you're a wizard, therefore you have the ability to learn rituals. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And you just give them whatever. I mean, maybe even for, witches, maybe it's just your strength package is your fable-blooded and you have this drawback, and maybe then that's a criteria for getting powers or for doing different stuff. However, you want to do it.
You also might need to revisit then the costs for being multiple supernatural types. If they're getting a bundle of things, you might need to revisit how that functions for
most of them though seem like they'd come with at least one drawback to begin with. So that might balance itself already.
Because you might need to see how that works.
Just in the flavor texts, most of them had some sort of drawback that you can tell inherently.
Yeah.
Even Hero, which is one of the ones you'd think was, oh, I'm just descended from really powerful people or whatever. They're not necessarily trusted by the other people. So it did look like that might balance itself well.
And Brendan, I think we're both playing heroes in very different ways.
Probably.
In this?
I'm descended from the people who conquered Europe. Conquered England.
I am not going to tell you I am a hero.
Probably because you're faking. You're actually a fiend.
I'm not going to tell you about my character. I had a very specific character background I talked to Jeff about that I'm going to enjoy.
Was Alexander.
So this is awesome feedback. I'm gonna, before session 2, come up with some basic mechanics based on what I think people want for the powers, and we can start getting into those next session, and I'll come up with some more challenging creatures for sure, and look at some of this and see what I can do with it.
You might want to take a very quick pass at weapons and armor also.
Yeah, I should.
Just as a note from playtest, I like a little bit of variety between weapons. And I know you were just going off of what was written on character sheets, but I'd like to have seen a bit more.
So you'd
that.
hate some of the
You should
stuff
look
I've
at
worked
the
on, Rory, where
improvised.
I'm like, it's a melee weapon. It functions the same as all other melee weapons in general.
I think there used to be a really awesome armory document that was made for this system that is largely no longer applicable, but some of the heart of it, I think, could go into weapon design.
Yeah.
I also think that looking at trainings is really important. Figuring out what expert training does, for example,
Yes.
might be useful. I'm not sure anybody's going to have master training at this point.
They might, because I mean, you could easily at character gen take like 15 master trainings. There doesn't seem to be a real limiting factor to that, does there?
I mean, you need to have a rank 4.
It's the other way around. I thought that the training was the prereq to get that rank, not vice versa.
So the training is the prereq to get to the 5. So you
The
would need to have a
training
rank
is a-
4 skill. To
But
get
yeah,
it
to
master.
get
But
the
if you had a
oh,
rank 4 skill, you could take any number of master trainings at character creation.
Right.
The way it's worded, yes. That I would kind of rather leave to GM/player goodwill and discretion than put a hard limit on. But
I specifically did not take a master training even though I had a rank 4 skill because I did
Well,
not feel,
if it's there, you want it. So.
I didn't feel that it was fitting to be 14 points in debt to one thing of
I
negative
think you could
resources.
write a very brief thing that shows like how much points in resources and negative resources, like how much they matter. I had a hard time deciding when I was doing that, like how valuable those were. Like, you know, what do they signify? Like, say for instance, if I have money of 4, does that mean I'm like scraping by? Am I rich? Am I well-to-do? You know, there wasn't a lot of information in the document on what those levels meant.
yeah, kind of like a White Wolf book has like,
Right.
oh, you have 3 dots in this, you're kind of like this.
Or even for like your aptitudes, or you know, you had a scale where you could see where it put you, which is why I was able to say, hey, I think if we have some 1s and 2s, I mean, I don't think we're like terrible at stuff, you know, that
Right.
means we're like normal people are better. But when it came to the resources, that's where I was really kind of like, I'm just shooting for whatever.
Yeah.
I took a guess and said basically everything in the system is on a 1 or 0 to 5 scale. So I thought of 5 as like the highest reasonable you'd get, and a 1 as you got a little.
And what threw me off on that is I had a, you know, an inerrant trait or whatever, blah. What the heck was
Oh,
it called again?
Highborn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
Highborn,
gave you a 10.
which gives you 5, 10, or 15 in like one thing. So I'm looking at going, well, I have the middle rank of this, which gives me 10, and I have a 4 in something else. Is that really like, you know, how much is that? So that was where I think just even a brief paragraph or chart would help that.
So Jeff, am I at all like, is that correct at all to think of 5 as this is the reasonable cap for resources, or is that not the case?
I'll have to think about it. Like, as far as resources in like a real world, Highborn is meant to scale pretty crazily because it kind of does. I mean, God, you can do a lot with 5. I mean, for every 5 favors you give back once, and you keep it that way forever. Like, it's pretty good. It's actually pretty hard for me to visualize exactly how valuable I would compare that to in the real world, which is something I have to think about.
I do think it was pretty interesting that 4 people were able to make characters with not a lot of prompting. with the documentation that there was.
It's not super complex to make a character. It's more complex to play, I think.
And
I've seen
there are a couple of things I would have wanted to change with this character after.
I've seen a
making
lot
that
of
I think
systems
I
though that
missed it.
seem to be harder to figure out. Like at first I was kind of like I'm not sure, but as soon as I saw the quick character sheet, I was like, oh okay, I can figure this out.
And it's also interesting that Eva was the first
Nearly
one done,
impossible.
because he is usually the last one done.
I like to wait to see what other people do, and I have some ideas that revolve around that. And I'm also slow.
I picked one aptitude I liked, and I just decided, okay, what can I do after I buy this to max? I'll see what else I can do. And I decided to take something that looked like traditionally more of a passive, core stat.
You took Resolve, right?
Yeah.
I took a passive core stat as well, but I'm happy with how it turns out because, in a weird way, stamina is one of the more active core stats.
Mm-hmm.
Because it
I've been
determines your
trying to
energy.
figure out lately
Partially.
like, how to make characters with what are traditionally considered to be the more passive core stats and make them good. Like you saw when you ran Shadowrun, I made a basically willpower, stamina / damage reduction character, which like I was playing out earlier in the night, even like buying stuff that just keeps you from dying is usually one of the last choices of characters as their main powers.
Right. I mean, Brent, like I just said, Reeve is stamina 5.
Mm-hmm.
That is his high aptitude. He's really tough.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, with
Tough as nails.
how tenacity works, his resolve isn't quite there to match. So while he won't get wounded, he will feel the strain of it.
Right.
Where it comes out in a weird way is that gave him really high energy. He has energy 23 with a refresh of 7.
Mm-hmm.
So I can ready aim fire and then ready aim at a second target if the first one drops, and do that sustainably every turn if I'm not getting attacked. Which I liked, and that's why I was willing to toss a gun to Ed and stuff like that, because I knew that I could draw a couple of weapons and do stuff like that, and I really liked how that turned out. That stamina results basically, and I get more extra.
What did energy calculate off of again?
Stamina times 3 plus 8.
Okay.
It's basically a straight thing of stamina. And then refresh is, 1/3 your stamina rounded down?
I think so, yeah.
I guess at the risk of sounding more like Shadowrun, I'd say maybe some of your derived stats could benefit from some cross input between them.
Yeah. The other big thing I was considering is currently your strain adds to the hit level that's performed on you. That's when you start getting into bigger sized creatures, like sizes adds a lot to your wound thresholds, and the numbers scale pretty ridiculously, and that sort of helps with that sort of pulp action feel of the game. It would take away from that, but one thing I have considered is the strain just adding to damage instead of the hit level. So
that's
it
probably
go
good.
crazy.
I'd
That
say
will make-
that's good.
When you did it more that way, we had a lot of trouble with the large creature that you threw at us. Because its size was ridiculous enough. Like, they're fighting the mountain.
Yeah.
Its size was ridiculous enough that without multiplicative strain like that, we would not have been able to affect it.
Is this literally a mountain?
We were fighting the top of a mountain that was a creature.
It was like a
So-
Shadow of the Colossus style boss.
Mm-hmm.
And we were not causing damage until we were getting in the 70s.
That's one of the big problems with damage systems in general. Is damage systems? There's not a lot of them that scale well.
Well, Bren, we were dealing fatigue to get strain, but until we got the strain up to 70, we weren't causing a wound.
Right, but that's what I mean. A lot of systems, it's hard to find a system that scales damage well, because if you can do that much damage, I mean, you can basically explode people with a touch, like normal people. And there doesn't seem to be a system that scales well, story-wise for that kind of stuff. If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
I kind of like how damage scales in this game. It feels really brutal once you get injured. I just think there needs to be more ways to deter damage instantly killing superpowered stuff. But like,
Yeah,
in
I
a
have to. I have to wait. I'm not against how it is now. Seems okay, but I want to see how supernatural powers work.
see, as much as you've changed some of the specifics, the core of the system felt very, very similar to what you've talked about other times, Jeff. And I might have more experience with that than other people, since I was talking with you an awful lot about some of the core dynamics for a long time.
Yeah. No,
I don't-
these are just things I'm thinking about. I definitely need to test it with the players having powers in their hands and also challenging foes.
I mean, the other thing we could do is at some point just sit down and run a few fights against different power levels. And I mean, at its heart, a test play needs to do that at some point. Just run do a boss rush and see what the fights are like and what multiple fights in a row are like without necessarily a plot attached to it.
Right.
That's true.
Well, and a good way to do that is just tell everybody, make, X characters in the system, and we're just going to like throw everything against everything. Every mob I've come up with versus every PC or every character the players can come up with. We're just going to have them all fight, pair them up and see how things work out.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you just don't have any idea how stuff's going to work.
If you want to sit down and just run some combat sometime, I don't mind that. I really like the core of this system. I like the potential it has, and I want to see more of it.
Yeah, I need to get powers going before anything too strenuous of testing, really. So I'll get a first cut of those.
You know what I liked best about this system is that the skills and the aptitudes, like the core of the character, in general, didn't get to ridiculous numbers. That's one of the things that I think is really, really cool in general, is if I can put a 2 in something and that means I'm okay at it, I tend to like it a lot better than systems where, Pathfinder, I only have 18 ranks in this, I'm worthless,
Well, think of it this way, Brandon. Basically, the maximum you can get in skill plus attribute as a normal person is equal to your average roll.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about basically a swing of the average only.
Right, and see that, I like that a lot. I tend to favor systems that are designed that way, rather than, I'd rather see like a 5 as a master, at something than. You guys have seen Pathfinder. I mean.
Think of high level White Wolf or high level Shadowrun also.
Yeah.
I mean, you get what was the Grawl with the mummy fetish combination?
In which one? Oh,
The way that in first run White Wolf before it got to second edition, you could play a Grawl with a what was it, a Swara gift and a mummy artifact, and actually deal 400 damage.
I think that
And it's like
White
you have
Wolf-
7 hit points, and that does like consistently 400 damage.
I
think that
White Wolf
White
is
Wolf
bad that way. I had a combat one time in White Wolf that Thwarg was running, where we got jumped by 6 guys, and I decapitated 5 of them, tied the 6th person up, and put him in the trunk before anybody else reacted.
The way that extra actions and splitting actions
Right,
work
I had actions left after doing that.
No,
where I just waited.
that wins everything until really high level mages come in, and then they say, nope, you don't matter at all.
Right, exactly.
And then because just mages win at everything eventually in White Wolf.
Well, what it comes down to with mages and White Wolf eventually is,
In old White
you
Wolf,
kill
that
them
was the
before
Oh, an old White Wolf.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
it's like, unless you can kill them before they can act, they win.
and sometimes if you kill them before they act, they win.
Harder though, much
Yeah, no,
harder.
you didn't play with a time mage as one of the other players, or a life mage as one of the other players.
No, I did. We actually, one of the core people of our group was a time mage. The problem is,
Remember Otto's character in the Cardinal?
Yeah, those games were pretty out there though.
I mean, but he was utterly unkillable.
Those
Eventually.
games were some of the basis for this game.
Yeah, I know. I was for a lot of that game. I was playing the most ridiculous combat wonk I've ever made in any game.
But to call them White Wolf would be a little disingenuous.
I think White Wolf suffered from third-partiness a little too much, where they at points acted like third-party publishers and just made everything overpowered so people would buy their shit.
The problem I found with White Wolf is no consistency of power level between books.
That is exactly what I meant, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you can play a creature that gets like a +1 bonus against soaking damage, or I can play a creature that deals 7 lethal damage with his bites for free.
Are you sure you don't mean ag? I think you mean ag.
I mean aggravated. You're right. I mean 7 lethal aggravated. I also can cross over to the spirit plane
7
for
lethal
free.
aggravated. I don't think that's
They're
right.
just tacking on terms now, but you get them all because
Yes.
it's the last book in the series.
Seven
Yeah,
bludgeon
Naga were just
egg.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
They were just utterly ridiculous.
Well, it sounds like though with the newest mage thing that they were gonna make things a little bit better.
The newest
sounds
mage
really
is
fun.
really cool.
really awesome.
Yeah. They don't. I don't know.
I hope
They
they
don't
release
have
it
a
someday.
lot of. They don't
Mage is
have a
like
lot of
the-
the bad legacy.
Mage is like the
changing the
only
name.
setting in White
The
Wolf
name
anymore
setting.
that I have really any interest for at all.
Jeff, I got to hold a copy of it,
It's awesome.
Yeah.
so I mean, it's out there. It had red ink throughout it that was really awesome to see the actual editing of it.
All of their art is in, and they're converting it to Chronicles of Darkness. From.
So it'll
World
only be
of
another
Darkness.
6 months to a year.
Yeah.
I'd,
In all
uh,
fairness, they have like 2 people working on each book.
They have more than 2.
They have a lot of
They had
freelancers.
one
They talked a lot about
for-
how to freelance for them
They
on
had
it.
a whole bunch of freelancers. They had like 2 actual employees and a whole bunch of freelancers.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to play some mage sometime when that comes out.
It's fun.
Well,
I am-
Ed will run it.
I am worried about how Stratus is going to turn out in that system once it gets revamped. Not in a.
You're not gonna play the same character.
Ed's not going to let us play the same characters.
I don't even know if you'd want to.
See,
I mean, it might be fun, but at a point, things have to die.
I has said that.
No, it's just a fact of life. It's a fact of life in a new game. and it's 2
Sometimes
years
when
old.
you go back to a previous game though and run it, you've got to like set things on their head and change all the expectations.
See, I am worried this Stratus just won't work in the next version of the system.
I'm not worried that character won't work. It's bad that you wouldn't, but that was like a super broken aspect of that game. So
What a part
I
about
made
it?
that character before.
Oh,
What?
the space sniper.
The one where you get like
Correspondence sniping?
bonus damage
Probably
from.
with the railgun, I would assume.
No, it
No,
was
you
it was
just
a normal
snipe through
throw.
scrying portals and shit.
Mhm.
Yeah, the whole
It's
idea was
super
just.
broken.
But I mean,
It's
Oh,
not a bounceable character.
Mage is
Only like the
so
Ally Giant
here's the
character.
thing.
Mage is so completely broken.
No, here's the thing. This is why Stratus won't work. Is because the concept of mage is to not get into conflict, is to not actually fight. Once you start fighting as a regular thing, you are not playing mage anymore.
No, I don't agree with that.
No, I talking to Dave. with
Yeah,
the thing,
that is
that's
exactly
really what he
that-
was trying to get
is
across. Is
They
that
basically are people
it's a
walking
whole-
around with nukes. So the whole goal is to fuck with your enemies without actually having to get into a fight, because when you get into a fight, people start dying.
and not
And
people,
you
but
all
like
have so much
cities
powerful
start
that it's
fighting.
not worth dying. So it's like, how do you get back at the guy who can just like nuke you and you can nuke him? It's the ultimate nuclear deterrent. Their powers. So you go into these like schemes and you mess with them, and it's a prestige thing. You do all sorts of different stuff. Really, he talked about like how even more than
Well,
Vampire, it's a social game.
That was my point. You don't go in and you fight each other, but
And-
it's not that you don't do anything. You have to outsmart the person.
Right, and that's
Yeah,
why I was saying
yeah.
it's not a direct conflict. That's why Sostratus is going to have troubles working if that is the heart of the new mage
Maybe like
system.
correspondence
Oh.
snipe people.
I think that sounds really fun.
I think
if
I
we
think
all
it's-
make new characters, I would be cool with that.
See, I think it sounds awesome. I think Sostratus won't work in it is the problem. And that so if we play the same characters, Sostratus just isn't gonna function because he's going to start the nuclear war the first session.
Yeah. So we're a bit far afield. Anyone on the stream, thank you very much for watching. This is kind of a backup game, so who knows when we'll be on about this again.
Monday.
But, later, everyone, and good night.